Chapter 949. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two blood-colored astral sabers slashed down at Lu Ming with terrifying might. Lu Ming snorted coldly as he took a step forward and sent out two palm strikes. With two crisp sounds, the two blood-colored astral saber lights shattered. The two youths from the Blood Saber continent narrowed their eyes in shock. The two of them had used almost all their strength in the earlier two slashes. However, they were easily defeated by Lu Ming. Not good. It's a peak expert. Run! The black mold youth shouted as he turned and ran. The other youth did the same. They knew that they had met a peak genius of the divine desolate continent. Lu Ming snorted coldly and stepped forward. His body was like a ray of light as he caught up to the two youths and sent out two palm strikes. Although the two youths did their best to block, they still vomited blood and crashed into the ground, leaving behind a huge crater. Lu Ming landed and a powerful aura enveloped the two youths. He said coldly, "Speak. Where are the people of the divine desolate continent? Don't even think about it. If I speak, won't I still die? Since I'm going to die, I won't speak." The black mold youth revealed a crazed look. At the same time, a bloody light flashed as if the blood in his body was burning. He roared and turned into a saber light as he charged in a certain direction. The other youth also revealed a crazed look as he turned into a saber light and charged in another direction. "You're courting death." Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and chased after the black mold youth. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, how fast could he be when using the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps? He caught up to the black mold youth in a few moments and punched, killing him. Following which, Lu Ming turned and charged at the other person. Kill! That person was incomparably crazy. Seeing that he could not escape, his eyes turned red as he charged at Lu Ming like a wild beast. However, the difference in strength was too great, so he was easily killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned slightly. The cultivation techniques of the Bloodblade continent's people were tyrannical, and they didn't fear death. They were incomparably crazy. Lu Ming hadn't been able to get any information from them. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and devoured the essence blood of the two youths from the Bloodblade continent. Just now, the two of them headed north. Perhaps they'll find something there. With a thought, Lu Ming flew north. 1,000,000 miles to the north of Lu Ming, a great battle was taking place in a mountain range. On a mountain peak, light flickered. It was incomparably dazzling, and inscriptions filled the air. One after another, great formations appeared, forming a light shield that enveloped the mountain peak within. There were several hundred people on the mountain peak. All of them were disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect. A portion of them were sitting cross-legged, while the rest were continuously carving inscriptions around the mountain peak. The leader had a head of long silver hair and a pair of eyes. He was an illusion. With him as the leader, there were also Wen Yuezhang, Bai Qi, Shui, Ji Mai, and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! Outside the mountain peak, blood-red saber light flashed. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth apart as it slashed towards Huan Zhen and the others. The saber light slashed at the light shield, causing it to tremble continuously. Huan Zhen and the others' bodies also trembled slightly. There were more than a dozen people around the mountain peak, but a few of them had shocking auras that were incomparably terrifying. Every one of them wore blood-red robes and carried blood-red sabers on their backs. They were dressed exactly the same as the two youths from the Bloodblade continent that Lu Ming had encountered previously. Talisman Puppet sect, with your little strength, you can all die. A youth with blood-red hair said coldly. His strength was the most terrifying, and his aura was powerful. When he slashed out with his saber, the light shield violently trembled. Why are you so ruthless? Our Talisman Puppet sect has no intention of fighting with you for the last totem pillar. Huan Zhen said. Hee, a bunch of flies. Looks like a hindrance. Moreover, you have quite a lot of luck points. You'll be a fat piece of meat if we snatch it. The youth with blood-red hair sneered. The other youths sneered as well. More than a dozen of them attacked together, slashing their saber light towards the mountain peak. When Yue Zhang, Bai Qi, Shui, and the others trembled slightly. They had exhausted a lot of their mental strength. If this continued, their mental strength would be exhausted. Once they lost the protection of the formation, the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect would only be tortured to death. The other party was too strong. This was only a portion of the people from the Blood Blade continent, but there were two people who were at the same level as Huan Zhen. Once the formation was broken, Huan Zhen could only block one person, but the other person could easily kill the rest. Moreover, the other youths were also extremely powerful. Some people revealed bitter expressions. The battle of karmic luck this time had exceeded their expectations. There were actually heaven's prides from other continents participating. It was even more dangerous than the previous battles of karmic luck. If things went wrong, the Talisman Puppet sect might be completely annihilated. Wait a moment. I'll inscribe a formation to block them with all my strength. Hurry up and leave. Huan Zhen suddenly transmitted his voice to Wen Yuezhang, Bai Qi, Shui, and the others. Senior brother Huan Zhen, we can't leave together. Wen Yuezhang hurriedly said. If Huan Zhen stayed behind to block them alone, he would definitely be in danger. That's right. If we leave together. If we stay together. The others also shouted one after another. None of you can leave. Blood God's blade wheel. Break. The blood-red-haired youth shouted coldly. An even more terrifying aura exploded from his body. A giant blood-red wheel floated above his head. This blood-red wheel seemed to be formed by countless blood-red battle blades. It spun rapidly and was as large as a mountain, crushing towards the light barrier of the mountain peak. Not good. Hold on. Huan Zhen and the others' faces changed drastically. The mental fire between their eyebrows flickered rapidly, constantly spreading out and surging into the surrounding inscriptions. Boom! The blood-red wheel heavily slammed against the light barrier of the mountain peak. The earth rumbled and the mountain peak shook violently. The light barrier that enveloped the mountain peak continuously shattered layer by layer. Huan Zhen and the others' faces changed drastically. Their bodies trembled and some of the weaker ones even spurted out a mouthful of blood. Those disciples who were sitting cross-legged or recovering from their injuries also stood up to help protect the formation. However, the blood-red wheel was too terrifying. It spun continuously like countless battle blades, constantly slashing at the light barrier. Bam! 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 The light barrier continued to shatter and it looked like it was about to shatter completely. Release the puppets and use the inscription scrolls to open a path. Charge out! Huan Zhen shouted. At this moment, with a boom, all the formations collapsed and the light barrier shattered. Numerous disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect released their puppets and surrounded everyone. At the same time, waves of inscription scrolls were activated. They either turned into defensive or offensive puppets as they all charged in the same direction. Trying to escape. All of you can die. The blood-red-haired youth controlled the giant wheel and pressed forward, causing countless puppets to explode. Dozens of blade lights slashed out, also attacking the puppets and the inscription scrolls. Although the Talisman Puppet sect had a large number of disciples, most of them weren't strong and were far inferior to the top experts of the Blood Knife continent. Among the dozens of disciples of the Blood Knife continent, the weakest was a prodigy at the 4th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Ah! Chapter 950. Damn it! Huan Zhen and the others roared as they retaliated. However, the blood-haired youth had his eyes on Huan Zhen and was using the huge will to suppress him. No matter how strong Huan Zhen was, he could only barely protect himself. Ha! Die! A skinny monkey-like youth from the Bloodblade continent had an extremely nimble movement technique. He was like a nimble flying knife that constantly flickered as saber light swept out, shattering a few puppets and sending out a few bolts of lightning, killing a Talisman Puppet sect disciple with a single strike. Then, he took a deep breath and absorbed the blood of the talisman puppet sect's disciples through his nose. Ha ha ha, how delicious. Such blood chi. The skinny youth's face was filled with enjoyment as his gaze became even more sinister. Whoosh. Right at this moment, a spear ray tore through the sky from the south. It was extremely fast as it stabbed towards the skinny youth. What's that? The skinny youth was startled and immediately wanted to dodge. However, he discovered that he was completely locked onto by the spear ray. A terrifying killing intent enveloped him and he had nowhere to run. He could only use his full strength to resist. A terrifying blade ray slashed out from the skinny youth's hand, but when it collided with the spear ray, the blade ray shattered and the spear ray shot out and pierced through the skinny youth's throat. The skinny youth's eyes were wide open and filled with unwillingness before he died. Whoosh! Whoosh! Over a dozen spear rays flew over from the distance and stabbed towards the Blood Blade Continent's geniuses. Ah! Several miserable cries rang out as several experts of the Blood Blade Continent were killed. Who? Damn it! The blood-haired youth roared as he controlled the huge will to block the remaining spear rays. The other geniuses of the Blood Blade Continent were startled and they did not continue to kill the talisman puppet sect's disciples. Instead, they gathered around the blood-haired youth and looked in the direction of the spear ray. Huan Zhen and the others did the same as they all looked in that direction. Who would come to save the talisman puppet sect? A blue-robed youth stepped through the air and appeared before everyone's eyes. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Bai Qi Shui was the first to cry out. The one who had attacked earlier was Lu Ming, who had come all the way from the south. He had come all the way north and did not expect to encounter the Blood Blade Continent's experts attacking the talisman puppet sect's disciples. Needless to say, the two youths from the Blood Blade Continent had most likely come as reinforcements. Lu Ming isn't dead. When Yue Zhang, Gong Fei, and the others were overjoyed. Previously, on Sky Poison Island, Lu Ming had gone all the way and hadn't returned. Later on, when the island was sealed by the poison gas, everyone who hadn't died had left Sky Poison Island. However, Lu Ming hadn't come out. When Yue Zhang and Gong Fei thought that Lu Ming had met with an accident in the depths of the Heavenly Poison Island and died. After they brought the news back, the talisman puppet cult disciples lamented, and Bai Qi and Shui cried a few times. Only now did they feel better. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming actually didn't die and even appeared at this time. Lu Ming, hurry up and leave this place. Bai Qi Snow's complexion suddenly changed, shouting loudly. Lu Ming, leave now. When Yue Zhang also shouted. Although Lu Ming was strong, Lu Ming had easily killed several geniuses of the 4th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. This was enough to prove that Lu Ming's strength had improved again. However, they were definitely no match for people like the blood-haired youth. Their strength was enough to fight against the top 10 of the list of top 1,000 talents. Even Huan Zhen was at a disadvantage. Wasn't Lu Ming courting death by coming here? It's too late for you to leave now. You must pay with your life for killing my people. The blood-haired youth's voice was incomparably cold. A huge knife will floated above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. It was a powerful secret treasure. Those who killed my talisman puppet cult disciples must all die. Lu Ming didn't retreat, continuing to walk forward step by step. His voice was even colder than the blood-haired youth's. Shameless boasting. I'll kill him. A burly young man stepped out. He was more than 2 meters tall and was 2 heads taller than Lu Ming. The muscles on his body bulged and he was filled with explosive power. He held a huge sword in his hand that was as big as a door and stared at Lu Ming like a wild beast. Swoosh! He held the sword with both hands and rushed towards Lu Ming, slashing down with his knife. The 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm was this youth's cultivation. A dragon's roar rang out as Lu Ming exploded with a burst of dragon power. Scales covered his entire body as he punched out. Clang! The fist hit the huge knife, causing it to vibrate. Then, to everyone's horror, it collapsed, sending metal shards flying everywhere. Lu Ming didn't stop, nor did his fist. He continued to attack. Bam! The fist landed on the burly youth's body. The youth screamed as a huge hole appeared in his chest. He was killed instantly. The devouring power in his hand exploded, turning the burly youth into a dried corpse. So strong, Lu Ming Zongzi is so strong. A disciple of the Talisman Puppet sect said excitedly. A peerless prodigy of the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm was killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. What kind of battle power did Lu Ming have? Bai Qi Shui and the rest stared with their eyes wide open. Lu Ming's battle power is much stronger than 5 months ago. Wen Yuezhang said. Then can he be a match for those people? Bai Qi Shui looked at the blood-haired youth with a worried expression. I don't know. Wen Yuezhang shook his head. At this moment, the youths of the Blood Knife continent were all staring with their eyes wide open. The blood-haired youth's expression also turned serious. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and his killing intent was like a tide. His body was like lightning as he charged towards the youth of the Blood Knife continent. Let's attack together and kill him. The blood-haired youth shouted as he controlled the huge knife wheel to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella lit up, and the mountain river diagram appeared. It grew rapidly and surrounded the huge knife wheel. The huge knife wheel kept spinning and attacking, but it couldn't break the defense of the mountain river diagram. Damn it, I can still kill you without the knife wheel. The blood-haired youth shouted coldly as he slashed out with the battle knife in his hand. There was another youth who was equally terrifying. He was at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, and his battle power was astonishing. He was no weaker than Devil Lord Luo Tian. Both of them were comparable to the top 10 of the list of top 1,000 talents. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared and roared. The devouring power exploded and enveloped all the youths of the Blood Knife continent. Those with lower cultivations trembled, and their eyes were filled with shock. The vital essence and qi in their bodies became unstable and were about to be devoured. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming blasted out 5 palms and 6 kicks in an instant, killing 5 youths of the Blood Knife continent. He also killed one with his shoulder. Lu Ming had fought with more than a dozen spirit gods for a long time on Sky Poison Island. In addition to the increase in his cultivation, his use of martial techniques had also improved greatly. Now, every muscle and bone in his body could use the hell-suppressing heaven skill. Even his hair could use the hell-suppressing heaven skill. With a flick of his hair, it contained the supreme power to suppress the 9th hell prison. Chapter 951. That was to say, Lu Ming was 30% stronger than himself before he entered the Sky Poison Island in a battle of the same level. Before he entered the Sky Poison Island, he definitely wasn't a match for the current him. In other words, his ability to fight those of a higher level was even stronger. Boom! Boom! 2 loud sounds rang out. Only the blood-haired youth and the other 2 strongest experts were able to contend against Lu Ming. However, their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Lu Ming was actually able to kill other experts while fighting the 2 of them. His battle power was simply terrifying. Wang! Wang! Blade Qi soared into the sky as the remaining people unleashed their bloodlines. They were all blood-colored battle blade bloodlines, just that their levels were different. The blood-haired youth and the other youth had 6 golden chakras on their blades. 6th level divine level bloodline. The remaining people all had 5th level divine level bloodlines. The remaining people executed bloodline fusion at the same time, transforming into blood-colored battle blades with shocking blade intent. Lu Ming, let me help you. Huanzhen stepped into the air, and with every step he took, inscriptions would spread out in the air. No need. Help me hold the line and prevent anyone from escaping. Lu Ming said. This caused Huanzhen to be stunned. Was Lu Ming planning to leave all the people of the Blood Blade continent here? Wasn't he too confident? The other people of the Talisman Puppet sect also looked at each other in shock and anticipation. Such big words. Watch how I kill you. A furious voice came from one of the battle blades as it transformed into 1,000 meters long and slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed and merged with the Nine Dragons' bloodline. The Nine Dragons' bloodline roared as it stepped out with its 9 claws. Boom! Boom! Violent energy bombarded over. Other than the 2 blood blades of the 6th level divine level, the other blood blades all exploded and returned to their human forms. They fell to the ground lifelessly. As for the 2 blood blades of the 6th level divine level, their blade chi collapsed and they were sent flying. The 2 of them were at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm and were on the same level as Lu Ming. How could they be a match for Lu Ming? At the same level, Lu Ming had never met a worthy opponent. Not good, he's too strong. Let's go, split up. The crimson-haired youth's horrified voice came from a blood saber. Lu Ming's previous actions had far exceeded his expectations. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 blood blades fled in 2 different directions at high speed. Where to? In one direction, a formation appeared, and Huan Zhen's figure suddenly appeared, blocking a blood saber. Out of the way. A voice came from the blood-red saber, and the saber light slashed toward Huan Zhen. Huan Zhen's silver hair danced in the wind, and silver light flashed in his eyes. Spell formations appeared around him, transforming into numerous silver swords that slashed toward the blood-red saber. Boom! Boom! The crimson saber couldn't break through at all. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. The dragon claws stepped on the air and caught up to the other blood saber. The blood-red saber was transformed from the blood-haired young man. The 9 dragons clawed at the blood blade. Seeing that it couldn't escape, the blood-red saber roared and slashed at the 9 dragons. But under the 9 dragons' unstoppable dragon claws, the saber chi was shattered. Clang! Clang! The 9 dragon claws grabbed the blood-red saber and pulled with all their might. The blood-red saber shattered into pieces, and the blood-haired young man's figure reappeared in the air. At this moment, his face was filled with panic, and his eyes were filled with horror. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and charged toward him. Even if you can kill me, I won't let you have it easy. The blood-haired young man revealed a ferocious expression as he charged toward Lu Ming without fear of death. It was a pity that there was a huge gap between his combat ability and Lu Ming's. It was not something that could be made up for by being fearless. In just a few moves, he was struck by Lu Ming into pieces and died tragically on the spot. Then, the dragon twisted its body and charged toward the last youth from the Blood Blade continent. The outcome was destined. With Lu Ming and Huan Zhen, the young man was killed in a few moves. Not far away, the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect were silent. Their eyes widened in shock. A group of powerful youths from the Blood Blade continent who had followed Lu Ming were killed in an instant. Among them, there were 2 overwhelming geniuses who were comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. But even they were killed by Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. They felt as if they were in a dream. The disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect who had been with Lu Ming were more shocked, but those who hadn't seen Lu Ming since the Battle of Providence were even more shocked. Before the Battle of Providence, although Lu Ming was strong, there was still a huge gap between him and the top 10 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Not many people thought that Lu Ming could compete with them. First, Lu Ming could kill them. After the shock, they were ecstatic. Lu Ming was a Zongzi candidate of the Talisman Puppet sect. The stronger he was, the stronger the Talisman Puppet sect would be. The 9 dragons' bloodline erupted with a devouring power and devoured all the true yuan and blood essence of the people from the Blood Blade continent. Now, Lu Ming didn't have to worry about using the 9 dragons' bloodline. After devouring, Lu Ming returned to his human form. Lu Ming, thank you so much. Huan Zhen cupped his fists. His eyes were full of surprise. Lu Ming's progress was too great. This was the truth. When he first met Lu Ming, although Huan Zhen was very polite, that was just his character. In his heart, he did not expect Lu Ming to be able to reach this stage. He also did not treat Lu Ming as a genius of his level. But now, not only had Lu Ming reached this level, his strength had probably surpassed Huan Zhen's. You don't have to thank me. Fortunately, I'm not late. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, where have you been all this time? Why didn't I see you? The other disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect also gathered around. Bai Qi glared at Lu Ming, her eyes filled with joy and resentment. Yeah, Lu Ming, our little Qi Shui has been very worried about you. She missed you so much that she didn't even eat or drink. Ha! Wen Yuezhang joked at the side. Senior brother Wen, you're talking nonsense. What does his life have to do with me? Bai Qi Shui stamped her feet and her face turned red. Ha, you're shy. Wen Yuezhang laughed. The others on the side also laughed. They were very relaxed after escaping death. Bai Qi Shui's face turned even redder. Even her neck was red and she didn't dare to look at Lu Ming. Looking at Bai Qi Shui's shy expression, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he knew something was wrong. This girl can't have fallen for me, right? Looks like I can't tease her in the future. Lu Ming thought to himself. What's wrong with the people of the Blood Blade continent? Why are we being attacked by the people of the Blood Blade continent? Also, how long is it until the 1-year period of the Battle of Providence? Lu Ming quickly changed the topic and asked. As he spoke, he refined the energy that he had devoured. Most of the youths of the Blood Blade continent cultivated the blood intent or the saber intent, which was useless to him. Lu Ming, there are only 5 days left until the 1-year period of the Battle of Providence. Illusion and Reality Tao. 5 days. I've actually stayed on the Sky Poison Island for more than 5 months. Chapter 952. Although he had guessed that he had spent quite some time on the Sky Poison Island, he hadn't expected it to have been more than 5 months. If he had been a little later, the battle of karmic luck would have ended. No wonder his cultivation had soared so much. It wasn't too fast for him to have risen by 3 levels in the past 5 months. After all, he had the bloodline of the 9 dragons. If he had fought the 3-eyed divine race outside, he might have risen by 2 or 3 levels. Lu Ming, you went deep into the Sky Poison Island and didn't return. The poisonous gas inside was too strong, and we couldn't enter. We were really afraid that something would happen to you. What happened to you on the Sky Poison Island? Wen Yuezhang asked. Lu Ming immediately told them about his encounter with the spirit gods of the 3-eyed divine race. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. Lu Ming had actually been attacked by a dozen spirit gods of the 3-eyed divine race on the Sky Poison Island and fought in his sea of consciousness for several months. In the end, his cultivation had improved greatly. It was truly miraculous. One had to know that after an ordinary spirit god lost their physical body, their spirit god wouldn't be able to stay in the world for long before dissipating. Only some unique treasures could allow the spirit god to remain. The totem pole on the Sky Poison Island was probably such a treasure. However, there was also something strange about it. The totem poles of the other 8 forbidden lands didn't have any spirit gods attached to them. Lu Ming guessed that it was most likely related to the Sky Poison Island. There wasn't a trace of poisonous gas in the cave. Instead, it was filled with spiritual energy and origin energy. Wen Yuezhang was good with words, so he began to explain what had happened during this period. About half a month ago, the 9 forbidden lands had all been cracked and the 9 totem poles had been obtained. Only the last totem pole was left in the 3-eyed divine race's royal city. As long as they obtained the last totem pole, they would be able to open the ancient city of karmic luck. But at this time, the geniuses of another continent had appeared. They were the geniuses of the Blood Blade continent. As soon as the geniuses of the Blood Blade continent entered, they began a massacre. Many geniuses of the 4 overlord forces were killed. After the massacre, they knew that the geniuses of the Blood Blade continent were also participating in the battle of karmic luck. They had also completed their previous mission. Their final goal was actually the last totem pole in the three-eyed divine race's royal city. If the Blood Knife continent obtained the totem pole, they would be able to open their ancient city of Providence. Whichever side obtained the last totem pole would be able to open the ancient city of Providence. Those who did not obtain it would be considered a failure. The geniuses of the Blood Knife continent were very powerful. They were even slightly stronger than those of the Eastern Barren Territory. Most importantly, the geniuses of the Blood Knife continent were very united. They seemed to be from the same faction. On the other hand, the four overlords of the Eastern Wilderness were too scattered. Thus, they suffered a crushing defeat at the beginning. In the end, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley had joined forces. Only then did they have the strength to contend against the Blood Blade continent. As for the Talisman Puppet sect, they were directly excluded by the three great powers. Rejecting the Talisman Puppet sect's participation was very obvious. They wanted to borrow the hand of the Blood Blade continent to completely destroy the Talisman Puppet sect. The people of the Talisman Puppet sect had been hiding under the lead of Huan Zhen and the other Zongzi candidates. But they were still found by the Blood Blade continent 2 days ago, which led to the previous battle. Sigh, it's a pity that Guan Tao, Lu Song, and the others all died in battle. Wen Yuezhang sighed. Guan Tao and Lu Song were the top 100 geniuses of the Talisman Puppet sect on the list of top 1,000 geniuses. They were also one of the 13 Zongzi candidates. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the people of the Talisman Puppet sect and realized that many of them were missing. Out of the 13 Zongzi candidates of the Talisman Puppet sect, only 6 were present. 7 were missing. And there were only slightly more than 300 people of the Talisman Puppet sect present. Are these all that's left of the Talisman Puppet sect? Lu Ming asked. Almost. Even if some of them are still in the ruins, there are definitely not many of them. Wen Yuezhang sighed. The other disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect were also dejected. The Talisman Puppet sect had sent a total of about 1,000 people, but now there were only about 300 of them left. It was an extremely heavy loss. One had to know that these were the elites of the younger generation of the Talisman Puppet sect. In every battle of Providence, there would be a large number of geniuses who died in battle. However, in every battle of Providence, the various factions would send all of their geniuses into the Battle of Providence. This was because once someone obtained a great opportunity, all the sacrifices would be worth it. For example, Bai Qi Shui had obtained the Martial Emperor's inheritance this time. Even if a few hundred people died in battle, it would be worth it. The Martial Emperor's inheritance was extremely precious. Not only could it provide the Talisman Puppet sect with many different formations and inscriptions, but Bai Qi Shui's future was limitless. Even if she couldn't reach the Martial Emperor's height in the future, it would be worth it as long as she could become a Martial Emperor. Let's leave this place first. I'm afraid that the other geniuses of the Blood Blade continent will soon know that a genius of the Blood Blade continent has been killed. When that time comes, we will be in real danger. Illusion Reality Dao. That's right. Wen Yuezhang nodded. All of you, enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the mountain and river diagram flew towards Lu Ming. As for the saber wheel, it had lost its master and remained motionless in the air. Lu Ming casually put it away. Illusion Reality and the others had long heard that Lu Ming had a treasure like the mountain and river diagram. They were overjoyed when they heard this. As long as they entered the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming could bring them to a place by himself. The people of the Blood Blade continent would definitely not be able to find them. Immediately, the people of the Talisman Puppet sect were sucked into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming put away the mountain and river diagram and turned into a beam of light, leaving this place. In a valley millions of miles away, Lu Ming appeared and released the people of the Talisman Puppet sect. Some of the disciples who were injured began to treat their injuries. Those who weren't injured began to carve formations in the surroundings. There were only 5 days left until the 1-year deadline. They no longer planned to search for any more opportunities. They just needed to wait for the last 5 days to pass. Right now, the geniuses of the Blood Blade continent and the geniuses of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the three great forces should be near the Monarch City, waiting for an opportunity to seize the last totem pole, right? Lu Ming asked. That's right. There are still 5 days left. They will definitely make a move during these few days. Otherwise, they won't have a chance. If they don't seize the last totem pole, then the luck points they obtained during this period will be wasted. The top geniuses will definitely be unwilling to accept this. Illusion Reality nodded. Actually, the Blood Saber continent and the three-party alliance had already attacked Royal City in the past. However, there were extremely formidable existences in Royal City. They were experts that were infinitely close to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm, and they were experts that could charge into the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm at will. Last time, such an expert had made a move and forcefully advanced into the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm, and he killed a few formidable geniuses from both sides. However, in the end, that expert from the three-eyed divine race exploded apart and perished. He should have been suppressed to death by the laws of heaven and earth of this world. Wen Yuezhang explained. Lu Ming nodded. It was normal for the three-eyed god race to have such existences. The spiritual god realm experts that Lu Ming encountered on the Sky Poison Island were all old men of the three-eyed god race who were nearing the end of their lifespans. They had no choice but to take a risk and try to break through to the spiritual god realm. In the end, they were suppressed. Chapter 953. Such existences were extremely powerful, and ordinary members of the three-eyed divine race couldn't compare to them. Because anyone who could break through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm was a genius among geniuses. The foundation for human cultivators to break through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm was to awaken a God-grade bloodline. Without awakening a God-grade bloodline, there was a 99% chance that one could break through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. Only those who had awakened a God-grade bloodline were qualified to break through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. However, that was merely the qualification. In order to truly break through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm, many who had awakened a God-grade bloodline would fail. Of course, the higher the grade of the God-grade bloodline awakened, the higher the success rate. Domain Enlightened Spirit Gods had a lifespan of 5,000 years. How many Domain Enlightened Spirit Gods had accumulated over the past 5,000 years in the Eastern Wilderness? Very few. How many of them had awakened a God-grade bloodline in this generation of young people? There were 300 on the list of top 1,000 geniuses alone, and there were also new geniuses. If those with God-grade bloodlines could break through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm, then there would be hundreds of them in this generation. How could that be possible? Even if this generation was a golden age, it would be very good if there were 100 or 200 people who could break through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. Many God-grade geniuses might not be able to break through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. So, it could be said that those that were capable of breaking through into the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm were geniuses amongst geniuses, and their strengths were extremely formidable. With such existences residing in the royal clan of the Three-Eyed Divine Clan, it would absolutely not be so easy for these two powers to seize the final totem pillar. Lu Ming, are you going to fight for the last totem pole? Asked Huan Zhen. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth, and he said, why not? Perhaps I'll be able to benefit from their fight. With your combat strength, you might have a chance. Unfortunately, I was injured in the previous battle, so I can't help you. Said Huan Zhen. There's no need for that. I'm just going to take a look. It's easier to hide alone. If there's a chance, I'll wait for an opportunity to make a move. If not, then forget it. Lu Ming said with a smile. Huan Zhen pondered for a moment, and then an inscription talisman scroll appeared in his hand. He handed it to Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, this is a unique inscription talisman scroll I obtained. If you activate it with your spirit fire, it will be able to form 8 people who look exactly like you. And of the same aura of the same. Maybe it will be of help. Lu of the enlightened spirit gods of spirit god. This kind of inscription talisman was very precious. It could actually condense 8 people with the same aura as oneself. This could definitely save one's life at a critical moment. This was obviously a treasure that Huanzhen had obtained in this battle of luck. Lu Ming was very grateful that he was willing to give such a treasure to him. Huanzhen said with a smile. He was extraordinarily handsome. This was a handsome man that could make women jealous. Then I'll go to King City. If there's anything, you can contact me at any time. Lu Ming said. He looked at Bai Qi Shui not far away and turned to leave. Lu Ming. Bai Qi Shui called out from behind. Miss Bai, don't worry. I'll be fine. Lu Ming smiled. He didn't say anything and headed towards King City. Why did he call me Miss Bai? Didn't he call me Qi Shui before? Bai Qi Shui looked at Lu Ming's departing back, lost in thought. There are rumors that Lu Ming started the Battle of 9 Dragons City because of a woman. Could that woman be Lu Ming's lover? Thinking of this, Bai Qi Shui sighed, her eyes a little sad. A beam of light cut through the sky, crossing 100 miles in an instant. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the territory of the three-eyed divine race's King City. He engraved an array formation to conceal his aura, and then continued forward. Soon, a magnificent city appeared in front of him. This was the King City of the three-eyed divine race. On the tall and magnificent city walls, there were three-eyed divine race soldiers patrolling day and night. Last time, when 2 sides of prodigies rushed into the King City, the three-eyed divine race's defense was even stricter. I'll wait here. I reckon that the 2 sides will attack in a few days. Lu Ming hid in a secret place, watching the King City from afar. 1 day, 2 days, time passed day by day, but the 2 sides didn't attack. Obviously, both sides had the same idea. They were waiting for the other side to attack first so that they could reap the benefits. On the last day, both sides finally couldn't hold back and attacked almost at the same time. From the north and south of King City, there were more than 100 beams of light that rushed towards King City. Both sides sent out more than 100 people each. Each of them was a prodigy among prodigies, extremely powerful existences. Enemy attack. Suddenly, a shocking roar came from the three-eyed divine race's King City. The entire King City erupted with powerful auras. Kill! Shouts shook the heavens. More than 100 people from the north and south rushed into the King City like a sharp knife. Every one of them was a prodigy that could kill opponents that were several levels higher than them. They were extremely powerful, especially top-notch prodigies like Luo Tian. They were extremely powerful and could easily kill those at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. Brilliant lights shone. Even though there were many people from the three-eyed divine race, they were all killed in an instant. The people from both sides rushed towards the center of King City. The few people in the lead are so powerful. Lu Ming watched from afar, and his gaze froze. In the north was the allied army of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Sky Demon Valley. The few people in the lead were extremely powerful. When their attacks exploded, those in front of them were killed instantly. A golden-robed youth with a golden crown on his head had sword qi that soared into the sky. With a slash of his sword, those in front of him, no matter if they were at the 9th or 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, were all killed in one move. Lu Ming even found a powerful existence with a perfected spirit embryo that was killed in one move. Powerful, extremely powerful. This person's temperament is somewhat similar to Defeng's. He should be the Emperor God, the top prodigy of the younger generation of the Eastern Wilderness human tribe. He is ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes and a strong fighting spirit burst forth. The Emperor God was also the descendant of Martial Emperor De. However, he was terrifyingly talented. Some people said that the Emperor God's talent was not inferior to Martial Emperor De's when he was young. Beside the Emperor God, Heavenly Corpse Sect and Sky Demon Valley also had powerful prodigies. In the south, Blood Knife Continent also had prodigies who were at the same level as the Emperor God. In just a few minutes, they had broken through various obstacles and were about to kill their way to the center of King City. How dare you barge in? You're courting death. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from the center of King City. Then, a beam of light flashing with lightning struck toward the Emperor God. The Emperor God slashed out with his sword and destroyed the beam of light. However, his body was also blocked. Then, several beams of light burst out in succession, shooting toward the north and south. Blood Knife Continent and Eastern Wilderness were both under attack. There are indeed old men like you. You block the other members of the three-eyed divine tribe. The few of us will seize the totem pole. The Emperor God's voice rang out. Then, he and the strongest prodigies of the Heavenly Demon Tribe and Heavenly Corpse Sect charged forward. They seemed to have met their match. In King City, Sword Chi soared into the sky, and saber light shattered the sky. Chapter 954. Looks like there are still people who are about to break through to the Spirit God realm in the capital. Otherwise, no one could stop the Emperor and the rest. Lu Ming's gaze moved, and he revealed a smile. Since the other party was strong, it gave him a chance. Lu Ming transformed into a phantom and rushed towards the capital. First, he rushed from the north, the Emperor, and the God Palace. Along the way, he didn't meet any obstacles. The three-eyed God race was attracted to the center. Along the way, he saw many corpses of the three-eyed God race. Swallow. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and started to swallow crazily. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to swallow those whose levels were too low. He swallowed the corpses of the three-eyed God race that were at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm and above. The corpses of the three-eyed God race turned into dried corpses. Along the way, he swallowed more than 30 corpses at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, a dozen at the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, 5 to 6 at the 9th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, and even one at the perfected level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Their blood essence and energy were extremely abundant. Since both parties are still fighting, I'll find a place to refine. Lu Ming rushed into a small room and entered the mountain river diagram to refine the energy he had swallowed. Roar. Not long after, the 9 dragons let out a long roar, and another chakra appeared on the foundation of the 5 golden chakras. Bloodline of the 6th level of the God realm. The 9 dragons' bloodline finally rose by another level, reaching the 6th level of the God realm. With the rise of the 9 dragons' bloodline, the speed of refining energy increased by several times. Rumble. In his body, the vital essence rumbled and was incomparably majestic. The spirit embryo was continuously condensed and slowly shrunk. There seemed to be a powerful existence being nurtured in the spirit embryo. After an hour, all the energy in his body was completely refined. Peak of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Previously, his cultivation was at the early stage of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Now that he had reached the peak of the 7th level and had swallowed so many powerful three-eyed God race, Lu Ming was a little surprised that he hadn't broken through to the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Instead, he had some breakthroughs in his conception. After exiting the mountain river diagram, there were still rumbling sounds coming from outside. It seemed that the battle was still going on. It's been more than an hour and the battle is still going on. Seems like the Emperor and the rest have met a strong opponent. I'll go take a look. Lu Ming carefully left the room and rushed towards the center of King City. His speed was extremely fast. He retracted his aura and constantly flickered in the dark. Almost no one noticed him. In the center of King City, there was a huge square. In the middle of the square, there was a stone pillar with various carvings on it. It was a totem pillar. Meanwhile, intense battles were taking place all around the square. A vast aura filled the air. 2 of them were extremely robust, and they were over 10 meters tall. The aura they emanated was practically at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Monarch God and two other powerful youths joined forces to fight a three-eyed divine race. As for the powerful youths of the Bloodblade continent, they joined forces to fight against the Flashing Eye race. Even further away, countless three-eyed god race beings were attacking the other geniuses. The totem pole was right in front of him, but he couldn't take it. This is my chance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and the bones in his body changed, transforming into a different appearance. He took a step forward and charged forward. Kill! One of the three-eyed god race beings noticed him and chopped at Lu Ming with his axe. Lu Ming punched out and killed that three-eyed god race being. When the people from Monarch God Palace, Sky Corps Sect, and Sky Demon Valley saw Lu Ming, they thought that he was one of their geniuses and naturally didn't stop him. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming killed several three-eyed god race beings and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. His body flashed rapidly like a ray of light, passing through the battlefield and approaching the battlefield where Monarch God and the rest were fighting. He didn't stop and directly charged towards the totem pole in the center. Ant, you're courting death. The three-eyed god race being who was fighting Monarch God and the rest was extremely powerful. The third eye between his eyebrows shot out a dazzling beam of light that pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. His body flashed continuously and retreated 100 meters to avoid the attack. Monarch God and the rest also looked at Lu Ming. They frowned. Lu Ming's appearance was very unfamiliar, and his aura was completely restrained. Which force was he from? He actually wanted to seize the totem pole by himself? You want to seize the totem pole? Wishful thinking. The tall and sturdy three-eyed god race being roared. However, as he roared, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There seemed to be an invisible force between heaven and earth that was pressing down on him. In this world, the three-eyed god race beings can't break through to the spiritual god realm. He forcefully entered the spiritual god realm and is suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. He's about to die. Monarch God roared and fought with all his might. These two three-eyed gods had forcefully entered the spiritual god realm and were suppressed by the laws. They couldn't unleash the strength of a spiritual god realm expert at all. Otherwise, no matter how talented Monarch God and the rest were, they wouldn't be a match for a spiritual god expert. The gap between a spiritual embryo and a spiritual god was too great. It was difficult to surpass because a spiritual god was a peerless genius. I can only use the inscription talisman. Lu Ming's gaze flickered, and the inscription talisman that Huan Zhen had given him appeared in his hand. As soon as he opened it, his spiritual energy suffused out. The inscription talisman lit up, and Lu Ming's body was suddenly covered by a formation. Then, his body trembled and actually split into 12 Lu Ming. There were a total of 13 Lu Ming. Of course, once he used the inscription talisman, he returned to his original appearance. However, the 13 Lu Ming's appearance and figure were exactly the same. Even their auras were the same. This is a good chance. Charge! Lu Ming was overjoyed. With a thought, the 13 figures split up and charged towards the totem pole at extreme speed. At this moment, the three-eyed god race was stunned. Monarch God and the others were stunned as well. Lu Ming, it's him. Monarch God shouted coldly as he recognized Lu Ming. Damn it! The three-eyed god race roared, and a beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows, hitting one of the Lu Ming. That Lu Ming's figure kept flashing as he dodged the light beams. The three-eyed divine race kept shooting out light beams from their eyes. After much difficulty, they finally hit their target. That Lu Ming collapsed, but the other 12 continued to charge forward. Humph, don't even think about it. Monarch God and the others also attacked, not wanting Lu Ming to seize the totem pole. On the other hand, the Blood Knife Continent and the Three-Eyed Divine Clan who were fighting with the Blood Knife Continent also took action to stop Lu Ming. The people of the Blood Knife Continent did not want Lu Ming to seize the totem pole even more. However, they did not know which one was Lu Ming's real body, so they could only attack randomly. The remaining 12 Lu Ming's figures kept flickering, dodging the attacks and approaching the totem pole. Pang! Pang! With so many experts blocking Lu Ming naturally could not dodge all of them. He was constantly hit, and his body collapsed one after another. However, in the end, there were still 2 bodies that rushed to the totem pole. Ah, damn it, no! The youth of the Blood Knife continent shouted crazily. Monarch God and the others' eyes lit up. They were not too excited. No matter what, Lu Ming was from the Eastern Wilderness. If he seized the totem pole, he could still help the Eastern Wilderness open the ancient City of Fate. As for the luck points, they could get them in the ancient City of Fate. Chapter 955. Rise! The 2 figures of Lu Ming hugged the totem pole at the same time and roared. With a boom, the totem pole was pulled out by Lu Ming. The moment Lu Ming pulled out the totem pole, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed on Lu Ming's body. The attacks from all directions were all blocked by the beam of light. At this moment, the people of the 3-eyed divine race, Di Shen, and the others did not attack Lu Ming. No! The geniuses of the Blood Knife continent roared unwillingly and attacked Lu Ming crazily. Unfortunately, no matter how they attacked, they were all blocked by the beam of light. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, beams of light descended from the sky and enveloped the youths of the Blood Knife continent. Then, amidst their unwillingly angry roars, the light flashed and the geniuses of the Blood Knife continent all disappeared. Obviously, they had failed and were teleported out. Boom! At this moment, the totem pole in Lu Ming's hand trembled violently and flickered with light before flying into the sky. Then, Lu Ming realized that the other totem pole in his storage ring had also flown out of his storage ring and into the sky. As for Di Shen and the others, totem poles also flew out of their storage rings. The most shocking one was Di Shen. 2 totem poles flew out of his storage ring at the same time. Millions of miles away from Royal City, a fatty was carrying a huge axe. Beside him was a beautiful girl. The 2 of them were casually walking in the sky. It was Fatty Kong Jin and Ruan Tingting. Suddenly, Fatty's expression changed. A totem pole flew out of his storage ring. The totem pole glowed and pierced through space, flying into the distance. In the next moment, Fatty finally reacted and let out a shrill scream, "Ah, my totem pole." It was not easy for him to obtain a totem pole, but it had flown away on its own. He quickly flew in the direction of the totem pole. Rumble. The sky above Royal City trembled non-stop as totem poles gathered one by one. Soon, all 10 totem poles had gathered and formed a strange arrangement in the sky. At this moment, the battle in Royal City stopped. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the sky. Boom! The totem poles gathered together and emitted a bright light that soared into the sky. The space was hit by the light, and a huge hole was torn open. From inside, one could see a huge ancient city. In the Eastern Wilderness, the upper echelons of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the Sky Demon Valley, and the Talisman Puppet Sect all gathered at their respective ancient teleportation grounds. This was the entrance to the Battle of Providence. The Talisman Puppet Sect, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and other high-ranking doyens, as well as some powerful elders, were all gathered near the ancient stone in the area. It's almost a year's time. I wonder if the ancient city of destiny will open this time. Du Songjue let out a long sigh. It wasn't easy to open the ancient city of Providence. Most of the previous wars of Providence failed to open it. The number of times it could be opened was limited. Hopefully, it can be opened. However, I'm afraid that the disciples of my Talisman Puppet Sect will be in danger as well. Bai Shijin also sighed. The other doyens also sighed. They were also conflicted. After the ancient city of destiny opened, they would enter the final battle. This was an opportunity for the disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect, but it was also very dangerous. Without strength, they would only be killed by others. At the same time, they thought of Lu Ming. Their goal for Lu Ming was to rank first on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, they also knew that it was too difficult to rank first on the list of top 1,000 talents. Most importantly, Lu Ming had too little time. Before participating in the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming's combat strength could at most compete with the top 100 geniuses. However, the top 100 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents were each more powerful than the last. It was too difficult for Lu Ming to catch up with those geniuses in just a year. After all, if he improved, those geniuses would also improve. They didn't have much hope in their hearts. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, the stone shook and emitted a bright light. It's open. The teleportation formation is open. This means that the ancient city of destiny is open. Bai Shijin and the others were overjoyed. Let's go in and enter the ancient city of destiny. Du Songjue shouted. Everyone stepped out and walked into the teleportation formation. At the same time, in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Sky Monster Valley, an ancient stone also emitted light. The higher-ups of the three sects stepped into the teleportation formation and disappeared. In the eastern wilderness, above a barren mountain, there was an earth-shattering roar in the endless void. Wind and clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Suddenly, the endless void cracked open and a huge space crack appeared. Then, an ancient city emerged from it. This ancient city was more than 10,000 miles long and wide. In the middle of the ancient city, there was a huge fighting ring made of a strange metal with strange patterns on it. Around the fighting ring were rows of seats in a circle. There were many rows of seats, like a coliseum. Sitting on the seats, one could watch everything that was happening on the fighting ring from above. On the north side of the fighting ring, there was no spectator stand. Instead, there was a long staircase that extended from below to the fighting ring. Suddenly, four black vortexes appeared in the sky above the spectator stand, and figures emerged from them. In one of the vortexes, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other founding elders of the Talisman Puppet sect appeared. On the right side of the Talisman Puppet sect, there were figures with corpse chi and ghost chi. They were the higher-ups of the Heavenly Corpse sect, and they were all powerful existences. Among them, there was a tall figure that was shrouded in corpse chi. It was impossible to see his appearance clearly. His aura was not strong, but it gave people a huge pressure. The Corpse Emperor of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Seeing this figure, Bai Shijin and the others narrowed their eyes and became solemn. The Corpse Emperor of the Heavenly Corpse sect was an Emperor realm expert, and he was as famous as Emperor De. This time, even the Corpse Emperor had appeared. It was clear how much importance they attached to this battle of providence. Fortunately, the ancient city of destiny had a huge suppressive force, just like the entrance of the battle of destiny. The older one was, the stronger the suppressive force. Even an Emperor realm expert would be greatly suppressed here, and he would not be able to display much of his combat strength. Therefore, they were not too worried. If they were outside, the Corpse Emperor alone could kill them all. On the right side of the Heavenly Corpse sect, another group of people appeared. They were the people of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The patriarchs of the 6 ancient clans were among them. There were also a few people who had a powerful aura. They were obviously people on the same level as the patriarchs of the 6 ancient clans. The patriarchs of the 6 ancient clans were not the only ones in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. However, Bai Shijin and the others ignored them and looked at a middle-aged man in a purple gold robe. Emperor De. Bai Shijin and the others were shocked. Chapter 956. Martial Emperor De was famous in the Eastern Barren region. He had created the De Tian Divine Palace and made it the strongest human force in the Eastern Barren region. He was very famous and powerful. Some people called Martial Emperor De the strongest martial emperor in the Eastern Barren region. Even the Corpse Emperor was weaker than him. Moreover, Bai Shijin and the others knew that De had killed Liaocang. They hated and feared Martial Emperor De. When Martial Emperor De appeared, he looked at the Talisman Puppet sect like 2 sharp swords. Although martial Emperor De was suppressed here, he still gave off a great pressure. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and the others' faces changed. They felt like a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. Only one person looked at martial Emperor De calmly. Yan Kuangtu. Yan Kuangtu had also entered with the people of the Talisman Puppet sect. Yan Kuangtu's forehead flashed and Nine Suns' sovereign walked out. After a year, Nine Suns' sovereign's soul was much more condensed than before. It was almost materialized. His soul was strong and his soul was stable. He looked at Martial Emperor De. Martial Emperor De's eyes emitted a bright light and a strong murderous intent. Although he did not say anything, it was clear. Do you think hiding in the Talisman Puppet sect is useful? The Wang clan leader looked at Yan Kuangtu and the others and said coldly, your Talisman Puppet sect will be destroyed because of this sooner or later. I wonder how many people from the Talisman Puppet sect will come to the ancient city of fortune in this battle of fortune. Don't let them all die. The Jiang clan leader said coldly. Don't worry, the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect will have their own opportunities. Bai Shijin said in a deep voice. It's useless to be stubborn. Soon, you will see the reality. The Wang clan leader said coldly. This time, Bai Shijin and the others did not reply. It was useless to say more. De, I don't know what you are thinking. You have two powerful disciples and grand disciples, but you don't want them. I'm jealous. At this moment, a voice came from another direction. It was a woman's voice, but it was charming. It made people's heartbeat quicken and their hearts tremble. Everyone looked at the source of the voice. Over there, demonic aura surged into the sky. The demons of the Sky Demon Valley had arrived. Among them was a woman who looked to be around 30 years old. She was wearing a thin veil that revealed her devilish figure. Her appearance was so beautiful that it could turn the world upside down. Any man who saw her couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Her every move, every frown, and every smile was filled with endless temptation. Demon Emperor. Central's heart trembled. The Demon Emperor of the Sky Demon Valley was said to be a nine-tailed fox, a pure-blooded nine-tailed fox. The pure-blooded nine-tailed fox was a divine beast. Although it wasn't particularly strong among the divine beasts, it was still extremely terrifying. Today, the three supreme existences of the Eastern Barren Territory, Emperor De, the Demon Emperor and the Corpse Emperor, had all arrived. It was a grand occasion that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. The number of sovereigns in the Eastern Wilderness could be counted with one's fingers. Every one of them was a supreme existence. There was no doubt that Emperor De, the Demon Emperor and the Corpse Emperor were the strongest existences among the sovereigns. Even though the Demon Sky Emperor was also an emperor, he was weaker than the three of them. Back then, the Demon Sky Emperor had only stopped Emperor De's clone. Now, it was obvious that Emperor De's real body had returned from the ocean. In comparison, the Talisman Puppet sect was too weak. Just a pair of evil disciples. Don't laugh at me, Demon Emperor. Emperor De said coldly. Are they really evil disciples? Why didn't I hear the rumors say so? De, you took the bloodline of the 9 suns and the blood essence of the 9 dragons. What do you want to do? I'm very curious. The Demon Emperor smiled slightly. His smile made many people's hearts beat faster. They were shocked and quickly looked away. They didn't dare to look at the Demon Emperor anymore. This was because the people present had high cultivation and had cultivated for many years. The weakest among them was an expert of the spiritual god realm. If those young people saw this, they would probably lose their minds and be unable to extricate themselves. Emperor De's eyes flashed and he didn't answer. The Demon Emperor looked at De and smiled. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, the place fell into silence. Everyone's eyes fell on the stairs. In the three-eyed divine tribe's monarch city, everyone looked at the sky and the huge thing that had appeared. Is that the ancient city of fortune? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Buzz. Suddenly, pillars of light appeared from the ancient city of fortune and landed on the young geniuses who were participating in the battle of fortune. At this moment, no matter where they were, no matter which relic they were in or which forbidden area they were in, as long as they were not dead, a pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped them. Then, the space trembled and they disappeared. In the monarch city, the geniuses disappeared without a trace. It was the same for Lu Ming. As the light pillar vibrated, his figure disappeared from sight. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself on a huge platform. Light flickered around him and figures kept appearing. Lu Ming saw the arch-god and the other elites of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the Sky Demon Valley, and the Talisman Puppet Sect. Huan Zhen, Wen Yuezhang, Bai Qi, Shui, and the others were all there. When they saw Lu Ming, they all smiled and walked over. The geniuses of the four overlord forces gathered together according to their forces. Lu Ming, are you okay? Huan Zhen walked over and asked. I'm fine. This time, I really have to thank you for the inscription scroll. Lu Ming smiled at Huan Zhen. Without Huan Zhen's inscription scroll, Lu Ming might not be able to seize the last totem pole even if he used all his strength. If he used all his strength, others would definitely stop him. How could he seize the totem pole? He used the inscription scroll to catch them off guard and seize the totem pole. Oh. Huan Zhen's eyes lit up. Lu Ming said so. Did he succeed? Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Wen Yuezhang, Bai Qi, Shui, and the others all came over to greet Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and responded to them one by one. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. With a loud laugh, Fatty walked over with his axe. Wan Tingting walked side by side with Fatty. Fatty, Tingting. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Since the beginning of the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming had not met Fatty and Wan Tingting. To be honest, he was quite worried that something would happen to them. Now that he saw them, he was naturally happy. Lu Ming, Tingting was worried that something would happen to you. I knew it. How can those trash do anything to you? Fatty grinned and glanced at Emperor God Palace and Sky Monster Valley with disdain. Before entering the Battle of Providence, these two forces wanted to kill Lu Ming without mercy. Chapter 957. This was especially so for the arch-god and the other strongest geniuses. They had seen how Lu Ming had taken the last totem pole by surprise in the monarch city. Humph, he relied on treasures to take people by surprise. He better not meet me in the battle for Providence later. Otherwise, I will definitely kill him. Luo Tian said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he glared at Lu Ming. That's right, I will definitely kill him too. Someone else also said coldly. The arch-god did not say anything, but his eyes were also very cold. At this point, the battle for Providence had not ended. There was still the second stage, the battle for Providence. The Providence that had been seized previously might not be preserved. Lu Ming smiled faintly, not bothering with these people's gazes. Let's go up the stairs and head to the platform. Someone spoke up and stepped forward. There was a huge staircase in front of the platform that led all the way up. Some people had already started to step up. Following which, the various forces stepped forward one after another. Actually, there were not many people left even if all the forces were added together. The Talisman Puppet Sect had more than 1,000 people who had participated in the battle for Providence. Now, there were less than 400 people left. The Arch-God Palace had nearly 10,000 people who had participated in the battle for Providence, including the men of sacrifice. Now, there were only about 2,000 people left. It could be said that they had suffered heavy casualties. The Heavenly Corpse Sect had less than 2,000 people left. The Heavenly Demon Valley was slightly better, with nearly 2,000 people left. Of course, the remaining people had more or less obtained some fortuitous encounters. Some even obtained great fortuitous encounters. As long as they survived, their future was limitless. Everyone stepped onto the stairs, but Lu Ming immediately saw a strange phenomenon. For example, the remaining men of sacrifice of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Arch-God Palace were climbing the stairs very quickly. Their bodies were light, but the famous geniuses were much slower. It was as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Step by step, it was very difficult. It is said that the more providence one obtains, the greater the pressure one will feel when walking up the stairs. It will be more difficult to walk, said the illusion and reality Tao at the side. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder. These men of sacrifice were in charge of exploring dangerous places. If there were treasures, they would naturally be taken by the geniuses. These men of sacrifice did not have much luck points, so they naturally moved very quickly. On top of the stairs, around the battle stage were the higher-ups of the four major forces. At that moment, they were staring at the stairs without blinking. Someone's coming. Suddenly, someone shouted. Many people's eyes lit up. A young man in a blood-red robe with a dull look in his eyes was a man of sacrifice from the Heavenly Corpse sect. He walked up the stairs and stepped into the fighting ring. When he stepped onto the battle platform, the Book of Fate appeared before him. The Book of Fate turned into a small worm and appeared above the young man's head. However, the next moment, the worm collapsed and a beam of light appeared above the young man's head. With a flash, the young man was transported away and appeared in a seat in the Heavenly Corpse sect's area. No one was surprised at all. In the first stage of the Battle of Providence, the map was constantly changing, but in the second stage, the ancient city of Providence was the same every time. This man of sacrifice from the Heavenly Corpse sect obviously did not have enough luck points and had been eliminated early. If one wanted to qualify for the next round of the Battle of Providence, they had to obtain a certain amount of luck points. If their luck points did not meet the standard, all the luck points they had obtained before would disappear and be wasted. They would be transported to the spectator stands and eliminated early. This was the same every Battle of Providence. Next, more and more people walked up. However, those who walked up at the beginning were those who had obtained very little luck points. Their books of fate turned into small worms, collapsed, and were transported away. The number of people in the spectator stands gradually increased. At first, most of them were men of sacrifice. Then, it was some young geniuses and geniuses. Someone's book of fate condensed into a small snake. It was many times larger than the previous worm, but it still collapsed and was eliminated early. As many as thousands of people were eliminated. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. A young man in a green robe had his book of fate collapsed and turned into a giant python. The giant python roared majestically. It was many times stronger than the previous worms and snakes. Moreover, the giant python did not collapse. It circled above his head, and he was not transported to the spectator stands. He remained in the fighting ring. The Python of Fate. Only those with more than 3,000 luck points can transform their luck into a python. Only then are they qualified to retain their luck and enter the Battle of Providence. An elder in the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace said. The young man was ecstatic. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely recognize this young man. He was Qin Qing Shan, ranked 999th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He had barely qualified for the next round. The next young men who walked up were all able to transform their luck into pythons. The giant pythons circled above their heads. It was a spectacular sight. In the end, more than 1,000 people were able to transform their luck into pythons. Roar! Suddenly, a roar reverberated throughout the entire arena, attracting everyone's attention. A 3-meter-long flood dragon condensed above a young man's head. It was even more majestic and powerful than the giant pythons. The Python of Fate. Only those with more than 10,000 luck points could transform their luck into a python. Between 3,000 and 10,000 luck points could transform one's luck into a python. Between 10,000 and 100,000 luck points could transform one's luck into a python. Above 100,000 luck points could transform one's luck into a dragon. Depending on the number of luck points one had, the length of the true dragon would also be different. Starting from this young man, the stage of transforming his luck into a python began. Talisman Puppet Sect, I didn't expect so many of your disciples to still be alive. The Wang family head looked at the Talisman Puppet Sect and sneered. Now that there were quite a number of Talisman Puppet Sect disciples, Bai Shijin and the rest were slightly relieved. I've said that the Talisman Puppet Sect disciples have their own opportunities. How could they die so easily? But it seems like you've lost quite a few people. Bai Shijin sneered. Hee, the main thing is to see how many of your Talisman Puppet Sect's so-called peerless geniuses can stay. The Wang family head sneered. Those who could transform their luck into a python were definitely the cream of the crop. This was because the young man who had transformed his luck into a python was a god-grade supreme talent. The supreme talents who came up later were the core of each sect. Heavens, why is it so heavy? At this moment, Lu Ming had also stepped onto the stairs. However, he felt as if a few hundred mountains were pressing down on him. It was simply difficult to move forward. Every step took a lot of effort. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and climbed up with difficulty. On the stairs, Lu Ming saw that the Emperor God, Shuijiani of the Heavenly Corpse sect, and a burly young man of the Sky Demon Valley were also walking very slowly. Their bodies were slightly trembling as they slowly moved forward. The fatty was also very slow, but relatively speaking, he was much faster than Lu Ming. Ha, Lu Ming, why are you so slow? I've finally surpassed you. The fatty grinned happily. His fat jiggled as he walked forward step by step, walking in front of the Emperor God and the rest. Similarly, there was another person who was also very slow. That was Bai Qi Shui. However, her speed was slightly faster than the fatty. In addition, Huanzhen also fell behind Bai Qi Shui. Chapter 958. Slowly, the number of people on the stairs decreased. Around the stage, the upper echelons of the various factions were still staring at the stairs. At this moment, there were close to 300 people on the stage who could transform their luck into a dragon. The 300 dragons were of different lengths. The shortest one was 10 feet long while the longest was 99 feet long. At this moment, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others' faces were getting worse. Only a few of the 13 Zongzi candidates had come up. The Wang family head's face was also ugly. He didn't see Wang Chong and Wang Chen. These people should have appeared in the crowd of people who could transform their luck into a dragon. It couldn't be that so many people could transform their luck into a dragon, right? In history, there were very few people who could transform their luck into a dragon. They were all monsters among monsters. Qi Shui, Lu Ming. Bai Shijin's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming and Bai Qi Shui didn't appear. Lu Ming might be able to transform his luck into a dragon, but Qi Shui, Bai Shijin was sad. He knew that with Bai Qi Shui's cultivation, it was almost impossible for her to obtain such a high amount of luck unless she had a heaven-defying opportunity. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the surroundings and interrupted Bai Shijin's thoughts. Bai Shijin hurriedly looked over and was immediately overjoyed. Bai Qi Shui, he saw Bai Qi Shui. At this moment, a 5-clawed dragon appeared above Bai Qi Shui's head. It was about 10 feet long and it suppressed all the pythons and dragons. Luck transforming into a dragon. Bai Qi Shui's luck could transform into a dragon. This was completely out of Bai Shijin's expectations. The other eminent elders of the Talisman Puppet sect were also overjoyed. Bai Qi Shui had obviously obtained a great opportunity. Without cultivation, what's the use of obtaining so many luck points? You'll have to spit them out later. Seeing that the two top prodigies of the Wang family didn't appear, the Wang family head was in a bad mood and he sneered. Bai Shijin and the others' faces changed. That's right, in a while, there will be a fight. Bai Qi Shui has a lot of luck points, but her cultivation is not strong, she will definitely be targeted by many people. As expected, the surrounding geniuses all stared at Bai Qi Shui with unfriendly gazes. When they discovered that Bai Qi Shui's cultivation base was indeed not high, all of their eyes burned with passion. Roar! At that moment, another prodigy stepped forward. Similarly, a true dragon appeared above his head as his fate transformed into a dragon. It's Nangong Bo. Someone shouted. Ha, Bo, is not bad. Nangong family head smiled. No one was surprised that Nangong Bo was ranked 32nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. The true dragon formed by Nangong Bo's luck was about the same length as Bai Qi's snow dragon, about 30 meters long. Next, those who ascended the stairs were all dragons of destiny. Most of them ranked above Nangong Bo on the list of top 1,000 talents. Of course, there were some who were special. There were also some who were ranked below Nangong Bo, but they were very few. There were even those who had not made it onto the list of top 1,000 talents. For example, the Heavenly Corpse Sex Corpse King. There were also the Sky Monster Valley's prodigies. Those who could transform their luck into dragons were all monsters among monsters. They were extremely powerful. There were very few people like Bai Qi Shui, who had obtained great opportunities and accumulated luck points. Ru Kong. Soon, Bai Shijing, Du Songjue, and the others were overjoyed to see another prodigy from the Talisman Puppet sect transform his luck into a dragon. Ru Kong was ranked second only to Huan Zhen in the Talisman Puppet sect. The true dragon above his head was 15 meters long. 10,000 was 10 meters, which meant that Ru Kong had obtained about 150,000 luck points. As for Wen Yuezhang and the others, they were only dragons of destiny. It seems that Guan Tao, Lu Song, and the others have all died. Bai Shijing, Du Songjue, and the others sighed. Ru Kong had appeared, and now there was Huan Zhen. Of course, there was also Lu Ming. But could Lu Ming really transform his luck into a dragon? He had not appeared yet. Everyone was unsure and worried. However, Yan Kuangtu and Supreme Nine Yang were very calm. As for the three sovereigns, they did not say a word and just watched quietly. This was especially true for the demonic beast emperor. A layer of colorful light emanated from her body and enveloped her. Otherwise, with her allure that could turn all living things upside down, many young people would probably go crazy just by looking at her. Bam! Another young man stepped onto the fighting ring with heavy footsteps. Demon Lord Luo Tian. Someone exclaimed. Finally, someone in the top 10 of the list of top 1,000 talents had appeared. As soon as Luo Tian appeared, the Book of Destiny transformed into a true dragon that was 16 meters long. Next, a few more people stepped onto the stage. They were all in the top 10 of the list of top 1,000 talents. One of them was even a new prodigy, which shocked everyone. Every one of them had a dragon of destiny that was greater than Luo Tian's, and one of them even had a dragon of 20 meters long. Bam! A fat figure stepped onto the fighting ring. It's him. Many people were shocked. Most people in the Emperor Sky Divine Palace knew this fat man. He was the disciple of the demonic Sky Divine Emperor and had a good relationship with Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon roared as a 25-meter-long true dragon condensed above the fat man's head, suppressing the true dragons of Luo Tian and the others. This caused many people to be incomparably shocked. This fatty had actually accumulated so many luck points. However, some people felt better when they remembered that the fat man was the disciple of an emperor. How many people in the eastern wilderness could be accepted as disciples by an emperor? It was normal for some people to be special. After the fat man, those who stepped onto the stage were all over 25 meters long. Bam! A young man with purple flames all over his body stepped onto the fighting ring. Wang Fenchen. The Wang family head's eyes lit up when he saw this young man. Everyone's eyes were focused on this young man. Wang Fenchen of the Wang family was ranked 5th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was also the only one in the Wang family who was in the top 10. He was extremely powerful. The true dragon above Wang Fengtian's head was 30 meters long. Immediately after Wang Fengtian, a very elegant young man stepped onto the fighting ring. The true dragon above his head was 31 meters long. It was 10 meters longer than Wang Fengtian. Dongfang Yu. A name popped up in everyone's mind. She was a peerless genius of the ancient Dongfang family and ranked third on the list of top 1,000 talents. Then, a beautiful woman stepped out. She was a genius of the demon clan, and her luck dragon was even longer than Dongfang Yu's. Bam! Bam! More people stepped onto the fighting ring. Some people recognized that they were the geniuses of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Clang! A blood-red sword chi shot out as a scarlet-robed young man stepped onto the fighting ring. The luck dragon on his body had reached an astonishing 40 meters long. Xue Jiani was the strongest among the younger generation of the Heavenly Corpse sect and ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents. Since Xue Jiani has appeared, I think only Di Shen and AO2 from the Sky Monster Valley are left. That's right. AO2 from the Sky Monster Valley is a rare genius among the Flood Dragons. He can compete with Di Shen. I wonder who will get more luck points this time. I think it will be Di Shen. Although AO2 is strong, he's still weaker than Di Shen. Look, someone is coming up. Chapter 959. A muscular young man who was more than 2 meters tall stepped into the fighting ring. The fighting ring rumbled as a true dragon appeared above his head and roared. 460 feet. He was AO2 from Sky Monster Valley. His luck dragon was 460 feet long, which was 60 feet longer than Xue Jiani's. However, since he had come up earlier, everyone knew that the sovereign god had probably obtained more luck points. AO2 turned around and looked at the stairs, his eyes shining. Bang! Bang! At the top of the stairs, there was a rumbling sound. Soon, a handsome face appeared. It was Di Shen. Di Shen took slow steps, as if they were extremely heavy. Bang! Finally, he took a step forward and a true dragon appeared above his head. 560 feet, 560 feet long. Gosh, no wonder the Emperor God is ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents. His Dragon of Providence, which is 560 feet long, overpowered the rest and took first place. Yes, it's already 560 feet long. When the Battle of Luck starts, it will have a chance to reach 1,000 feet long. Exclamations came from all around. Ha, congratulations, Your Majesty. Di Shen is just like Your Majesty when you were young. Maybe there will be another martial royal realm expert in our Emperor Divine Palace. Congratulations. The head of the Wang family congratulated Martial Emperor De. Yes, Brother Wang is right. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Patriarch Jiang and the others also congratulated Emperor De. Lu Ming, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others cried out in sorrow. Even the Emperor God had appeared. There should be no one behind him. Could it be that Lu Ming had already died? Even Yan Kuangtu and Supreme Nine Sons were a little shaken, and their eyes dimmed. Compared to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents, Lu Ming was still too weak. Was this the end? However, they did not notice that Di Shen, AO2, Xue Jiani, and the others were still looking at the stairs. The sovereigns also stared at the stairs, as if they could sense something. At this time, the others also noticed something strange and looked at the stairs. Was there someone else? How could this be? Monarch God, AO2, and Xue Jiani had all appeared. Was there someone else who had yet to ascend? Impossible, who could obtain more luck points than the Monarch God? Unless someone deliberately stayed on the stairs and waited until the end to come up to attract attention. It wasn't like there weren't such people in history. However, the crowd couldn't help but stare at it curiously. Bang! A slight vibration could be heard. There was really someone. The eyes of Bai Shijin, Yan Kuangtu, and the others lit up. If there were still people, then there was still hope. Bang! Bang! At first, it was very soft, but slowly, it became louder and clearer. In the end, it was as if there was an earthquake. Every explosion sounded like a mountain smashing into the ground. Finally, a handsome face appeared in front of everyone. It's Lu Ming. The eyes of Bai Shijin, Yan Kuangtu, and the others suddenly lit up, emitting a bright light. Lu Ming, it's him. It's actually him. He's the last one. How is this possible? I think he's pretending to be the last one to ascend. In fact, he didn't obtain much luck points. It's impossible for him to have more luck points than the monarch god. It must be so. It's already good enough that he can transform his luck into a dragon. There was a burst of discussion around. At this time, Lu Ming was trembling all over and gasping for breath. My nest, why is it so heavy? It's too heavy. Lu Ming cursed in his heart. He felt like he was carrying hundreds of mountains on his back as he climbed the stairs. He was half dead tired. He was envious of the others who were as light as a swallow. Bang! Finally, he stepped onto the battle platform. The entire platform rumbled violently. When Lu Ming stepped onto the platform, his body suddenly became lighter and all the pressure disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the Book of Luck appeared and collapsed. A luck dragon appeared above Lu Ming's head. Roar! Dragon roars reverberated as a mighty and extraordinary true dragon coiled up, looking awe-inspiring. More importantly, the true dragon was 80 feet long. Yes, 80 feet. The scene was silent. Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at the young man on the platform and the true dragon that was 80 feet long. 80 feet, how was that possible? How could Lu Ming obtain such a terrifying amount of luck points? Even Yan Kuangtu, Supreme Nine Sons, Bai Shijin, and the supremes of the other major forces were stunned. 80 feet, how is that possible? Lu Ming, that little bastard, how could he obtain such a high amount of luck points? How is that possible? The Wang family head was the first to cry out in disbelief. He was a supremes and had a stable state of mind. He could remain calm in the face of any major event. However, this matter was so shocking that he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Could it be that his strength has improved to such a level in the battle of luck? The amount of luck points he obtained has reached 80 feet. The Jiang family head was also shocked. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, well done. I knew this kid could do it. Yan Kuangtu was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Supreme Nine Sons' eyes flickered with joy. Meanwhile, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other upper echelons of the Talisman Puppet sect were overjoyed. This was truly beyond their expectations. Although they had given Lu Ming the first place in the Battle of Luck, they knew that the condition was too high. They had raised the condition on purpose to put pressure on Lu Ming. In their hearts, it was fine as long as Lu Ming could come in the top 10. To their surprise, Lu Ming actually came in first. Although there was still the Battle of Luck to come. At this moment, Lu Ming had become the focus of the crowd. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him. Roar! Above his head, the 80 feet true dragon of luck roared into the sky, looking down at the other dragons of luck, the serpent of luck, and the giant serpents. Even the monarch god's true dragon of luck was a lot shorter than Lu Ming's. It's just that we attracted the opponent's experts in the end and then relied on the treasure to launch a surprise attack. All this luck will belong to me in the end. I will make you spit it all out. At this moment, the monarch god spoke coldly. That's right, the guy who hides in the dark and takes advantage of others is just relying on treasures and surprise. How can you get so many luck points with your true ability? Demon Lord Luo Tian also sneered, full of disdain. They all thought that Lu Ming had obtained so many luck points because he had obtained the totem pole in the end. Chapter 960. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that although the last totem pole had given him a lot of luck points, it wasn't that much. The last totem pole gave him about 200,000 luck points, which was about the same as the totem pole on Sky Poison Island. The reason why he had about 800,000 luck points was that he had killed more than a dozen talents from the Bloodsaber continent. Among the talents from the Bloodsaber continent, 2 of them were equivalent to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Each of them had contributed more than 100,000 luck points to him. Together with the luck points from the others and the previous ones, Lu Ming had obtained 800,000 luck points. But the Emperor God, Luo Tian, Wang Fenchen, and the others didn't know. They thought that the last totem pole must have rewarded a huge amount of luck points, which was why Lu Ming had so many luck points. The others suddenly understood. I see. I was wondering how Lu Ming could get so many luck points. It turns out that he used despicable means to get them. The Wang family head sneered. What's the point of getting them like that? He won't be able to protect himself in the battle of luck. Countless people will be watching him. His luck points will be taken away. The Jiang family head sneered. True enough, at this moment, many pairs of eyes were staring at Lu Ming with burning desire. There was a look of greed in them. The top 10, 20, and even the top 30 on the list of top 1,000 talents, including the rising talents and the talents from the Sky Demon Valley, were all looking at Lu Ming eagerly. It was as if Lu Ming was a big piece of meat that everyone wanted to take a bite out of. 800,000 luck points. If he defeated or even killed Lu Ming, how many luck points could he obtain? Their hearts were thumping wildly. The Emperor God, AO2, and the others also had a lot of luck points, but none of them dared to have any ideas. Wasn't it courting death to try and get the attention of Dishen and the others? However, Lu Ming merely relied on luck and treasures to obtain so many luck points. If that was not a fat piece of meat, then what was? Only a few people looked serious. For example, Brother Li Tian and Nangong Bo. They had all fought Lu Ming before and knew how powerful Lu Ming was. This was especially true for Nangong Bo. Even he had lost to Lu Ming. After that, nearly half a year had passed. Lu Ming must have become even stronger. This piece of fatty meat might not be tasty. However, the matter of Nangong Bo losing to Lu Ming was not spread out. Almost no one knew about it. So besides the members of the Talisman Puppet sect, there were very few people that knew of Lu Ming's combat strength. The corners of the mouths of many people from the Talisman Puppet sect curled up into cold smiles. They had seen how powerful Lu Ming was. He had easily killed several geniuses from the Blood Knife continent who were comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming was not a piece of meat, but a knife that could kill. What kind of expression would they have when they saw Lu Ming's battle prowess? Many Talisman Puppet sect disciples revealed expressions of anticipation. However, deep down, they were still a little worried. Although Lu Ming was strong, he was still a threat to Dishen, AO2, and Xue Jianyi. After Lu Ming stepped onto the stage, there was no one else behind him. The number of people who were qualified to participate in the battle for Providence had also been determined. About 1,000 people could transform their Providence into a python. About 300 people could transform their Providence into a python. Only about 60 people could transform their Providence into a dragon. These 60 people included the geniuses from the Sky Monster Valley and the Rising Geniuses. Therefore, only the top 30 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents could achieve this. Of course, there were exceptions. Some of the lower-ranked geniuses could achieve this, while some of the top 30 did not. Buzz! At this moment, the fighting ring vibrated slightly and glowed. The fighting ring is turning into a battlefield. Let's go to the spectator stands first. Someone shouted and flew to the spectator stands. The geniuses on the fighting ring flashed and flew to the surrounding fighting rings, landing in their respective areas. In an instant, there was no one left on the fighting ring. Buzz! The fighting ring glowed and suddenly, 8 semicircular light shields like bubbles appeared, dividing the fighting ring into 8 parts. Mountains and rivers slowly appeared in the light shields, as if a world was evolving. Everyone was well aware of this point. Later, the fighting ring would evolve into 8 different areas, forming 8 battlefields. All the geniuses who had transformed their providence into pythons would be automatically divided into 8 groups and enter the 8 battlefields to compete. As long as they defeated their opponents, they would obtain 50% of their opponent's providence. Those who lost would be eliminated and sent out. In the end, they would keep half of their providence. Once they killed their opponents, they would obtain all of their opponent's providence. However, their opponents could also admit defeat, but once they did, they would lose 90% of their providence and only 10% would be left. It could be said that the weaker ones were destined to lose their providence to the stronger ones. However, it was not completely hopeless. The battle for providence lasted for an hour. As long as one could survive an hour, they would be able to keep all of their providence when the battle for providence ended. In the end, the person with the strongest providence in each battlefield would be able to advance. In the last 8 battlefields, the 8 people with the strongest providence would be selected for the final battle to continue competing for each other's providence. That was why so many people were staring at Lu Ming fervently. In their opinion, Lu Ming was a piece of juicy meat. Everyone watched quietly. It would take some time for the battlefields to evolve. At this time, Lu Ming quietly came to Bai Shijin's side. "Senior Bai, I have a favor to ask of you." Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bai Shijin. "What is it? Just say it." Bai Shijin also transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. "I obtained a treasure in the Battle of Providence. It's called the Mountain River Diagram." Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bai Shijin. After that, the mountain river painting appeared in his hand and he handed it to Bai Shijin. "There's actually such a wonderful treasure. Don't worry, I'll get it done for you. It won't take much time." Bai Shijin took the mountain river painting and then retreated silently. In a flash, he disappeared into the teleportation vortex and left the place. Almost no one noticed him. At this time, everyone's attention was on the fighting ring below. Time passed slowly. A few minutes later, the 8 areas covered by the light barrier were completed, forming 8 worlds. 8 different worlds. Some were mountains and forests, some were deserts, some were rocks, some were swamps. The 8 light shields each had a diameter of about 10 miles. Therefore, from the outside, the mountains and forests looked very small, like miniature figures. But many people knew that this was the battlefield of 100,000 miles. Each battlefield was 100,000 miles long and wide. The area was not small. Buzz! The light shields shone and the battlefields were completed. A number appeared on the light shields of each battlefield. They were 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 8 represented 8 battlefields. At this time, light beams shot out from the 8 battlefields and fell on the young people who were going to participate in the battle for Providence. Chapter 961. A number appeared above everyone's head, representing the number of the battlefield they would enter. The number above Lu Ming's head was 8, which meant that Lu Ming would enter the 8th battlefield. Lu Ming glanced around and found that some disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect also had the number 8. Bai Qi Shui was also on the 8th battlefield. The Fatty was on the 2nd battlefield, Wan Tingting was on the 3rd battlefield and Huan Zhen was on the 4th battlefield. "Ha, Lu Ming, you're also on the 8th battlefield, and that chick." Suddenly, a burst of excited laughter was heard. Lu Ming looked towards the source of the laughter and found that it was actually Luo Tian. The number above his head was also on the 8th battlefield. His eyes were cold and fiery as he looked at Lu Ming and Bai Qi Shui. In addition, many Sky Prides who were assigned to the 8th battlefield were also looking at Lu Ming and Bai Qi Shui with fiery eyes. Damn, Luo Tian's luck is heaven-defying. He's actually assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming and that chick. These two are obviously fat meat that will give him good luck. Yeah, Luo Tian's luck is too good. Most importantly, there aren't any experts in the 8th battlefield. Look, Di Shen and the others are not on the 8th battlefield. There's only one Sky Pride from the Sky Monster Valley who can compete with Luo Tian in the 8th battlefield. There aren't any other strong experts. Luo Tian's luck is too good. I'm envious. The surrounding sky prides revealed an envious expression. Lu Ming sneered and looked around. He found that Di Shen was assigned to the first battlefield, Ao Tu was assigned to the seventh battlefield, Shui Jian was assigned to the third battlefield, Wang Fengchen was assigned to the second battlefield. Those who were stronger than Luo Tian were actually not on the eighth battlefield. At this moment, Luo Tian was so excited that he wanted to roar. Luck, his luck was too good. Not only was he assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming, but those stronger sky prides were also not assigned to the eighth battlefield. His luck was simply heaven-defying. When he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent and burning greed. Another genius from the Sky Demon Valley was just as excited as Luo Tian. He was also a peerless genius from the Sky Demon Valley. His reputation wasn't any weaker than Luo Tian's. He was also a terrifying existence. At this moment, his emotions were exactly the same as Luo Tian's. He was extremely excited. Di Shen, Shui Jiani, and the others harumphed coldly. They had missed out on Lu Ming. In their view, Lu Ming's destiny was destined to be snatched away by someone. The faces of Du Songjue and the others turned solemn. Lu Ming, Qi Shui, the battle will last for an hour. Try to drag it out as long as you can. If the situation doesn't look good, admit defeat immediately, understand? The two of you will definitely be targeted. Du Songjue warned seriously. Senior Du, don't worry. I know what to do. As for Bai, Lu Ming smiled, looking at Bai Qi Shui. Bai Qi Shui widened her eyes and stared at him without blinking. Bai. Qi Shui, once we enter the battlefield, find a place to inscribe a defensive array. I will go find you. If you can't win, admit defeat as soon as possible. Lu Ming said. You will come find me, right? Bai Qi Shui stared at Lu Ming and asked. Yes. Lu Ming touched his nose speechlessly. He, then I will definitely persevere until you come find me. Bai Qi Shui laughed happily. Lu Ming was even more speechless. Yan Kuangtu, Du Songjue, and the others revealed an I see expression and an inexplicable smile. Ru Kong, you will be in the same battlefield as Di Shen. If you encounter Di Shen, admit defeat immediately, understand? Du Songjue looked at Ru Kong and instructed. Ru Kong was Du Songjue's disciple. I understand. Ru Kong nodded. Buzz. At this moment, there was a fluctuation in the space. Lu Ming and the others felt a force pulling them and they were pulled towards the 8 battlefields. Lu Ming, Bai Qi Shui and the others flew towards the light shield of the 8th battlefield. As they approached the light barrier, their bodies began to strangely shrink. Finally, they entered the light barrier and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a barren mountain full of stone walls. The 8th battlefield was filled with barren mountains and stone cliffs. It was desolate without a single blade of grass or tree. There were only stone cliffs and rocks everywhere. I heard that everything in this battlefield is very hard. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming threw a punch at a giant stone. Boom! Only a corner of the giant stone was broken. The rest of the stone was intact. It's so hard. Although I didn't use my full strength, the punch just now could shatter a few mountains outside. Here, it can only break a corner of a giant stone. Lu Ming sighed secretly. Here, he could unleash his combat strength to his heart's content. Let's go find Qi Shui. With a step, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky, turning into a ray of light and disappearing into the horizon. Although this battlefield was 100,000 miles long and wide, it really wasn't big for these geniuses who were participating in the battle for Providence. An hour was enough for them to go back and forth many times. Among those who could turn Providence into a python, the weakest was at Qin Qingshan's level. After such a long time, Qin Qingshan's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. It could be said that among those who participated in this battle, the weakest cultivation was at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. The 7th level of the spiritual sea realm was extremely fast. It really didn't take much time to cross the distance of 100,000 miles. Outside the battlefield, everyone was watching with their eyes wide open. From the outside, the 100,000-mile territory had shrunk to 10 miles. It had shrunk by 10,000 times. If a person was placed inside, it was almost impossible to see. But those who had reached the spiritual God realm or even the supreme realm had terrifying eyesight. In their eyes, they could still clearly see the movements of everyone inside the light shield. Not good, there's an expert heading towards Qi Shui. A senior elder of the Talisman Puppet sect cried out worriedly. At this moment, Bai Qi Shui was in a stone forest, constantly inscribing inscriptions and setting up a formation to prepare for defense. I hope that girl Qi Shui can't take it and quickly admit defeat. Du Songjue was a little worried. Just a moment ago, they knew that Bai Qi Shui had obtained the emperor's inheritance, and they were incomparably excited. Bai Qi Shui's value in their hearts had risen. Nothing could happen to Bai Qi Shui. Even if she lost 90% of her providence, nothing could happen to Bai Qi Shui. After Bai Qi Shui obtained the emperor's inheritance, her cultivation in the path of inscription had increased a lot. With a wave of her finger, endless inscriptions entered the mountain forest. In just a few minutes, who knew how many inscriptions had been inscribed? Ha ha ha, it's the girl from the Talisman Puppet sect. My luck is too good. With a loud laugh, a genius from the Heavenly Corpse sect appeared. A 15-foot-long flood dragon of providence appeared above the genius of the Heavenly Corpse sect. His eyes were blazing as he stared at the 30-meter-long flood dragon of providence above Bai Qi Shui's head. He wished for nothing more than to swallow Bai Qi Shui whole. This girl is mine. A cold voice sounded. The sky trembled as another figure appeared. It was a young man with a gloomy gaze. Demonic chi surged from his body, and there was also a 20-meter-long flood dragon of providence above his head. If you want this girl's providence, then it'll depend on your ability. Chapter 962. In their opinion, Bai Qi Shui was just a piece of meat on a chopping board that could be slaughtered at any time. Their opponent was the other party. Therefore, the two sides confronted each other. Then I'll kill you first before dealing with this chick. The Sky Monster Valley's genius released a shocking murderous intent. In a flash, he pounced towards the Heavenly Corpse sect's genius. You're courting death. The Heavenly Corpse sect's genius also shouted coldly, and the two of them started fighting. Bai Qi Shui was stunned for a moment, but she seized the opportunity to quickly inscribe array formations. She had already inscribed countless array formations. Swoosh! Suddenly, a golden spear light pierced through from the other side. Its target was Bai Qi Shui. It was a genius from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, and his eyes flashed with pride. In his opinion, the Heavenly Corpse sect and Sky Monster Valley's geniuses were really stupid. They actually started fighting, which was good for him. He wanted to kill Bai Qi Shui in one fell swoop and obtain Bai Qi Shui's 100,000 luck points. Oh no! There are others. The geniuses from the Heavenly Corpse sect and Sky Monster Valley wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Rise! At this moment, Bai Qi Shui shouted. She took a step forward and an array formation appeared. A huge ancient shield appeared in front of her. Bam! The spear light pierced the shield, and there was a loud boom. However, the shield did not break, and it only shook a little. What a tough shield! The young man in the golden robe appeared with a cold look in his eyes. Swoosh! 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 Suddenly, the long spear in his hand pierced 16 times in a row. 16 spear lights pierced through the void and pierced towards Bai Qi Shui. Bai Qi Shui shouted. Her fingers danced, and another array formation shone. This time, more than a dozen array formations shone at the same time. More than a dozen ancient shields appeared, blocking Bai Qi Shui from all directions. At the same time, a circle of light enveloped her. From the very beginning, the formations that Bai Qixue had set up were all defensive formations. Her goal was to defend. As long as she defended, she would wait for Lu Ming. She believed that Lu Ming would definitely arrive. Clang! 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 More than a dozen spear lights pierced the ancient shield, but the shield only shook for a moment and blocked all of them. It couldn't be broken. The young man in the golden robe looked at the Heavenly Corpse sect's geniuses. Everyone, this chick has some skills. Of the array formation defense of the array of us, if we waste too much time, or demon Luo of the demon of. Oh. Of us. Of us with you. Alright, let's do that. Let's attack together. The three parties reached an agreement and attacked at the same time. Instantly, Bai Qixue's defense began to shake violently. In the outside world, Du Songjue and the others were worried. Qixue's defensive formation is quite mysterious. It must be related to the inheritance that she obtained. However, she won't be able to hold on for long if the three geniuses join forces. The founding elders were discussing. Oh no, Lu Ming is going to meet an expert. One of the founding elders suddenly shouted. The others hurriedly looked in Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming was flying at top speed. He had already flown for tens of thousands of miles. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying saber light slashed toward Lu Ming from the side. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He suddenly stopped and dodged the saber light. A young man with a saber on his back appeared in front of Lu Ming. Ha, I didn't expect to be so lucky to meet you first. Lu Ming, your luck points are mine. The young man with the saber looked excited and ecstatic. He really didn't expect to meet Lu Ming first. There weren't many top experts in Battlefield number 8, but there were many weaker ones. For example, there were many geniuses in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. He, Luo Dao, was ranked 48th on the list of top 1,000 talents. In his opinion, he could kill Lu Ming. After killing Lu Ming and obtaining Lu Ming's luck points, he would find a place to hide. After an hour, he would be able to obtain a huge amount of luck points. Luck. Get lost. Lu Ming strode forward. Ha, die. Luo Dao unsheathed his saber. The dazzling saber light seemed to be able to split the world as it slashed toward Lu Ming. On the spectator stand, Du Songjue and the rest could not help but feel anxious. Would Lu Ming be able to block this saber? Not only the Talisman Puppet Sect, but the experts from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Sky Demon Valley were also watching Lu Ming. Lu Ming, that little bastard. If he doesn't admit defeat, he'll be dead. Luo Dao is a rare genius among the Emperor Heaven Imperial Guard, the Wang family had sneered. But before he could finish, he froze. This was because Luo Dao was already dead. Lu Ming did not stop moving. He stabbed out with his spear, and a spear light that was 10 times brighter than Luo Dao's saber light pierced through the void. It shattered his saber light and pierced through Luo Dao's throat. Luo Dao's eyes widened. They were filled with doubt, shock, and indignation. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? How could he kill him with a single strike? At this moment, he was filled with regret. Did Lu Ming really obtain so many luck points by luck? This was the last thought in his mind. Roar! Once Luo Dao died, the luck dragon above Lu Ming's head swallowed Luo Dao's luck dragon. Then, Lu Ming's luck dragon grew by another 6 feet. Everyone around the spectator stand was silent. The Wang family head was extremely embarrassed. Du Songjue and the others were overjoyed. It seems that Lu Ming's ability to obtain an 80 feet dragon of luck is not completely useless. He is quite capable. An elder from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace said. Luo Dao is only ranked 48th on the list of top 1,000 talents. There are many people stronger than him. He's the target of all. Even if he's capable, he's still going to die. the Wang family head said coldly. On the battlefield, Lu Ming put away Luo Dao's storage ring and was about to continue flying forward. Suddenly, there was a sound in front of him. Another young man appeared and blocked Lu Ming's path. This young man was full of corpse qi and had a fierce look in his eyes. Shi Ming, ranked 30th on the list of top 1,000 talents, someone shouted. Ha, let's see how Lu Ming is going to die now. The Wang family head laughed. Some people from the Heavenly Corpse sect also smiled. If Shi Ming could obtain Lu Ming's luck, it would be a great thing for the Heavenly Corpse sect. You killed Luo Dao. Hee, you seem to have some combat strength. But you're dead meat now that you've met me. Shi Ming sneered. Above his head, a 99 feet long flood dragon circled. He was almost at the stage of transforming his luck into a dragon. You're courting death. Lu Ming did not stop. He strode forward and punched out. You're the one who's going to die. Shi Ming waved his hand, and a refined corpse pounced on Lu Ming and punched out. Bam! Chapter 963. Go, go! Shi Ming roared and controlled two refined corpses to charge at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! With two loud explosions, the two refined corpses exploded. Lu Ming's fist suddenly sped up and released a terrifying pressure, locking Shi Ming in place. Shi Ming's eyes widened and he growled, No, how can he be so strong? I have to block it. Corpse qi surged from his body and he used all his strength to hit Lu Ming with his palm. This palm was extremely terrifying, but it was like a piece of paper in front of Lu Ming. The terrifying fist force directly penetrated Shi Ming's body. At this moment, it was too late for him to admit defeat. Bang! His body was torn into pieces. The 99 feet long flood dragon was swallowed by Lu Ming's Dragon of Providence in one gulp. Lu Ming's Dragon of Providence had grown by nearly 100 feet, reaching nearly 96 feet. It was only a few feet away from 100 feet. A terrifying devouring power burst out from his palm and devoured Luo Dao and Shi Ming's blood essence and genuine core strength. Then, his body swayed and he flew forward. His eyes scanned the surrounding thousands of miles, looking for Bai Qixue. On the spectator stand, the people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect all looked gloomy. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond their expectations. Lu Ming had easily killed a genius ranked 30th on the list of top 1,000 talents. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Unfortunately, they could only watch. The battlefield was isolated and they could not sense Lu Ming's specific cultivation. This little bastard, did Wang Yan and Wang Qin die at his hands? The head of the Wang family bellowed. His hatred for Lu Ming was insane. However, Martial Emperor De was expressionless and calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Du Songjue, Yan Kuangtu, Supreme Nine Sons and the others smiled. As long as Lu Ming finds Qi Shui and finds a place to hide, he will be safe, said a senior elder of the Talisman Puppet sect. That's right, but Lu Ming has so many luck points now. Even if he doesn't get them, I'm afraid no one has more luck points than him in battlefield number 8. When the time comes, he will still have to participate in the final 8 battles. The other person was a little worried and said with a heavy expression. Thinking of this, the others' faces also darkened. If one didn't have the strength, it would be very difficult to protect one's luck. Lu Ming was flying, and so was Luo Tian. A peerless genius from the Sky Demon Valley was also flying at full speed. They had to find Lu Ming as soon as possible, kill Lu Ming, and steal Lu Ming's luck points. They did not have much time, only an hour. If Lu Ming evaded them for an hour, they would not have a share of Lu Ming's immense karmic luck. Damned Lu Ming, where are you? Luo Tian roared. Suddenly, he saw a few people in front of him and immediately rushed over. Not good, it's Luo Tian. Run! When those people saw Luo Tian, they fled frantically. Die! Luo Tian revealed a ferocious expression as his demonic aura surged. He slashed out with his black demonic saber and killed 2 people instantly. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The last person screamed crazily. As that person screamed, a pillar of light shrouded him and Luo Tian's saber light could not cut through him. The karmic luck dragon above his head devoured all the karmic luck of the 2 people he killed. The person who admitted defeat also had 90% of his luck points devoured. Then, the person who admitted defeat was sent out and landed on the spectator stand. The karmic luck dragon above Luo Tian's head grew by more than 20 feet. Too little. I still have to find Lu Ming. That chick from the Talisman Puppet sect is not bad either. Luo Tian's eyes were cold as he continued to fly. At this moment, Bai Qi Snow was struggling to resist. The defensive shield around her was constantly vibrating and it seemed like it would not be able to hold on for much longer. Ha, work harder. This chick can't hold on for much longer. The golden-robed young man laughed. Among the 3 of them, the golden-robed young man was a newly risen Sky Pride. However, their strength was comparable to the top 100 Sky Prides on the list of top 1,000 talents. It was already considered good that Bai Qi Snow could hold on for so long when the 3 of them joined forces. Lu Ming is almost here. On the spectator stand, the eyes of Du Songjue and the others lit up. They were outside and had a high vantage point, so they could see everything clearly. At this moment, they saw Lu Ming rushing towards Bai Qi Snow. Oh no, Luo Tian is also rushing over there. One of the founding elders shouted. Their expressions were extremely ugly and they could not help but clench their fists. Ha ha ha. In the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, the patriarch of the Wang clan, the patriarch of the Jiang clan, and the others laughed. Lu Ming is destined to die in the hands of our Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's Sky Prides. The patriarch of the Wang clan laughed heartily. Swoosh! Lu Ming traveled 100 miles in an instant, crossing countless deserts and stone cliffs under his feet. Along the way, he also encountered other geniuses. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. He flashed past them. Those geniuses with weaker cultivation levels did not dare to stop him at all. They fled one after another. Lu Ming was not in the mood to steal their luck. There's a battle ahead. That's Qi Shui. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Bai Qi Snow being surrounded by 3 young men. Rumble. His speed became even faster, bringing about a terrifying sonic boom. The golden-robed young man and the other 2 were shocked when they heard the terrifying sonic boom. They stopped and looked in the direction of the sonic boom. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. The 3 of them were shocked and hurriedly retreated. The 3 of them stood side by side with a grave look in their eyes. Although many people wanted to kill Lu Ming and steal Lu Ming's luck points, those were the Sky Prides who ranked at the top. As for the few of them, although their cultivation levels were not weak, they did not have the confidence to go against Lu Ming. Before the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming's combat strength was already very strong. They were only comparable to the top 100 Sky Prides on the list of top 1,000 talents, so they did not dare to underestimate Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming's figure appeared above Bai Qi Snow's head. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Bai Qi Snow said with a smile. Looks like I'm not late. Lu Ming also smiled. At this moment, the golden-robed young man and the other 2 were secretly discussing. If the 3 of us join forces, we might be able to kill Lu Ming. Do you want to take a gamble? The golden-robed young man secretly transmitted his voice. Take a gamble? If you want to take a gamble, go ahead. Idiots, didn't you see that Lu Ming's Providence Dragon has grown by more than 100 feet? In just a short while, his Providence Dragon has grown by more than 100 feet. There will definitely be experts stronger than us who will die at Lu Ming's hands. The Sky Prides of the Heavenly Corp sect sneered and slowly retreated. The golden-robed young man and the Sky Prides of the Sky Demon Valley were shocked. Only then did they notice the change in Lu Ming's Providence Dragon. You want to leave? Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming looked at the golden-robed young man and the other two. The three of them were shocked. Lu Ming, what do you want? The golden-robed young man gritted his teeth. Of course I want your luck. Chapter 964. Lu Ming, don't go overboard. If the three of us join forces, we might be able to take you on. The golden-robed young man shouted. Is that so? If you think you can take me on, then let's do it. Lu Ming stepped forward, revealing a faint disdain. Ha, Lu Ming, you're really arrogant. Why are you so arrogant in front of a few pieces of trash? At this moment, a loud laugh sounded from afar. Then, a blade light tore through the void and flew over. Whoosh! The blade light disappeared and a black-robed young man appeared in the sky. It was the demon lord, Luo Tian. Luo Tian is here. Ha, Lu Ming is done for. The golden-robed young man was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. He wanted to run away, but now, he didn't. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. Lu Ming, weren't you arrogant just now? Now that the demon lord is here, let's see how you're going to die. The golden-robed young man was also a sky pride of the Imperial Sky Guard and was familiar with Luo Tian. The two sky prides of the Sky Corp sect and Sky Demon Valley slowly retreated to a safe position and watched from afar. Lu Ming, did you kill my younger brother, Luoli? Luo Tian looked coldly at Lu Ming and asked. That's right. He wanted to die, so I could only fulfill his wish. If you want to die, I can also fulfill your wish. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Arrogant. It's useless to rely on your mouth. If we weren't on the Sky Poison Island, I could have suppressed you with a flip of my hand. Luo Tian said. Back when they were on the Sky Poison Island, Luo Tian was very clear about Lu Ming's combat ability. Although Lu Ming's combat ability was not weak, he was a far cry from his. He could easily kill him. Moreover, he had improved during this period of time. Both of your luck will belong to me. Luo Tian looked at Lu Ming and Bai Chi Snow with a burning gaze. The combined fate of Lu Ming and Bai Chi Snow exceeded 1,000,000. Once he obtained it, he would have a fate dragon that was hundreds of feet long. Since ancient times, how many people had a true dragon of luck that exceeded 1,000 feet? Only those rulers who participated in the War of Providence when they were young could achieve that, right? Luo Tian's heart was burning. Clang! The demonic saber was unsheathed and saber light tore through the sky. A terrifying saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. This slash was very sudden. Just as Luo Tian finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move, not giving Lu Ming a chance to admit defeat. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly as he sent out a palm strike towards Luo Tian's saber light. At this moment, all eyes were on Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually slashed his palm towards Luo Tian's saber light. Was he that confident? The hearts of the Talisman Puppet Sect members involuntarily rose. Would Lu Ming be able to block it? This was a strike from Demon Lord Luo Tian, who ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. How terrifying was that? Many people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace looked ferocious. It was as if they could already see the scene of Lu Ming being split into two by the saber. Boom! Lu Ming's palm finally collided with the saber light. To everyone's surprise, the saber light shattered like fragile glass when Lu Ming's palm struck it. How dare you launch a sneak attack with such little power? Lu Ming sneered. Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. Although he did not use his full strength in that strike, he wanted to kill Lu Ming with one strike. The power of the strike was not weak, and it contained 50% of his strength. However, it was actually shattered by Lu Ming's palm strike. It seems that you have made great progress during this period, but you still have to die. I only used 50% of my strength in that strike. Luo Tian said coldly. Oh. 50% of your strength? I'm sorry, but I only used 10% of my strength in that strike. Lu Ming sneered. 10% of your strength? Ha ha ha, what a shameless boast. You're lying through your teeth. Die. Demonic aura surged from Luo Tian's body as a violent aura burst forth. The terrifying saber power filled the entire area. Not far away, the golden-robed youth was shocked and retreated frantically. Is this the strength of Demon Lord Luo Tian? It's too terrifying. The golden-robed youth was shocked. He felt that Luo Tian could kill him with a casual strike. The difference was too great. Peak of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Luo Tian's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. When they were on Sky Poison Island, Luo Tian's cultivation should have just broken through to the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Swoosh! The demonic saber was 1,000 meters long as it slashed down towards Lu Ming. Under this strike, the space distorted violently and vibrated as though it was going to be sliced apart. A dragon's roar rang out as Lu Ming burst forth with a burst of dragon's power. Densely packed scales appeared all over his body, and with a stomp, his body shot forward like a cannonball as he struck out with his palm. Lu Ming had already reached the peak of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, and his strength was extremely strong. With the addition of the dragon's power, the space was completely distorted when his palm struck out. Boom! The demonic saber was shattered and Lu Ming's palm continued to push forward. Luo Tian's expression changed drastically. He had used almost 80% of his strength in this strike, yet it was still defeated by Lu Ming's palm. How was this possible? Could it be that what Lu Ming said about him only using 10% of his strength was true? Impossible. Luo Tian denied it in his heart. When they were on Sky Poison Island, Lu Ming was completely suppressed by him and only managed to escape by borrowing the environment of Sky Poison Island. He wasn't willing to believe that in just a few months, Lu Ming's battle power had already surpassed his. This was a huge blow to him. Blood Transformation Devil Saber. Luo Tian shouted and slashed out with his demonic saber. However, Lu Ming's figure didn't stop at all. Four-colored concepts revolved around him as he charged forward and struck out with his palm. Pang! 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 The saber lights that Luo Tian slashed out crumbled under Lu Ming's palm. This was a completely one-sided battle. Currently, Lu Ming's 3 kinds of concepts of heaven and earth were all at the peak of the 3rd level. He was only a step away from the 3rd level of perfection. As for the concept of earth, it was almost at the peak of the 3rd level of perfection. How terrifying would the power of the 4 kinds of concepts be? It was probably comparable to a 4th level concept. Luo Tian's concept was only at the 3rd level of perfection and not at the 4th level. In terms of concept, Lu Ming could crush Luo Tian. Boom! 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 After more than 10 moves, Luo Tian's saber lights crumbled and he retreated quickly. Many people on the spectator stand widened their eyes in shock. Impossible! Patriarch Wang, Patriarch Jiang, and the others let out a low roar in disbelief. Lu Ming's battle power was actually so terrifying. How was this possible? Du Songjue, Yan Kuangtu, Supreme 9 Sons, and the others were also surprised, but more than that, they were happy. Lu Ming's battle power was also beyond their expectations. However, the stronger Lu Ming was, the happier they would be. Ha, I didn't expect Lu Ming to be in the top 10 of the list of top 1,000 talents. Brother 9 Sons, you have a good eye. Du Songjue stroked his beard and laughed. Lu Ming is also beyond my expectations. Chapter 965. The battle between Lu Ming and Luo Tian had reached its climax. Luo Tian was at a complete disadvantage. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on Luo Tian's shoulder. One of Luo Tian's arms almost exploded as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Ah, damn it! Luo Tian roared as a demonic god appeared above his head. This demonic god had 3 heads and 6 arms. Each arm was holding a huge saber. 6 golden chakras were shining brightly. Luo Tian's 3rd bloodline was a level 6 divine bloodline. He was comparable to the patriarchs of the 6 ancient families. His talent was extremely terrifying. Now, 2 more dragon forces erupted from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body instantly appeared above Luo Tian's head as he stomped towards Luo Tian. A terrifying power surged towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian was about to perform bloodline fusion, but he didn't expect Lu Ming's speed to be so shocking. He instantly appeared above Luo Tian's head and unleashed a terrifying attack, interrupting the bloodline fusion. He could only use his saber to block. However, bang! The saber light he slashed out shattered under Lu Ming's feet. A terrifying power pressed down on his body, almost causing him to fall to the ground. Crack! His bones let out cracking sounds as though they were about to explode. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. How can he be so strong? How can his strength be so strong? Do I have to admit defeat? No, I can't admit defeat. How can I admit defeat to Lu Ming? At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Luo Tian's mind. But it was this one thought that decided his fate. Swish! Lu Ming's claws grew long and sharp nails. They were like dragon claws as they clawed at Luo Tian. All of Luo Tian's attacks and defenses exploded in Lu Ming's hands. The dragon-like claws pierced into Luo Tian's chest. No. I admit. At this moment, Luo Tian roared madly. He wanted to admit defeat, but Lu Ming's energy exploded, and Luo Tian's heart exploded. Luo Tian's cries came to an abrupt stop. His eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. He could feel his life force rapidly leaving his body. Endless fear enveloped him. Was he going to die at the hands of Lu Ming? How could this be? In the next moment, everything before his eyes turned black, and he no longer knew anything. His life force had been extinguished. Impossible. Looking at this scene, the Wang clan's clan head roared furiously. Luo Tian, Lu Ming killed Luo Tian. Beside the Wang family head, an old man roared, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. This person was also a paragon of the Imperial Guards. He was Luo Tian's master. He simply could not accept that Luo Tian had actually died. Luo Tian possessed peerless natural talent, and his 3rd bloodline was at the 6th rank of the god rank. Charging into the domain enlightened spirit god realm in the future was something that was 100% certain, and it was even to the extent that it was very likely that he would be able to charge into the exalt realm. Luo Tian was a future paragon, but now he had died just like that. This was an extremely huge loss. How many paragons could there be in the entire Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? This generation had reached a golden age, where geniuses and experts were as numerous as clouds. In the past, a talent like Luo Tian's could suppress an era, and no one would be able to defeat him. Just like those paragons now, when they were young, they were almost invincible, and they defeated all their opponents to become paragons. It was very rare for an era to have a few supreme beings. But this era was different. With Luo Tian's talent, he could only be ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Ha, well done. Yan Kuangtu laughed loudly, attracting many murderous gazes from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. But Yan Kuangtu simply ignored them. Martial Emperor Di Yi's face was still very calm, and there was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. It was as if he did not care about Luo Tian's death at all. This Lu Ming is quite interesting. A charming voice came from the Sky Demon Valley's side. This voice was so soft that it made people feel numb all over. It was the voice of a demon emperor. When many young people heard this voice, they felt hot all over and their hearts beat faster. Even the women were no exception. It was as if the voice of a demon emperor was full of infinite charm. It's quite interesting. The corpse emperor spoke. His voice was hoarse and very harsh. Many people wanted to vomit blood when they heard this voice, which was completely different from the demon emperor's voice. Some young people hurriedly operated their chi to stabilize themselves. On the battlefield, Lu Ming's devouring power burst out and devoured Luo Tian, turning him into a mummy. Rumble. Luo Tian's blood essence and genuine core force were very strong. Even his bloodline began to be refined rapidly. Roar. The Providence Dragon above Lu Ming's head directly swallowed Luo Tian's Providence Dragon. In an instant, Lu Ming's Providence Dragon increased by 200 feet. It soared to 117 feet, close to 120 feet. At this time, the color of Lu Ming's Dragon of Luck also changed. Originally, the Dragon of Luck was purple, but now it had turned into a purplish gold color. Not far away, the young man in the golden robe and the Sky Prides of the Heavenly Corpse sect and Sky Beastkin Valley widened their eyes. Luo Tian is dead. Luo Tian was killed by Lu Ming. How could this be? The young man in the golden robe muttered to himself, his eyes full of disbelief. In his eyes, Luo Tian was almost invincible, but he was killed by Lu Ming. This was a huge blow to him. Run! Run! The young man in the golden robe was scared to death. When he thought of joining forces to deal with Lu Ming, he trembled in fear. Lu Ming could probably kill them easily without giving them a chance to fight back. In the distance, the Sky Prides of the Sky Beastkin Valley and Heavenly Corpse sect were also scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran. Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming looked at them coldly. He executed the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. His body was like a stream of light as he instantly approached the young man in the golden robe. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The young man in the golden robe screamed. Suddenly, a beam of light shrouded him. Above Lu Ming's head, the purplish gold Providence Dragon swallowed 90% of the young man's Providence Dragon. Then, the young man in the golden robe was sent out. Lu Ming did not stop. His speed was terrifyingly fast. In a short while, he was about to catch up with the Sky Prides of the Sky Beastkin Valley and Heavenly Corpse sect. The two of them were horrified and admitted defeat. In the end, 90% of their providence was swallowed by Lu Ming and sent out. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Bai Qi Shui came to Lu Ming's side with a smile on her face. Let's go and seize the providence. Lu Ming smiled and turned around. Bai Qi Shui followed by his side. In the stands, the people of the Talisman Puppet sect revealed relaxed smiles. In the 8th battlefield, even Luo Tian had been killed by Lu Ming. There was no one who could threaten Lu Ming. The strongest Sky Pride of the demon race was only on par with Luo Tian. There were a few other Sky Prides who could transform their providence into dragons. They were definitely not Lu Ming's match. Lu Ming could be said to be unrestrained. Chapter 966. As for Lu Ming, there was no doubt that he would win first place in battlefield number 8. Now, he already had a Providence Dragon that was more than 120 feet long. In battlefield number 8, unless everyone's Providence was added together, they would not be able to compare with Lu Ming's. Next, Lu Ming went on a rampage. Anyone who met Lu Ming and was foolish enough to attack him would be killed by Lu Ming, while others would shout and admit defeat. Half an hour later, Lu Ming was followed by more than 10 disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect. Lu Ming wanted to lead them to the end. Oh no, Ru Kong is in danger. He's going to meet the Emperor God. A founding elder suddenly called out from the spectator stands. There was no more suspense in battlefield number 8. Everyone turned to look at the other battlefields. The people of the Talisman Puppet sect could not help but look at battlefield number 1. The genius of the Talisman Puppet sect, Ru Kong, was in battlefield number 1. Everyone could see that Ru Kong was in a hurry. The Providence Dragon above his head was about 200 feet long. On the other side, the Emperor God was flying toward Ru Kong at a terrifying speed. However, Ru Kong did not seem to notice him. At this rate, the two of them would soon meet. The people of the Talisman Puppet sect were nervous. Sure enough, the two of them met in just a dozen breaths. Ru Kong heard the noise and turned to look. His pupils shrank sharply. Kong did not hesitate and was about to admit defeat. Die. At the same time, the Emperor God attacked. A sword light was unbelievably fast. It seemed to have pierced through layers of space in an instant and slashed Kong's body. Before Kong could say, "I admit defeat," he was torn to pieces by the terrifying sword light. It was too fast. Kong could not react in time. Kong! Du Songjue roared in grief. How could this be? The other elders of the Talisman Puppet sect looked gloomy. Kong was an expert second only to Huan Zhen in the Talisman Puppet sect and ranked 15th on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, he was killed just like that. The Emperor God's battle strength was unfathomable. After killing Kong and devouring his Providence Dragon, the Emperor God did not stop at all. He turned into a golden light and flew into the distance. Ha ha ha. Well done, the geniuses of your Talisman Puppet sect will all die. Although Lu Ming managed to keep his life, he will still die if he encounters an imperial god in the future. Mocking laughter rang out from the region of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Du Songjue and the others clenched their fists tightly. The Talisman Puppet sect originally had 13 Zongzi candidates. Previously, 7 of them had perished. Now that another one had perished, there were only 5 left. Then, they looked at Wen Yuezhang and the others. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't good either. They encountered an elite that they couldn't defeat, but fortunately, they weren't killed in a single blow. They all admitted defeat one after another. As time passed, some people were killed, but even more people were defeated or admitted defeat and were teleported out of the battlefield. On the spectator stands, more and more people appeared. Many people sighed. After admitting defeat, they didn't have much luck left. Wan Tingting also appeared on the grandstand. She had encountered a strong opponent and directly admitted defeat. And in the 8 battlefields, the killing became more and more intense. On the 8th battlefield, Lu Ming was almost invincible. Later on, several experts who had reached the dragon transformation realm encountered Lu Ming. However, when they saw Lu Ming's Providence Dragon that was hundreds of feet long, their faces changed drastically and they turned to flee. They weren't fools. Needless to say, those who had plotted against Lu Ming had given their luck to Lu Ming since Lu Ming had survived until now and his Providence Dragon had soared by dozens of feet. What were they waiting for? However, with Lu Ming's speed, how could they escape? In the end, they admitted defeat one after another. In the end, Lu Ming's true Dragon of Luck was almost 150 feet long. It was hovering in the sky and one could see it from afar. Those who saw it from afar had a drastic change of expression. They turned and ran. Even the genius from the Sky Monster Valley, who was as famous as Luo Tian, ran faster than anyone else. This made Lu Ming feel a little depressed. They were too far apart and it was more troublesome for him to chase after them. Moreover, he was afraid that he would be lured away and the Talisman Puppet sect disciples would be in danger. Therefore, Lu Ming could not be bothered to chase after them. The outcome of the 8th battlefield had been decided, and so was the 1st battlefield. The other battlefields were filled with smoke. Huan Zhen has encountered Dongfang Yu. An elder from the Talisman Puppet sect shouted. The others looked at the 4th battlefield with their hearts in their mouths. The experts from the other forces also looked at the 4th battlefield. Huan Zhen and Dongfang Yu were going to be a top battle. Huan Zhen was ranked 8th on the list of top 1,000 talents, while Dongfang Yu was ranked 3rd, second only to Di Shen and Xue Jianyi. As soon as the two of them met, a fierce battle broke out. However, it was obvious that Dongfang Yu was stronger, but Huan Zhen didn't want to make any mistakes. Huan Zhen was like a bright moon. His entire body glowed, and bright moons appeared in front of him, blocking Huan Zhen's attack. This was an extremely powerful defensive formation that was many times stronger than the one Ji Mai had used to inscribe with his own body. At the same time, inscription arrays constantly appeared beside Huan Zhen. At the same time, inscription talismans were activated. All kinds of light flashed and defensive formations were formed. Although Dongfang Yu was extremely powerful, Huan Zhen was focused on defense. It was impossible for him to break through in a short time. The two of them were in a stalemate. In the end, Dongfang Yu had no choice but to retreat. The people from the Talisman Puppet sect heaved a sigh of relief. The people from the Emperor God Divine Palace snorted unhappily. They felt that it was a pity that Dongfang Yu didn't kill Huan Zhen. At this moment, Fatty and Wang Fenchen were fighting in the second battlefield. Die! When Wang Fenchen saw Fatty, he exploded with killing intent and launched a fierce attack. He knew that Fatty was the disciple of the demonic Sky Divine Emperor, but this was a battle of luck. Even if he killed Fatty, the demonic Sky Divine Emperor couldn't say anything. Damn it, you're still 10,000 years too early to kill me. Fatty shouted and unleashed his bloodline. The third bloodline, 8 golden chakras, almost made Wang Fenchen's eyes pop out. Even the spiritual gods and supremes in the stands couldn't control their emotions. They stood up from the stands with a face of shock. 8th level divine bloodline, it's actually an 8th level divine bloodline. This is too terrifying. Except for the sovereigns, everyone was shocked. Senior demonic sky's disciple is indeed extraordinary. Supreme Nine Yang sighed. Du Songjue and the others nodded. They had seen Fatty before, but they didn't expect this unreliable Fatty to be so terrifying. As expected of the sovereign's disciple. Damn it! The Wang family head and the others were shocked. An 8th level divine bloodline was rare in the world. For example, Yan Kuangtu was a 8th level divine bloodline. He was so powerful that he could fight against 3 supremes alone. They remembered that Fatty was Lu Ming's life and death brother. Fenchen, kill this Fatty, kill him. The Wang family head roared. This Fatty was too terrifying. Once he grew up, he would be another Yan Kuangtu. Chapter 967. Old Monster Motion's eyesight is not bad to have taken in such a disciple. Demon Emperor's soft voice rang out again. Martial Emperor De and the Corpse Emperor's eyes lit up. Even martial emperors were tempted by someone who could awaken an 8th level divine bloodline. So what if you are an 8th level divine bloodline? I can still kill you. Wang Fenchen launched a terrifying attack towards Fatty. Although Fatty's bloodline was of a high grade, his cultivation was slightly weaker. It looked like he had just broken through to the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. However, Fatty didn't want to make any mistakes. He was on the defensive the whole time. In the end, he took out a huge shield to isolate Wang Fenchen's flames. Wang Fenchen continued to attack. Fatty shouted, but he could not break through the shield. Time continued to pass. Suddenly, the 8 battlefields shook and the light shield shone brightly. All the people in the battlefields were teleported out. An hour was up. Ha, you want to deal with me? Dream on. Fatty found himself on the spectator stand. He laughed arrogantly and looked at Wang Fenchen provocatively. Wang Fenchen's eyes were about to spit fire. Fatty, you have awakened an 8th level divine bloodline. Impressive. At this moment, a huge axe was floating above Fatty's head. 8 golden chakras were shining brightly. Bai Qi Shui widened her eyes and looked at Fatty in shock. Lu Ming was also surprised. He did not expect Fatty's 3rd bloodline to be so terrifying. It was actually an 8th level divine bloodline. No wonder Fatty was so mysterious when they first met. When Lu Ming asked him, he did not say anything. Countless pairs of eyes were looking at Fatty. Some were shocked, some were envious, and some were jealous. Ha ha ha, excuse me, excuse me. This is talent. It can't be helped. I was born with it. Fatty was extremely proud and laughed heartily. When he saw others looking at him, he felt extremely comfortable. He laughed so hard that he could not even open his eyes. God is so unfair. He actually let this damn Fatty awaken an 8th level divine bloodline. Someone in Emperor Heaven Divine Palace gritted his teeth. That's right. What a waste. It's like a flower being stuck in cow dung. Someone said again. The fatty's ears twitched a few times. When he heard these words, he was instantly displeased. He stared at these people with an unfriendly gaze and shouted, "You guys are the fucking cow dung. Every single one of you is just envious and jealous. I am a proud son of heaven. In the future, I am destined to dominate the world and trample all of you under my feet. Damn it, this damn fatty is really arrogant." Those people almost vomited blood from anger. Di Shen, Shuejiani, Ao2, and the others also looked at Fatty solemnly. Fatty's cultivation was still low, but once he grew stronger, he would become their greatest enemy. At this time, many people looked at Lu Ming and were stunned. The dragon of luck above Lu Ming's head was too big and long. It was 1,000 feet long. It was too shocking. They had originally thought that Lu Ming would definitely be killed by Luo Tian or the geniuses of the Sky Demon Valley in Battlefield number 8. They had not expected him to still be alive. Moreover, the length of his Dragon of Providence had become even more terrifying. What? Lu Ming killed Luo Tian. When they found out the truth, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Ming could actually kill Luo Tian. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Before the start of the battle, some people had thought that Luo Tian and the others were lucky to be assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming. Now, their faces were pale and cold sweat was dripping down their backs. This was not good luck, it was bad luck. If they had been assigned to battlefield number 8, they might have suffered the same fate as Luo Tian. They knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Di Shen and the others looked at Lu Ming with surprise. At this time, the 8 battlefields on the fighting ring had all disappeared and returned to their original appearance. At the same time, 8 rays of light fell on the 8 people. They were Lu Ming, Di Shen, Ao2, Shuejiani, Shizhan, Feng Xian, Dongfang Yu, and Wang Fenchen. These 8 people were the 8 people with the highest providence value in the 8 battlefields. Among them, Lu Ming was the only one from the Talisman Puppet sect. Di Shen, Dongfang Yu, and Wang Fenchen had the most people from Di Shen's palace. Shuejiani and Shizhan were the 2 from Heavenly Corpse sect. Ao2 and Feng Xian were the 2 from Sky Monster Valley. Feng Xian was an extremely beautiful woman and a peerless genius from Sky Monster Valley. She had the phoenix bloodline in her body. Next, the 8 geniuses would compete for each other's providence. The rules were the same as before. If you were defeated, half of your providence would be taken away. If you admitted defeat, 90% of your providence would be taken away. If you were killed, all of your providence would belong to your opponent. Next was the final battle of the Providence Battle. It was also the most powerful battle. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Among them, Lu Ming was a dark horse. There was another dark horse, Feng Xian from Sky Monster Valley. Both of them were rising geniuses. The others were all famous geniuses in the Eastern Wilderness. Ao2 was considered a genius who could compete with Di Shen. Some people thought that Ao2 was stronger than Shuejiani, who ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents. Di Shen ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents. Most people thought that Di Shen was the top genius of the younger generation in the Eastern Wilderness and was invincible. Dongfang Yu ranked third on the list of top 1,000 talents. Shizhan ranked fourth on the list of top 1,000 talents. Wang Fenchen ranked fifth on the list of top 1,000 talents. Everyone was looking forward to the next battle. After this battle, the list of top 1,000 talents would be rearranged. Buzz! Of the 8 rays of light, 6 had disappeared, leaving only 2 behind. One light shrouded Lu Ming, while the other shrouded Wang Fenchen. The first battle was between Lu Ming and Wang Fenchen. Everyone's eyes fell on the 2 of them. Wang Fenchen looked at Lu Ming with a strong killing intent in his eyes. "Fenchen, are you confident?" The Wang clan leader asked. "His providence is mine." Wang Fenchen licked his lips with a greedy look. He moved and landed on the fighting ring. Lu Ming, if you can't beat him, you can admit defeat. Du Songjue warned in a low voice. Ha, I believe that Lu Ming will win. Yan Kuangtu laughed. Fatty, you were burned by this guy. I'll avenge you now. Lu Ming smiled. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Both of them had a true dragon of providence above their heads. Right now, Wang Fengxian's true dragon of providence was a full 500 feet long. However, in front of Lu Ming's true dragon of providence, it looked like a tiny dot. Lu Ming's true dragon of providence looked down on it. Lu Ming, I have to thank you for getting so much providence. It's all mine later. The greed in Wang Fengxian's eyes grew stronger. You're very confident. Luo Tian was so confident before, but I killed him in the end. Lu Ming smiled, revealing a contemptuous expression. Humph, don't compare me with Luo Tian. I can kill him if I fight with all my strength. Wang Fengxian said coldly. Oh. Really? Shall we have a life and death duel? Chapter 968. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. In the ancient battle platform of the ancient city of Providence, a life and death battle could be set. However, once it was set, both sides had to fight to the death. If they did not fight to the death, it would not end. They could not even admit defeat. Originally, the last battle would only last for half an hour. If the winner was not decided after half an hour, the winner would be automatically determined. However, once the life and death battle was set, there would be no time limit. It would only end when one side died in battle. Setting the life and death battle meant that there was no way out. One had to win. If one lost, one would die. Even sovereigns and rulers could not interfere. One had to be extremely confident in themselves to set the life and death battle. Would Wang Fengxian dare to agree? Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Fengxian. At this moment, Wang Fengxian's eyes were uncertain. He stared at Lu Ming as if he wanted to see through him. Was Lu Ming bluffing, or was he really that strong? Did he dare to have a life and death battle with him? However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He could not tell at all. Moreover, he did not see the specific situation in the battle between Lu Ming and Luo Tian. He was not sure about Lu Ming's strength. Do you dare or not? Lu Ming spoke again. His voice was calm but aggressive. Why should I agree to the life and death battle? Anyway, I'm definitely going to win this battle. Wang Fengxian quibbled. Ridiculous. Since you think you're going to win, why don't you agree to the life and death battle? Back in Nine Dragon City, your Wang family's patriarch was almost killed by me. You must hate me to the bone, right? You want to kill me 10,000 times. Since you want to kill me and have the confidence to do so, why don't you agree to the life and death battle? There's only one reason. You're afraid. You're not confident in killing me. You're not confident in this battle. If you're not confident in yourself, how can you defeat me? Lu Ming's words hit Wang Fengxian's heart. Every word hit Wang Fengxian's vital point. If Wang Fengxian did not even have the confidence to win, how could he defeat Lu Ming? Damn you, little bastard. The head of the Wang family growled as his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. That day in the Nine Dragon City, he was almost beaten to death by Lu Ming. This was the shame of his life. Now, Lu Ming actually brought up the old matter again, and even used it to pressure Wang Fengxian. This made the head of the Wang family furious. Ha, Lu Ming, you almost killed the old one. How could a young one dare to fight you to the death? I think that Wang something Tian should just admit defeat. Don't embarrass yourself here. The Wang clan is a bunch of cowards. The fatty laughed loudly, and his words were even more insulting. The patriarch of the Wang clan and Wang Fengxian almost exploded from anger. At this time, Wang Fengxian's face was flushed red. He was burning with anger and his killing intent was blazing. Alright, I promise you. Wang Fengxian roared. He had to win this battle. After hearing Lu Ming's words, if he still did not win, his martial arts heart would be unstable. Moreover, the entire Wang family would become the laughing stock of Eastern wilderness. He wanted to grind Lu Ming's bones and turn him into ashes. "Alright, I will fight to the death with Wang Fenshen," Lu Ming said loudly. "Fight to the death," Wang Fenshen replied. A blazing aura rushed into the sky. Buzz! At this moment, a faint blood light appeared on Lu Ming and Wang Fenshen's bodies. This meant that the fight to the death had been set. It was useless to admit defeat until one of them died. Raging flames burned the sky. Wang Fenshen's killing intent was cold, but his body was filled with raging flames. Wang Fenshen seemed to have turned into a man of fire. His muscles, bones, and even his hair were burning as if they had all turned into flames. 6 fingers burn the sky, destroy with 1 finger. Wang Fenshen strode forward and pointed his finger. A finger was formed by flames. It was hundreds of meters long and had clear fingerprints on it. It was like the finger of a god. It pointed towards Lu Ming. A terrifying heat and killing intent burst out and surged towards Lu Ming. Wang Fenshen used a terrifying killing move as soon as he made his move. Since he had agreed to the fight to the death, Wang Fenshen let go of everything and fought with all his might. A dragon's roar sounded. Lu Ming burst out with a dragon's power. His body was covered with scales and surrounded by 4 types of concepts. He punched out. Boom! The fist and Fenshen's finger collided. The fist and the flaming finger collided, and waves of energy burst out. One side of the 100-mile-long and wide battle stage was covered with purple flames, while the other side was covered with 4 colors. In the end, the flaming finger exploded. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he took 2 steps back. The fusion of the destruction concept and the fire concept. And the cultivation of the early stage of the 8th level of spirit embryo realm. After exchanging a blow, Lu Ming had a rough idea of Wang Fenshen's strength. Wang Fenshen had comprehended 2 concepts and successfully fused them. The destruction concept and the fire concept had reached the 3rd level of perfection. When they fused together, their destructive power was terrifying. If this was not the ancient city of fate's battle stage, it would have been destroyed and turned into lava. Moreover, Wang Fenshen's cultivation was higher than Luo Tian's. He had reached the early stage of the 8th level of spirit embryo realm. Wang Fenshen was indeed a peerless genius ranked 5th on the list of top 1,000 talents. His strength was terrifying. 6 fingers burn the sky, suppress with 2 fingers. 6 fingers burn the sky, destroy with 3 fingers. 6 fingers burn the sky, destroy with 4 fingers. Wang Fenshen's flaming vital essence burst out as he pointed 3 fingers. The 3 huge fingers formed a triangle and slammed towards Lu Ming. Prison suppressing heaven skill. The vital essence in Lu Ming's body roared and boiled as he activated the prison suppressing heaven skill to 50% of its power. If he used the prison suppressing heaven skill at full strength, it would be equivalent to the power of a low-grade divine martial technique. A low-grade divine martial technique was equivalent to the first level of a low-grade divine martial technique. Only an expert of the spiritual god realm could unleash its full power. Now that he had reached the peak of the 7th level of spirit embryo realm, he did not have enough vital essence to unleash its full power. However, 50% of its power was still terrifying. Boom! 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 Lu Ming punched 3 times in a row as the power of the prison-suppressing steel erupted and suppressed everything. The 3 flaming fingers were immediately destroyed and dissipated into flames. Wang Fenshen's expression changed slightly as he waved his hands and pointed 2 more fingers. 6 fingers burn the sky, shatter 5 fingers, burn the sky with 6 fingers. The 2 finger forces struck out one after another, causing the space to tremble like a piece of cloth. Wherever the finger forces passed, the space turned into a vacuum. Lu Ming felt a terrifying power surging towards him. This power was incomparably hot as if it wanted to turn him into ashes. Four kinds of concepts revolved around him and formed a battle armor that covered his entire body. Lu Ming took a big step forward and punched out 2 more times in a row. 2 earth-shattering explosions rang out as if the entire ancient city of fate was violently shaking. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. However, when it reached the edge of the battle stage, it was blocked by an invisible energy and couldn't charge over at all. The 2 flaming fingers were destroyed by Lu Ming's attack and collapsed. Chapter 969. Wang Fengqian's expression became very grave. He did not show any mercy. His first move was a killer move. He wanted to kill Lu Ming with powerful means. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so terrifying that he could defeat his attack and kill him. A purple flame floated above his head. As soon as this flame appeared, the space around it began to crackle. It was as if space itself was fuel that was being burned by this flame. The 7 golden chakras on this ball of flame also attracted everyone's attention. Level 7 Divine Class Bloodline. Wang Fengqian's bloodline had reached the terrifying level of level 7 Divine Class. Wang Fengqian's body turned into light and merged with the bloodline. Then, the purple flame twisted and turned into a flame giant that was more than 10 meters tall. The flame giant held a flame sword and slashed at Lu Ming. The scorching flame made Lu Ming's 4-color intent realm tremble. Kill! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons. Level 6 Divine Class 9 Dragons Bloodline. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Ming and the 9 dragons' bloodline. It's the 9 dragons, the legendary 9 dragons. I didn't expect Lu Ming to awaken the 9 dragons' bloodline. God, the 9 dragons are more powerful than the real dragons. I've never heard of anyone who could awaken the 9 dragons' bloodline. As soon as the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared, there were exclamations. Especially those from Emperor Sky Divine Palace and Sky Demon Valley. The 9 dragons' bloodline, it's the 9 dragons' bloodline. No wonder he can control the divine 9 dragon cauldron. It must be related to the 9 dragons' bloodline. The Wang family head muttered to himself. The 9 dragons' bloodline. I must get it. A flood dragon supremacy from the demon clan stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes. He could not wait to swallow Lu Ming. AO2, the flood dragon clan Sky Prides, also had burning eyes. The 9 dragons' bloodline was a fatal temptation for the flood dragon clan's elders. Back then, you personally attacked and wanted to capture Lu Ming. It seems that you already knew that he had the 9 dragons' bloodline. Your goal was the 9 dragons' bloodline, right? Said the Imperial Bestial Beast. 2 bright eyes fell on Imperial Bestial DE. Many people's hearts trembled. Perhaps that was really the case. Humph. Emperor DE snorted and didn't say anything. Roar. On the fighting ring, dragon roars shook the sky. The 9 dragons stepped on the sky, and the 9 claws grabbed Wang Fengqian's battle sword. A rumbling sound rang out, and the battle sword collapsed. The dragon claw didn't stop, and it continued to attack. The flame giant roared angrily. Its terrifying fist blasted towards Lu Ming, but it was blocked by a dragon claw. Bang! 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 The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps were executed consecutively. 6 consecutive waves of power blasted towards the flame giant. At the same time, he opened his mouth and devouring power burst out, enveloping the flame giant. Immediately, the flames on the flame giant's body trembled non-stop, as if they were about to collapse. Whoosh! The divine dragon swings its tail. The 9 tails lashed out at the flame giant. This move contained the power of the suppressing hell skill. Bang! The flame giant was heavily hit by the dragon's tail. A large part of its huge body exploded, and a huge gap appeared on its body. The flame giant staggered back. The gap on its body quickly healed, and the flames once again filled the air. Raging flames sky burning sword. The flame giant roared angrily. The battle sword in his hand slashed out a blazing sword light, slashing towards the 9 dragons' heads. However, the 9 dragons' sharp claws blocked his sword. The two of them fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Of course, during this process, Lu Ming only released a strand of dragon force. He didn't use his full strength. Wang Fengchen was only his first opponent. There would be stronger opponents later. His final opponent was Di Shen. Wang Fengchen's strength was indeed terrifying. If he fought with Luo Tian at the same level, he would be stronger than Luo Tian. However, although Wang Fengchen was strong, Lu Ming was stronger. After dozens of moves, he was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Puff! Puff! The 9 dragons roared and grabbed the flame giant with their claws. They tore the flame giant apart, turning it into flames. However, the flames retreated and started to condense in the air again. The advantage of having a natural bloodline was that it had extremely tenacious vitality. However, Lu Ming wouldn't give him the chance. He stomped his dragon claws and unleashed the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. A huge force bombarded the flames. The flames that were about to condense exploded again. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the scene. Was Wang Fengchen going to be defeated? Was this peerless genius who had awakened a level 7 divine bloodline going to be killed by Lu Ming? No, damn it. The Wang family head's heart was in his mouth. He was the most nervous. Wang Fengchen was a rare peerless genius of the Wang family. He was even more talented than him when he was young. He was going to inherit his legacy in the future. However, he was in danger now. Because this was a life-and-death battle. Only when one side died would they stop. But now, Wang Fengchen was completely suppressed. Roar! The 9 dragons roared and a devouring force erupted from their mouths. They swallowed the flames that Wang Fengchen had exploded into. No! Wang Fengchen's horrified scream could be heard from the flames. The flames that were devoured by the 9 dragons were constantly being refined by the terrifying refining force of the 9 dragons. Don't you have strong vitality and can condense? Then I'll refine you. The remaining flames quickly flew backward and gathered together to form Wang Fengchen's appearance. At this moment, his face was pale and his body was trembling. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes revealed a strong sense of horror. Bam! Bam! The 9 dragons stepped forward and pressed towards Wang Fengchen. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. Let me go. Wang Fengchen screamed in horror and retreated. He had no strength to fight anymore. Let you go? Have you forgotten that this is a life-and-death battle? Lu Ming sneered. You're the winner. You're the winner now. If the winner speaks, he can let the opponent go. Wang Fengchen shouted. A life-and-death battle was a battle of life and death. Usually, it would only end when one side died. Of course, there was another situation where the winner took the initiative to let the opponent go. However, since it was a life-and-death battle, how could the winner let the opponent go? Ha, Wang Fengchen, are you kidding me? Why should I let you go? Lu Ming laughed. Wang Fengchen was speechless. That's right. Why should Lu Ming let him go? They were mortal enemies. However, he really didn't want to die. With his peerless talent, he would have no problem becoming a supreme being in the future. He even wanted to become the supreme emperor and dominate the eastern wilderness. He had a boundless future. Why would he want to die? However, why should he ask Lu Ming to let him go? He couldn't help but look at the Wang family head. Lu Ming, let Fengchen go. I won't pursue the past. Chapter 970. Old man, who do you think you are? Lu Ming glanced at the head of the Wang clan and continued, you still say you won't pursue the matter. You and those old men attacked me together. I should be the one to pursue the matter. Do I need you to not pursue the matter? Ridiculous. His calm voice was filled with contempt. It spread throughout the place, making some people stunned. Contempt, this was blatant contempt. Lu Ming was looking down on a prime. The head of the Wang clan said he would not pursue the matter, but Lu Ming's meaning was clear. Did he need the head of the Wang clan to not pursue the matter? The one who should pursue the matter was him, Lu Ming. What a big tone, what a big confidence. However, at this moment, no one thought that Lu Ming was arrogant. Wang Fengchen had been defeated by Lu Ming. He had the right to be arrogant. In the future, he would have a great chance to become a prime. At that time, why would he be afraid of the head of the Wang clan? The head of the Wang clan was red in the face. He was furious. How many years had it been? Since he had become a prime, no one had dared to talk to him like that. No one had dared to look down on him like that. Even the other primes were polite to him. Now, he was being looked down on by a young man in his 20s. This was an insult to him. Lu Ming turned back into his human form. He sneered and said, "Old man, you said you won't pursue the matter. But can you represent the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace?" Then, he looked at Martial Emperor De. The head of the Wang clan and the others also looked at Martial Emperor De. That's right. The head of the Wang clan was not in charge of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, but Martial Emperor De. At this moment, Martial Emperor De looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He looked at Martial Emperor De with a hint of provocation. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming was simply audacious. He actually dared to look at Martial Emperor De in such a manner. However, Martial Emperor De did not say anything. The light in his eyes disappeared and he became calm again. The head of the Wang clan looked terrible. Wang Fengchen was in despair. Martial Emperor De's attitude explained everything. Kill. Suddenly, Lu Ming moved. His body moved like lightning as he rushed towards Wang Fengchen. No! Wang Fengchen roared, trying his best to resist. However, he was currently heavily injured and did not have much strength left. How could he be Lu Ming's match? In just a few moves, his bones and tendons were already snapped. Spurting large mouthfuls of blood, he collapsed to the ground like a dying dog. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped on the fighting stage and condensed a long spear in his hand. He walked towards Wang Fengchen with a cold killing intent covering his whole body. No, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Wang Fengchen roared. His body kept twisting as he tried to escape. His eyes were filled with endless fear. In his entire life, he had killed countless geniuses. Who knew how many of them he had slain? But now that he was about to die in the hands of another genius, he could not help but feel fear. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, the spear pierced through Wang Fengchen's heart. Powerful energy erupted and crushed Wang Fengchen's heart. Patriarch, avenge me! Wang Fengchen let out an unwilling roar. Then, his life was extinguished. A genius of the generation had been killed by Lu Ming. The crowd sighed. If such a genius did not die, he would definitely become a figure who dominated the eastern wilderness in the future. It would not be a problem for him to become a supreme being. Unfortunately, there were countless geniuses in the world, but how many of them could grow up? A dead genius was destined to be a stepping stone for others. Lu Ming, I will kill you. The Wang family head roared, emitting a cold killing intent. His eyes were red, and his heart was bleeding. This time, the Wang family had suffered a great loss. The Wang family had a total of 4 geniuses ranked in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. However, 2 of them had died before this. Now, even Wang Fengchen, who was the most talented, had died. Now, the Wang family was left with only 1 genius. Originally, the Wang family had 4 geniuses ranked in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. It was as if the Wang family would rise quickly, surpass the other 5 ancient families, and become the leader of the ancient families in Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. But now, everything was in vain. His hatred for Lu Ming could not be washed away even with all the water in the world. Old man, that's what I wanted to say as well. Right now, it's just a little interest. In the future, I'll personally take your dog head. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Wang Yan and Wang Chen were also killed by me. Lu Ming said coldly with a cold smile on his face. You deserve to die. The Wang family head roared angrily. As a supreme being who had lived for thousands of years, he had a strong mind and had seen many storms. He would not get angry so easily. However, he could not remain calm in front of Lu Ming. In the Battle of 9 Dragons, he was almost beaten to death by Lu Ming. Now, many geniuses of the Wang family had died at the hands of Lu Ming. He hated Lu Ming to the core. If it were not for the fact that his cultivation was completely suppressed in the ancient city of fate, he would have turned Lu Ming into ashes immediately. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. At this moment, Lu Ming's dragon of fate had devoured Wang Fengtian's dragon of fate. Lu Ming's dragon of fate had grown to almost 200 feet. At the same time, the devouring power erupted and devoured Wang Fengtian into a mummy. Then, he took his storage ring and kicked him off the fighting ring. The Wang family head was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming moved and returned to the spectator stand. Ha, amazing. Lu Ming, you've avenged me. That Wang Fengtian was so arrogant and dared to burn me with fire. Now, he's a dead dog. The fat man laughed so excitedly that his mouth cracked. Also, Lu Ming, did you see that old man from the Wang family was so angry that his face turned red and smoke came out of his head? It was so exciting. The fat man continued to laugh. He did not lower his voice at all and it spread throughout the arena. The Wang family head, who had just calmed down, was furious again. He was so angry that he trembled all over. These juniors deserve to die, he roared in his heart. Yan Kuangtu drank a few mouthfuls of wine and laughed heartily. The others were a little speechless. These people were simply lawless. They did not know how to write the word fear. Then, the battle continued. 2 more beams of light fell on 2 figures. AO2 from Heavenly Demon Valley and Dongfang Yu from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Many people's eyes suddenly shone with amazing light. It was another exciting battle. Dongfang Yu ranked 3rd on the list of top 1,000 talents, while AO2 was said to be able to compete with Emperor Gods. The battle between the two would definitely be exciting. The 2 figures landed on the fighting ring. Without saying anything, the battle immediately broke out. Dongfang Yu was extremely powerful. He had cultivated 2 divine-level cultivation techniques and his cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th tier of Spirit Embryo Realm. His bloodline was the same as Wang Fengtian's, a 7th divine-level bloodline. Dongfang Yu's overall strength was slightly stronger than Wang Fengtian's. However, AO2 was stronger. AO2 had more than 70% of the bloodline of a real dragon, almost 80%. He transformed into a flood dragon and fought with Dongfang Yu like a real dragon. The two fought fiercely for more than 50 moves. In the end, Dongfang Yu was defeated and admitted defeat, losing 90% of his luck. Chapter 971. The battle continued. When AO2 and Dongfang Yu descended from the sky, 2 beams of light landed on the corpse battle from the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Arch-God. Di Shen was going to fight. At this moment, everyone's attention was on him. Di Shen was regarded as the #1 genius in the Eastern Wilderness. How strong was he? In the previous Battle of Providence, he had not encountered a decent opponent at all. Those who encountered him were all easily killed. His strength was simply unfathomable in the hearts of everyone. Now, Shi Zhan, who was ranked 4th on the list of top 1,000 talents, could force Di Shen to show his true strength. Everyone was looking forward to it. Even Lu Ming was shocked. In his mind, Di Shen was his ultimate opponent. The 2 figures landed on the fighting ring. Shi Zhan looked dignified. Admit defeat. Di Shen's indifferent voice rang out. His posture was ramrod straight, and he was extraordinarily handsome. Just by standing there casually, he exuded the aura of a king, as if he was invincible. Yes, Dishan had never been defeated by a younger generation. He was considered a rare genius who had the potential to become an emperor in the future. The last genius who had the potential to become an emperor was Yan Kuangtu, and that was 100 years ago. He was asking Shi Zhan to admit defeat. In my heart, there's no such thing as admitting defeat, not even to you, Di Shen. Shi Zhan's eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Di Shen's indifferent voice rang out, full of strong confidence. Bam! He took a step forward, and a shocking sword chi burst out from his body and soared into the sky. The terrifying sword power spread toward Shi Zhan. Roar! With a loud roar, Shi Zhan unleashed his bloodline. It was a skeleton, an incomparably huge skeleton, shaped like an incomparably huge elephant. The skeleton of an ancient war elephant. Someone said softly, recognizing the origins of this skeleton. It was a skeleton formed by a powerful divine beast, surrounded by 7 golden chakras. It was also a 7th-level divine bloodline. Shi Zhan performed bloodline fusion and turned into the skeleton of an ancient war elephant. It stomped on the ground and attacked Di Shen with great power. However, Di Shen's eyes were still calm. Clang! A sword cry rang out as a purple gold sword light soared into the sky. It was filled with a luxurious aura. Boom! The purple gold sword chi crossed dozens of miles of space and slashed at the ancient war elephant skeleton. A terrifying explosion resounded as sword chi shot out in all directions. The ancient war elephant skeleton was forced to retreat. Clang! 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 Sword cries resounded unceasingly as sword chi after sword chi burst out. Each sword chi was more terrifying than the last as they continuously slashed towards the ancient war elephant skeleton. The ancient war elephant roared and unleashed its full strength to resist the sword chi of the emperor god. However, every time it received a strike, it would be forced back 5 miles. After receiving 9 consecutive strikes, the ancient war elephant had already retreated close to 50 miles. Then, with a bang, the ancient war elephant exploded and turned back into Corpse Warrior. Corpse Warrior's face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was trembling and he could not even stand properly. There was shock and disbelief in his eyes. I admit defeat. Corpse Warrior let out a long sigh. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when Corpse Battle admitted defeat. At the same time, they looked at the Emperor God in shock. Too strong. The Emperor God was too strong. He said that he would defeat Corpse Warrior in 10 moves, and he really only used 10 strikes before Corpse Warrior admitted defeat. In fact, the Emperor God did not even use bloodline fusion. The Emperor God is too strong. No one can defeat him. Even Ao2 and Xue Jiani are no match for him. That's right. Until now, we still don't know how much strength he has used. It's too terrifying and unfathomable. Many people were discussing in shock. Even the Supremes could not stay calm. Only the 3 sovereigns were still calm. In the stands, Xue Jiani and Ao2's eyes were extremely solemn. Lu Ming's eyes were also solemn. Lu Ming, are you confident in defeating the Emperor God? Du Songjue asked Lu Ming in a low voice. I'm not confident. Lu Ming shook his head. He was indeed not confident. Even if he used all his strength, he was not confident. Corpse Warrior's battle strength was definitely not weaker than Wang Fenshen, but he was still easily defeated by the Emperor God. His battle strength was simply unfathomable. His cultivation should still be at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, but he should have reached the peak of the 8th level. However, I'm not too sure about his martial arts and bloodline level. Yan Kuangtu said. You've been in the Emperor God Palace for so many years, but you're not too sure. Du Songjue said. Yan Kuangtu shook his head and said, the Emperor God has always been secretly nurtured by De. I know very little about him. Lu Ming, if you really can't defeat the Emperor God, just admit defeat. In the end, Yan Kuangtu said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he did not answer. Really can't defeat him? What if I break through again? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Unfortunately, I'm still a little short. It's getting harder and harder to raise my cultivation. Lu Ming thought secretly. The Nine Dragons bloodline was refining Wang Fengqian's blood essence continuously. At this moment, it was almost done, but his cultivation was still at the peak of the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. According to Yan Kuangtu, the Emperor God's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. If Lu Ming's cultivation also broke through to the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, he would be confident. Lu Ming was not afraid of anyone at the same level. He had this confidence. Then let's start refining the origin stones. Thinking of this, a large amount of origin stones appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The power of devouring burst forth from his palm and swallowed the large amount of origin stones, starting to refine them. The Emperor God won and swallowed 90% of Corpse Battle's fate before returning to the spectator stand. The next battle was between Xue Jianyi and Feng Xian of the Sky Demon Valley. Feng Xian of the Sky Demon Valley had the Phoenix bloodline and had also reached 70%. Her battle power was incomparably strong and her speed was extremely fast. She started a pinnacle battle with Xue Jianyi. This battle could be said to be the most intense of the 4 battles. The two of them fought for a total of 200 moves before the victor was decided. In the end, Xue Jianyi won by a little. At this point, the strongest 4 had appeared. They were Lu Ming, the Emperor God, Ao2, and Xue Jianyi. Next, it was the battle between the 4 of them. After these few battles, Lu Ming had a rough idea of everyone's strength. Dong Fangyu, Corpse Battle, and Wang Fengqian's strength were very close and on the same level. As for Feng Xian, she was slightly stronger than the 3 of them and not much weaker than Xue Jianyi. Xue Jianyi, Ao2, and Feng Xian should be on the same level. As for the Emperor God, he was unfathomable and hard to predict. Lu Ming's thoughts were similar to the majority of the people. In the hearts of others, Lu Ming's strength was placed on the same level as Xue Jianyi, Ao2, and Feng Xian. Lu Ming could kill Wang Fengqian, but if Xue Jianyi, Ao2, and the rest were to use their full strength, they could also kill Wang Fengqian. Chapter 972. Among the 4 of them, Di Shen, Xue Jianyi, and Ao2 were the strongest representatives of the younger generation in Eastern Wilderness. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was a dark horse. It was the battle in 9 Dragons that really made him famous. That battle involved too many experts. Yan Kuangtu, Supreme 9 Sons, and even Martial Emperor De from the 6 great ancient families of the Central Continent Ancient Saint Dynasty. After this battle, Lu Ming's name spread throughout the Eastern Wilderness. But the most famous one was Lu Ming's ability to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. As for Lu Ming's talent, it was ignored. Many people thought that Lu Ming's talent and combat strength were not particularly top-notch. They thought that he was not even comparable to the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. But now, Lu Ming overturned everyone's thoughts with his actions. Facts had proven that Lu Ming's talent was unparalleled and unparalleled. He was not weaker than anyone else. As a dark horse, he rushed into the top 4 and killed Luo Tian and Wang Fengqian. Now, he was going to fight against the 3 most powerful geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness. Although Lu Ming is talented, he is young and impetuous. He is too showy and doesn't know how to restrain himself. He has offended the Wang family's master and other supreme martial artists, Martial Emperor De, and even the supreme martial artist from Sky Demon Valley. Such a genius is destined to not live long. That's right. In history, there were many peerless geniuses, but not many of them reached the end and became emperors. Why? Because they showed off too much and didn't know how to restrain themselves. In the end, they died tragically. That's true. In my opinion, Lu Ming will end up like this in the end. Around them, many people were discussing in low voices. At this moment, the vortex in the talisman puppet sect flashed slightly and a figure appeared. It was Bai Shijin. Seeing Bai Shijin, Lu Ming was overjoyed. "Senior, how is it?" Lu Ming asked. "Don't worry, everything is settled. They are now in Liangyi Mountain," Bai Shijin said. "Thank you, senior." Lu Ming thanked him. At this moment, a beam of light fell on Lu Ming's body. He was going to fight. Lu Ming looked over and saw another beam of light landing on Ao Tuesday. This battle was between Lu Ming and Ao Tuesday. Ao Tu's eyes flickered with a shocking battle intent. Boom! Ao Tu's burly body fell heavily on the fighting ring. His body was filled with a violent aura. Lu Ming stepped forward and appeared on the fighting ring, facing Ao Tuesday. Bai Shijin was incomparably shocked. He did not know what was going on, and after understanding the situation, he was even more shocked. He never thought that Lu Ming would be able to reach this step, kill Wang Fenchen, and fight Ao Tuesday. "Lu Ming, the 9 dragons bloodline in your body is truly a waste of God's gift. Why don't you give the 9 dragons bloodline to me? I will definitely make it flourish." Ao Tu licked his lips and revealed a greedy look. "Sure, but De also has his eyes on the 9 dragons bloodline. Aren't you afraid that he will target you if I give it to you?" Lu Ming said with a smile. Ao Tu's face fell and his eyes flickered. If he really obtained the 9 dragons bloodline and was targeted by Martial Royal De, he would not be able to live in peace. Even the supremes of the Jiao dragon tribe would not be able to protect him. Even the monster royal might not be able to protect him. His heart sank when he thought of this. Hee, looks like you don't dare to take it. What a coward. Come on, let's fight. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent and the true origin in his body was boiling. Roar! Roar! 2 dragon roars were heard at the same time. One of them came from Ao Tuesday. He immediately turned into a Jiao dragon. The other dragon roar came from Lu Ming's body. He unleashed a burst of dragon force. Lu Ming's body was covered with a layer of purplish golden scales. He took a step forward and charged toward Ao Tuesday, Golden Storm Slash. As soon as Ao Tu opened his mouth, a ray of dark golden light burst out from his mouth and slashed toward Lu Ming. The light was like a saber light, but it was sharper and more terrifying. Lu Ming threw out a punch and collided with the dark golden light. Boom! There was an explosion and Lu Ming's body trembled. He was pushed back 100 meters before he could regain his balance. There were still countless sharp forces on his arm that were cutting his scales, causing sparks to fly. What a powerful metal attribute will! He circulated his true essence, and with a jolt, the sharp force covering his arm was scattered. Ao Tu had more than 70% of the true dragon's bloodline. He was born with the ability to control metal attribute will and use it to a terrifying level. The saber light was the combination of metal attribute will and Ao Tu's demonic force. It was extremely terrifying. Golden Storm Slash. Ao Tu roared again. This time, 9 beams of dark golden light burst out from his mouth, cutting through the air and slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming instantly unleashed 2 more streams of dragon energy. He had unleashed a total of 3 streams of dragon energy. His strength had greatly increased. Lu Ming was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. He rushed toward Ao Tu and threw out a series of punches. Bam! 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 After 9 consecutive explosions, the 9 dark golden lights were destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to rush toward Ao Tuesday, Gilded Dragon Claw. One of Ao Tu's dragon claws turned dark golden as if it was made of dark gold. Whoosh! He clawed at Lu Ming with his dark golden dragon claw. Clang! Lu Ming threw out a punch and clashed with the dark golden dragon claw. There was a terrifying explosion as if 2 hammers had collided. A strong storm swept out in all directions. Lu Ming's body trembled and he was pushed back 100 meters. When he landed on the ground, he took another 9 steps back. Such terrifying strength and attack power. Is this the power of a flood dragon with 70% purity? Lu Ming was shocked. AO2 should be in the middle stage of the 8th tier of the 7th grade, which was equivalent to the middle stage of the 8th tier of the spirit embryo realm. His strength and attack power were terrifying. And this was only a flood dragon with 70% purity. If it was a pure-blooded true dragon, how terrifying would it be? It was rare to see pure-blooded divine beasts in the divine wilderness continent nowadays. According to legends, there were quite a few in ancient times. How could the prodigies of the human race compete with such pure-blooded divine beasts? The only known pure-blooded divine beast in the eastern wilderness was the Demon Emperor. I wonder if there are many pure-blooded mythological beasts in that mysterious overseas continent. Lu Ming, you are no match for me. AO2 roared, interrupting Lu Ming's messy thoughts. Bam! Bam! The flood dragon stomped on the ground and charged toward Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered, and the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons. At the same time, another surge of dragon power erupted from his body. There were 4 surges of dragon power in total. A vast dragon might spread out and surged toward AO2's day. AO2's body trembled slightly, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Yes, this was AO2's instinct, his fear of those in a higher position. No matter if it was a demonic beast or a divine beast, the hierarchy was very strict. Bloodline was the highest, and there were layers of suppression. Chapter 973. Roar. The 9 dragons roared as they charged at AO2 with their claws. AO2 roared as well. He overcame his fear and charged at Lu Ming. A flood dragon and a 9 dragon immediately clashed on the fighting ring. AO2 had unleashed his metal will to the extreme. His metal will was definitely at the 4th level. His body was as hard as iron, and his claws were as hard as dark gold. They could break through anything. Each of his moves had terrifying power. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had 4 different wills around him. His power was equally terrifying. At the same time, Lu Ming unleashed the power of 4 dragons and activated the suppressing hell skill. Every inch of his muscles could unleash the power of the suppressing hell skill. Every muscle on his body was terrifyingly powerful, and every claw had the power to suppress everything. Rumble. The 2 dragons tangled together and attacked continuously. It was extremely barbaric. It was as if they had been transported to the ancient times when divine beasts and true dragons fought. Puchi. The 9 dragons had 9 claws. AO2 could not block all of them. His body was grabbed by the claws of the 9 dragons. The 9 dragons tore off a large piece of his flesh. Blood flowed out. AO2 was in pain. He fought back and tore off a piece of the 9 dragons. However, his claws were almost broken. Boom! The 9 dragons seemed to be extremely heavy. They pressed on AO2 and sent him crashing into the fighting ring. His bones cracked. The 2 fought for dozens of moves. Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. He gradually gained the upper hand. AO2 was still affected by the 9 dragons. He was afraid. The more he fought, the stronger his fear became. How could he be Lu Ming's match when he was afraid? Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. AO2 screamed as his body was torn apart by the 9 dragons. He struggled and escaped, but he left a large piece of Jiao dragon meat behind. Jiao dragon meat with 70% of true dragon density. Good stuff. Keep it for barbecue. Lu Ming's voice came out of the 9 dragons' mouths. Then, the piece of Jiao dragon meat disappeared. Lu Ming, that's good stuff. Save some for me later. Fatty shouted in the stands. He almost drooled. AO2 was so angry that he almost exploded. He couldn't wait to swallow Lu Ming and Fatty whole. Fatty, it's too little. These are mine. let me get some more. Lu Ming shouted as he lunged at AO Tuesday. I admit defeat. AO2 suddenly roared. He was extremely unwilling. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely lose. He would most likely have to pay more flood dragon meat. He admitted defeat. Lu Ming was speechless. He turned back into his human form and looked at AO2 with a pitiful face. AO2 also turned back into his human form, his face extremely gloomy. He wasn't seriously injured, but his complexion looked worse than if he had been seriously injured. This battle, he fought too sullenly. After devouring 90% of AO2's Dragon of Providence, Lu Ming's Dragon of Providence continued to grow, surpassing 2,000 feet and nearing 3,000 feet. Such a huge fate dragon was rarely seen even since ancient times. Lu Ming flew up to the spectator stand. Fatty, it's a pity that this guy admitted defeat early. There's no share for you. Lu Ming sighed. Damn it. No, we'll split it equally. Fatty grumbled. AO2, who was flying to the spectator stand, trembled and almost fell off the platform. AO2's face was extremely gloomy as he flew back to the spectator stand. The flood dragon supremacy didn't look any better than AO Tuesday. His face was as black as charcoal. Lu Ming won the battle in the end, which shocked many people. In that case, Lu Ming had entered the final battle. Next would be the battle between the arch-god and Xue Jiani. The winner would have the final battle with Lu Ming. Most people thought that Di Shen would definitely win against Xue Jiani. The final battle would be between Lu Ming and Di Shen. This was going to be interesting. Light flashed and enveloped Di Shen and Xue Jiani. The two of them flew up to the platform. Do we still need to fight? Di Shen said coldly. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. Could Di Shen have fought with Xue Jiani before? They had never heard of such a rumor. I was no match for you 3 years ago, but that might not be the case now. Xue Jiani exuded a shocking blood qi, and his eyes turned red like blood diamonds. Everyone was shocked. Di Shen and Xue Jiani had fought 3 years ago, and it seemed that Xue Jiani had lost. You were no match for me 3 years ago, and you'll never be my match from now on. Di Shen's voice was filled with great confidence. You'll know after the battle. Xue Jiani shouted and stepped out. Terrifying sword qi burst out from his body and filled the air. This was sword intent. Xue Jiani stepped forward and sword intent filled the air. Clang! Di Shen's body also emitted a sword cry, and in the next moment, a powerful sword qi burst out. It was also sword intent. Di Shen and Xue Jiani had both comprehended sword intent. Bam! Bam! Both of them stepped forward, and as they did, sword intent surged. Clang! Clang! Their sword intents crossed dozens of miles and clashed in the air. Explosions and sword cries kept erupting in the air between them, and sparks flew in all directions. Everyone's face turned serious. This sword intent was too terrifying. The two of them had yet to make a move, but the sword intent that leaked out could easily kill an expert of the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. Xiao! Xiao! Suddenly, both of them stepped forward, and their bodies turned into sword lights, cutting through the air and slashing at each other. Clang! The two sword lights clashed in the air, and sword qi shot out in all directions. The two sword lights retreated and clashed again. Clang! Clang! In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Those with lower cultivation couldn't even see the two of them, and could only see the two sword lights clashing in the air. A golden sword light and a blood-red sword light. But at this moment, the golden sword light surged, and the blood-red sword light was sent flying. Di Shen, peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, and Xue Jiani, late stage of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he could see the cultivation of both of them. Furthermore, both of their sword intent had reached the 4th level. This was a clash of 4th level sword intents. However, It was obvious that Dishan's cultivation was higher, and he repelled Xue Jiani. The blood-red sword light retreated, and Xue Jiani's figure appeared. At this moment, the blood-red glow on his body became brighter and brighter. Xue Jiani, unsheath. Xue Jiani waved his hand, and a blood-red battle sword flew out from the heart of his brows. The moment the battle sword flew out, it became dozens of meters long. What was shocking was that after the battle sword grew, it split into 2, then 4, and finally 16 huge blood-red battle swords that danced around Xue Jiani. Kill! Xue Jiani shouted, and with a wave of his sword finger, the 16 battle swords danced, turning into 16 sword lights that pierced towards Dishan. Chapter 974. 16 blood-red battle swords surrounded by boundless sword chi blasted towards the arch-god. At this moment, the arch-god's face flushed red as he felt the blood in his body boiling. That's the blood essence. Xue Jiani has merged the blood essence and sword essence into one. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. No wonder Xue Jiani ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was so powerful that he had not only comprehended 2 powerful essences, but also merged them together. Lu Ming could see that Xue Jiani's blood essence and sword essence had both reached level 4. How terrifying would it be to merge 2 level 4 essences? Swoosh! 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 The merging of the 2 essences created thousands of sword chi that enveloped Dishan and blocked his escape route. Golden sword chi rushed out of Dishan's body and slashed out continuously. Every time he slashed out, countless sword chi would be destroyed and replaced by more blood-red sword chi. For a moment, Dishan was at a disadvantage. No way, Dishan is actually at a disadvantage. Is Dishan going to lose? Xue Jiani's 2 essences have both reached level 4 and merged successfully. He's indeed powerful, but Dishan should have more tricks up his sleeve. Everyone was talking about it. Dishan frowned slightly. He gave up blocking the sword chi and let the sword chi pierce his body. Many people's hearts were in their mouths. They did not understand what Dishan meant. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sword chi pierced through Dishan's body and his figure collapsed. Then, everyone saw that Dishan's body had already appeared dozens of meters away. As soon as his figure appeared, sword chi pierced towards him from all directions. However, it was as if he was taking a stroll in the park. He took a step forward and his figure instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared dozens of meters away. Just like that, his figure continued to flicker, and the endless sword chi from all directions could not do anything to him at all. Instantaneous step. It's the legendary instantaneous step. Someone exclaimed in shock. What? Instantaneous step. Legend has it that one needs to comprehend the space essence to perform the instantaneous step. How is that possible? Has Dishan comprehended the space essence? Oh my god, it's definitely the space essence. Cries of alarm were heard one after another. Furthermore, the people that had spoken were all people of the older generation. It's the concept of space. Bai Shijing, Yan Kuangtu, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. There were tens of thousands of concepts in the world. Of course, there were also distinctions between high and low. Among them, 2 extremely famous concepts were the concept of space and time. Time and space. Myriad concepts, space-time king. The concept of time and the concept of space were the kings of tens of thousands of concepts. One could see how terrifying they were. But Dishan had actually comprehended the space will. I didn't expect the Emperor God to have comprehended the space essence and successfully integrated it with the sword essence. He's indeed a peerless figure ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents. But judging from his space essence, he's probably only at the completion of level 3 and hasn't broken through to level 4. Otherwise, he'd be invincible. Bai Shijing said with a solemn expression. Xue Jiani's expression turned grave when the sovereign god used the intent of space. His sword fingers danced as he unleashed a barrage of attacks. However, the sovereign god's body flickered and the surrounding sword chi couldn't do anything to him. Whoosh! Suddenly, Dishan slashed out with his sword. This sword was casually slashed at the air and did not seem to be aimed at Xue Jiani. However, Xue Jiani's expression suddenly changed and he quickly retreated. Whoosh! Just as Xue Jiani retreated, a sword light slashed at the spot where he had been standing. Dishan's attack could pass through layers of the void and deal a terrifying blow to Xue Jiani. It was strange and terrifying. If Dishan became a killer, he would be the most terrifying killer in the world. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dishan's battle sword continued to slash out of thin air. Then, sword light appeared around Xue Jiani and slashed at him. Xue Jiani retreated rapidly. Dishan used the instantaneous step and chased after Xue Jiani rapidly. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. It seems that Dishan's attack is limited by distance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he realized what was going on. Dishan's space essence should be limited by distance. If the distance was too far, his sword chi would not be able to pass through space to attack others. This was normal. If there was no limit, he would be able to take someone's head from hundreds of millions of miles away. This was beyond terrifying. However, as Dishan's cultivation and space essence improved, this distance would increase and the further he progressed, the more terrifying it would be. It wasn't just as saying that time and space were king. As the distance between the two closed, Xue Jiani was at a disadvantage and could lose at any moment. Wang! At this moment, Xue Jiani's spine shone and a blood-red battle sword appeared above his head. This battle sword had 7 golden chakras around it. This was Xue Jiani's bloodline, a level 7 divine class bloodline. Xue Jiani merged with his bloodline and turned into a huge blood-red battle sword. Sword chi shot up into the sky and slashed out. Dishan's sword chi was shattered. Shua! The blood-red battle sword slashed at Dishan. Defeat. Tiangang Emperor's sword. Dishan took a big step forward and spat out a word coldly. He pointed his sword forward and slashed down. Hua la! In that instant, the space above Xue Jiani's head suddenly shattered, and boundless sword chi imbued with spatial slicing intent crashed down toward Xue Jiani. That's a low-grade divine class martial skill and a low-grade divine class bloodline martial skill. A supreme being figure cried out, feeling incredibly shocked. Everyone present was also greatly shocked, and their pupils rapidly widened. A divine class martial skill, a low-grade divine class bloodline martial skill. Dishan had actually comprehended such a terrifying martial skill from his bloodline. He wasn't even at the spirit god realm. Even if it was a terrifying expert at the domain enlightened spirit god realm, there were many that hadn't comprehended divine rank martial techniques. Clang! 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 Countless terrifying sword chi landed on Xue Jiani's sword. The blood-red battle sword trembled violently, but in just a dozen breaths of time, it seemed like it couldn't hold on any longer. A divine class martial skill was too powerful. Break! Xue Jiani roared as blood-red sword chi shot up into the sky. The blood-red battle sword spun rapidly like a drill and charged out of the area enveloped by the sword chi. With a flash of blood-red light, it transformed back into Xue Jiani. At this moment, Xue Jiani was in a sorry state. His aura was weak, his face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. I've lost. Xue Jiani sighed and admitted defeat to Dishan. After Xue Jiani admitted defeat, Dishan withdrew his aura. At the same time, the Dragon of Providence above Dishan's head devoured 90% of Xue Jiani's Dragon of Providence. Many people in the surrounding sighed as well. It wasn't that Xue Jiani wasn't strong enough, but that Dishan was too strong. However, after this battle, everyone finally saw a portion of Dishan's strength. He was at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm and had grasped the concept of space and sword. Moreover, he had comprehended a low-grade divine class bloodline martial skill. Such strength was simply too shocking. By Shijin, Du Songjue, Yan Kuangtu, by Qi, Shui, Fatty, and the others all had solemn expressions. Chapter 975. Lu Ming, if you can't beat him, just admit defeat. You have achieved enough. I believe no one will object to you becoming the official Zongzi. Bai Shijin whispered to Lu Ming. That's right, Lu Ming. Do what you can. Du Songjue also whispered a warning. Seniors, don't worry. Lu Ming knows what to do. Lu Ming smiled. It seemed that no one thought that he could win. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue were tactful, but their meaning was obvious. They did not think that he could win. It did not feel good to be looked down upon. There was a sharp glint in Lu Ming's eyes. How would he know if he did not fight? At that moment, the Dishan looked at Lu Ming. Then, he stepped out and landed on the spectator stand. There was only one battle left, but the light did not fall on Lu Ming and the Dishan. Obviously, the ancient city of Providence was very kind and gave the Dishan some time to rest and recover. The Dishan closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes. Buzz! Buzz! 2 rays of light fell on Lu Ming and the Dishan. The ultimate battle had begun. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming and the Dishan moved almost at the same time. In a flash, they landed on the fighting ring and stood opposite each other. A Providence dragon that was almost 300 feet long floated above Lu Ming's head. On the other hand, the Providence dragon above the Dishan's was more than 260 feet long. It was only a few hundred feet away from Lu Ming's Providence dragon. The 2 Providence dragons were facing each other. The Dishan's eyes were calm and indifferent. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you have seen my strength. Do you still think that there is a need to fight? His voice was calm, but it was full of confidence. How do you know that you will win before the battle? Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right, then today, let me completely crush your confidence. The Dishan's eyes shone with a sharp light. He said, I wanted to kill you today, but His Majesty asked me not to. I will spare you today. Oh. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Emperor God's intention was very simple. Initially, he wanted to have a life-and-death battle with Lu Ming and kill him. However, Martial Emperor De had asked him not to kill Lu Ming. Obviously, Martial Emperor De wanted to capture Lu Ming alive and take his 9 dragons bloodline. The Dishan, the number 1 of the list. There was determination in Lu Ming's eyes. No matter what, Lu Ming had to win today. If he couldn't even defeat Dishan and De, a junior, how could he fight against De? Lu Ming strode toward the Dishan. With every step he took, the aura on Lu Ming's body became more violent. 4 different wills surrounded him. His genuine core power and dragon power burst out. His skin was covered with a layer of dragon power. 1, 2, 3. Lu Ming burst out 3 streams of dragon power in one breath. Kill! The Dishan's sword essence filled his body, and a vast sword power burst out. He took a step forward and approached Lu Ming quickly. A combat sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. The sword essence bloomed, and streaks of terrifying sword radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. Boom! 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 Lu Ming threw out a dozen punches, and each time, a sword radiance was shattered. After a dozen punches, more than a dozen sword radiances were shattered. Dishan, use your full strength. You can't defeat me like this. Lu Ming shouted, and the battle intent in his eyes grew stronger. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. The Dishan's indifferent voice rang out, and the aura on his body grew stronger. His cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm was revealed. Swoosh! He took a step forward, and his body seemed to travel through space. In the next moment, he appeared dozens of meters away and rushed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, his combat sword slashed at the air. At this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end, and a strong sense of danger rose in his heart. Swoosh! At this critical moment, Lu Ming stomped his foot and retreated quickly. Lu Ming had just retreated when a sword radiance slashed out from where he had been standing. It hit the fighting ring, causing sparks to fly. Your spiritual sense is quite sharp, but let's see how many moves you can take. The Dishan said coldly, and his combat sword slashed out continuously. In an instant, he had slashed out dozens of times. Lu Ming's sense of danger grew stronger. Without hesitation, he ran wildly on the fighting ring. Swoosh! 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 Wherever Lu Ming ran, sword radiances would slash out continuously. Every slash almost landed on Lu Ming's body. Do you only know how to run? But in front of me, you don't even have the right to run. The Dishan snorted and took a few steps forward. His figure appeared on the fighting ring like a phantom, as if he was traveling through space. In a few breaths, he was close to Lu Ming. He slashed out with his combat sword, and countless sword radiances appeared in all directions around Lu Ming, sealing off all of Lu Ming's escape routes. Since I can't dodge, I'll just use my strength to explode. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a ferocious look, and the last 3 strands of dragon energy in his body exploded. A total of 6 strands of dragon energy, and Lu Ming exploded all at once. His strength increased crazily, and Lu Ming threw out dozens of punches in all directions. Boom! 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 The sword radiances in the surroundings were all shattered. However, Lu Ming did not stop, and continued to throw punches. Every punch was accompanied by a terrifying explosion of power, completely distorting and compressing the space. The sword radiances slashed out by the Dishan were crushed before they could slash out from the space. The Dishan's eyes turned cold, and he continued to slash out with his combat sword, while Lu Ming's fists continued to bombard the air. Every attack shattered the Dishan's sword radiances. Ha, Lu Ming's move is not bad. Yan Kuangtu laughed. Although the Dishan's sword can travel through the void and change unpredictably, when the sword radiances are about to be slashed out, there will be fluctuations in the space. As long as Lu Ming senses the fluctuations, he will bombard the space with his powerful fist force, causing the space to distort, and the Dishan's sword radiances will not be able to slash out. Supreme Nine Yang also nodded. Many big shots secretly nodded. They had seen through the trick, but they were also secretly shocked. It was not difficult to sense the fluctuations in space, but the key was to block them. That was the difficult part. Each of Lu Ming's punches was terrifyingly powerful. They discovered that the power that Lu Ming displayed at this moment was stronger than when he was fighting AO2 earlier. When Lu Ming fought with AO2 earlier, he had actually concealed his abilities. This shocked them. Humph. Your strength is not bad. Then I will defeat you directly. The Dishan snorted and stopped attacking. He took a step forward, and his body was like a flickering shadow. He was unbelievably fast, and he instantly closed in on Lu Ming. After comprehending the space essence, his speed was also terrifyingly fast. Lu Ming realized that even if he used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps, he would still be a little slower. As he closed in on Lu Ming, the Dishan's body erupted with terrifying sword power. The mighty sword power pressed down on Lu Ming, and the terrifying sword radiance slashed down on Lu Ming. The void was distorted and even cracked open. The power of the sword was extremely terrifying. The fusion of the space essence and sword essence allowed the power of the sword to reach the peak. Even if Lu Ming wanted to retreat, there was nowhere for him to go. If he retreated, he would have to face the Dishan's even more violent attacks. Chapter 976. Lu Ming had a crazed look in his eyes as he channeled his true essence and pushed the power of the suppressing hell skill to 50%. He then threw a punch. Boom! The fist and the sword chi collided, causing a terrifying explosion. Boundless sword chi spread out in all directions, and so did the fist radiance. However, it was blocked by a layer of invisible force at the edge of the fighting ring and disappeared into nothingness. Bang! 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 Lu Ming took 3 steps back as his blood boiled. Not bad. Take another strike from me. Celestial Dipper Emperor Sword. The Emperor God roared and slashed down again. The moment the sword struck, endless sword gleams burst forth, slashing toward Lu Ming with the intention of slicing space. It was the Celestial Dipper Emperor Sword, an inferior divine bloodline martial technique. The Emperor God had just used this move to defeat Xue Jiani. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring, waiting to see how Lu Ming would block this move. The dragon roared and 9 dragons appeared. Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons. Boom! 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 The 9 dragons clawed and pushed the suppressing hell skill to 60%. The sound of explosions continued to ring out. Most of the sword lights were blocked, but there were still a few sword lights that weren't blocked. They landed on the 9 dragons' bodies, and immediately, their scales were cut open. Deep wounds appeared on the 9 dragons' bodies, and blood flowed out. However, Lu Ming blocked it in the end. He can block the Emperor God's divine bloodline martial technique. Is Lu Ming also using a divine bloodline martial technique? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Even Xue Jiani was defeated by this move. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming could block it. It's definitely a divine bloodline martial technique. A supreme being said. Everyone was in disbelief. Lu Ming had also mastered a divine bloodline martial technique. It was too shocking. The situation is not good for Lu Ming. Although they have also mastered a divine bloodline martial technique, they can't unleash the full power of the divine bloodline martial technique with their cultivation. However, the Emperor God's cultivation is stronger and the power of the divine bloodline martial technique is stronger. Yan Kuangtu said worriedly. The others didn't say anything, but their expressions were very solemn. On the fighting stage, Dishan's eyes shone with a sharp and terrifying light. His voice was no longer indifferent, but filled with sharpness. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be able to take this move of mine. Not bad indeed. Let's see how you're going to take this next move. Big Dipper Emperor's Sword, 1 sword to conquer the world. Dishan's entire body seemed to have turned golden, like a golden sun. The battle sword in his hand slashed out violently, twisting the space in all directions. Finally, the space was torn apart by Dishan's sword light, wrapped together, and slashed towards Lu Ming. It was reasonable to say that only spiritual god experts could slash open space. However, Emperor gods were clearly still a distance away from spiritual god, yet they could slash open space. This didn't mean that their battle strength had reached the spiritual god level, but it was because of their space concept. Driven by the concept of space, it cut through space. With the power of space cutting, it attacked Lu Ming. Space was distorted, and sword light was everywhere. Lu Ming resisted with all his might. His dragon claws clawed out continuously, and his dragon tail lashed out like a divine whip. However, there were too many sword lights around him, and their power was too strong. With Lu Ming's strength, he couldn't block all of them. The incomparably sharp sword qi wandered around Lu Ming's body, cutting open wounds on his body. Lu Ming ignored his injuries and fought back with all his might, fighting with Dishan. Refine, refine for me. At the same time, Lu Ming was refining the energy of the origin stones continuously to break through to the next realm. He had secretly let the 9 dragons swallow more than 200,000 origin stones. He wanted to break through to the next realm while fighting. He felt that he was almost at the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Dishan was too strong. If Lu Ming didn't break through to the next realm, it would be hard for him to defeat Dishan. Dishan had 2 kinds of concepts. His sword concept was at the 4th level, and his space concept was at the 3rd level of perfection. The fusion of the 2 concepts wasn't any weaker than Lu Ming's fusion of 4 concepts. Dishan also controlled god-level martial skills and cultivated techniques. Needless to say, they were also god-level techniques. Moreover, they were extremely powerful god-level techniques, and the vital essence in their bodies was extremely dense. Lu Ming didn't have any advantage over Di Shin in these aspects. Lu Ming had the support of the dragon's power, but Lu Ming felt that Di Shin also had the support of a mysterious power that was incomparably strong and unstoppable. Lu Ming didn't have any advantage over Di Shin in any aspect. In terms of cultivation, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming gave it his all and fought with Di Shin for dozens of moves. At this moment, the scales on the 9 dragons cracked and fell off. They were covered with sword wounds, and fresh blood flowed out. It was a tragic sight. Lu Ming. Bai Qi Snow's small hands were tightly clenched together. There was a layer of mist in her big eyes, and she was extremely worried. Fatty, Wan Tingting, and the rest didn't say a word. They stared at the battle stage, and they were also extremely worried. On the other hand, those from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Sky Demon Valley, and Sky Corpse sect were gloating. Lu Ming is definitely going to lose. He can't be a match for Di Shin. What is he waiting for? He's just fighting to the death. I already knew that he couldn't be a match for Di Shin. I think Lu Ming will be defeated in less than 10 moves. Voices could be heard coming from the surroundings. It's a pity that this isn't a life-and-death battle. Lu Ming can admit defeat at any time. However, since he has offended Martial Emperor De, he will die sooner or later. The Wang family head thought to himself. At this moment, Di Shin's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Every time he slashed out, sword chi would shock the heavens. The space and sword intent combined to suppress Lu Ming. More and more wounds appeared on the 9 dragons' bodies. Refine, refine. Break for me. Lu Ming roared in his heart, and the vital essence in his body boiled. Suddenly, a powerful aura rushed out from the 9 dragons' bodies. What? Cultivation breakthrough? How is that possible? He actually broke through at this time. Impossible. Voices of disbelief rang out. The big shots on the spectator stand shouted in disbelief and stood up. Lu Ming actually broke through in the battle, and it was in the battle with Di Shin. How was that possible? Unbelievable. Ha, this kid, every time he exceeds my expectations. He has my style. The fatty grinned and was extremely excited. Yan Kuangtu, Bai Shijin, and the others were also excited. Lu Ming's move was also beyond their expectations. Damn it! Di Shin's eyes were no longer calm. Anger and killing intent burst out from them. Lu Ming actually had a breakthrough in his cultivation level during the battle with him. This was simply a humiliation to him. He looked down on him and wanted to use him to break through. At this moment, Di Shin's body burst out with an extremely strong killing intent. The 9 dragons' bloodline is indeed amazing. A faint voice rang out. The person who spoke was Martial Emperor De. The crowd was shocked and then came to a realization. It was not that Lu Ming was too heaven-defying, but the 9 dragons' bloodline. That was why he was able to break through in the battle. Di Shin's heart calmed down, but the light in his eyes was even colder. Yan Kuangtu, Bai Shijin, and the others secretly cursed De for being so cunning. With a single sentence, he blamed the shock caused by Lu Ming on the 9 dragons' bloodline, which calmed Di Shin's heart. Chapter 977. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the sky as the 9 dragons clawed at Di Shin's sword radiance. Now, the real battle begins. The 9 dragons' eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit and ferociousness. The scales on his body that had fallen off from the sword chi, as well as the bloody wounds on his body, were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A ferocious and powerful aura emanated from the 9 dragons. Slowly, the aura overpowered Di Shin. Clang! The sound of a sword rang through the ancient city as a golden battle sword appeared above Di Shin's head. The moment the battle sword appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. The golden battle sword was filled with a noble aura. A golden dragon circled around the hilt of the sword, looking majestic. It was like the Emperor of the Sword, overpowering the universe. The Emperor's sword was a bloodline that could only be passed down from Emperor De. This was the second time that Lu Ming had seen the Emperor's sword bloodline. He had seen it on Di Feng and now it was on Di Shen. Di Feng was only a level 4 divine grade back then. However, Di Shen's 8 golden chakras made everyone's eyes pop out. A level 8 divine grade. Another level 8 divine grade bloodline. Previously, it was Fatty Kong Jin. Now, it was Di Shen. Gosh, this guy's bloodline is at the same level as mine. How is that possible? I'm 10,000 times more handsome than this guy. Fatty shouted in annoyance. This guy was the only one who could still yell out. The others all looked very serious. Di Shen's body flashed as he entered the Emperor's sword. The Emperor's sword vibrated and a vast sword force erupted, pressing down on Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming waved his claws and broke the vast sword force. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they held their breaths and stared at the fighting ring. They knew that the final battle was about to begin. It was out of everyone's expectations that the battle would reach this stage. Lu Ming had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and his combat strength had increased tremendously during the battle. He had even forced Di Shen to use bloodline fusion. The outcome of this battle was starting to be filled with suspense. Sword of execution. A cold voice came from the Emperor's sword. The Emperor's sword vibrated and a vast amount of golden light was emitted. The golden light was actually sword chi. Endless sword chi appeared around the Emperor's sword like a pair of sword chi wings. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, endless sword chi shot toward the 9 dragons. Every sword chi was terrifying and covered every inch of the 9 dragons. The 9 dragons roared and stomped on the ground with their claws, performing the 9 dragons' heaven stomp. The void trembled as violent energy erupted, destroying all of the sword chi. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and pounced towards the Emperor's sword in the air. The Emperor's sword vibrated and slashed towards the 9 dragons with a terrifying sword will. The dragon and the sword. The Emperor's sword and the dragon. And dragon sword and the dragons and the Emperor. The battle was sword dragon and the dragon blood. More than 20 minutes had passed, but the outcome was still undecided. According to the rules, once the battle went on for 30 minutes, if there was still no winner, the ancient city of Providence would automatically determine the winner. But now, they seemed to be in a tie. Everyone held their breath and stared at the battle stage. They did not even dare to breathe loudly for fear of disturbing the battle stage. Even the elders, spiritual gods and sovereigns, who had lived for thousands of years, had never seen such a battle, let alone the younger generation. Every one of them had the potential to become a martial royal realm expert in the future. They were rarely seen in 100 years or even 1,000 years. If they appeared, they would be the conquerors of an era. It was rare for 2 of them to appear in the same era. 100 years ago, Yan Kuangtu appeared. He was invincible among the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. He defeated all the experts and reached the peak. Thousands of years ago, Supreme 9 Sons appeared. It was the same. He defeated all his opponents and was invincible. But this generation was different. There were many geniuses and experts. Even the Emperor God had a rival. The 2 fought fiercely. After a fierce collision in the air, they both retreated. Clang! The Emperor's sword vibrated and dissipated. It returned to its human form. Everyone was shocked. Was the Emperor God going to lose? But then, the 9 dragons shone and dissipated. They turned back into Lu Ming. Their bloodline power seemed to have been exhausted at the same time. Lu Ming, I have to admit that you're strong. You're the first person to force me to this point. But this is it. It's time to end it. The Emperor God's eyes were full of killing intent. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Golden flames spread out from his body. The Emperor God's aura became more terrifying than before. It was another kind of intent. It was very similar to the fire intent. It was called the Golden Flames intent. The Emperor God had comprehended 3 intents. It seemed that the Golden Flames intent had reached the 4th level and had successfully merged with the other 2 intents. It was unbelievable that the Emperor God was still hiding his strength after such a long battle. Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh no! Yan Kuangtu, Bai Shijin, and the others were shocked. They never expected the Emperor God to have such a move. It seems that the Emperor God won in the end. Someone sighed. Lu Ming is just a stepping stone for the Emperor God. The Wang family head snorted. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more unhappy he was. Lu Ming, I wanted to save some strength to compete with the Middle Continent and the other 3 regions in the future. Now, I'll let you have a taste of it. Whoosh! The Emperor God turned into a golden sword and slashed at Lu Ming. The Archgod's ambition was higher than the sky. His vision was no longer limited to the Eastern Barren Territory. He wanted to compete with the geniuses of the Southern Underworld, the Northern Plains, the Western Desert, and even the Central Continent. Do you think I don't have any tricks up my sleeve? At this moment, Lu Ming did not panic. Instead, he appeared very calm. There was even a trace of a smile at the corners of his lips. Buzz! Inscriptions began to appear on his body. Inscriptions began to appear one after another. All of them were support-type formations. Some increased speed, some increased defense, some increased true essence, and so on. A total of 12 arrays made Lu Ming's aura soar. Bang! At the same time, Lu Ming took a step forward. Endless inscriptions appeared on the entire fighting ring and even in the air. A huge array emerged. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Ming had been secretly inscribing inscriptions during the previous battle. During the 20-minute battle, Lu Ming had carved a huge array. This was a secret that no one was able to see. Chapter 978. At this moment, Lu Ming's sudden outburst reminded the others that Lu Ming not only practiced martial arts, but also inscriptions. Di Shen, you're the one who's going to lose this time. Lu Ming roared. He took a step forward and charged at Di Shen like a gust of wind. At the same time, the array on the battle platform shone brightly. Long spears were formed and emitted a terrifying aura as they pierced towards Di Shen. Although he couldn't focus on carving the array during the battle with Di Shen, he had spent more than 20 minutes carving the array. How could he be weak? Moreover, with all kinds of auxiliary arrays, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased greatly. Di Shen's eyes were gloomy. He kept slashing with his battle sword and collided with the long spears formed by the array. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming stepped forward and struck Di Shen's battle sword with his palm. Di Shen's body trembled and he kept retreating. Lu Ming strode forward and kept attacking. At the same time, the array glowed and formed spears to attack Di Shen. Di Shen couldn't win and kept retreating. He was at a disadvantage. He unleashed 3 different intents and his attack power was unparalleled, but he was still no match for Lu Ming. Most importantly, his space intent was still at the perfected level 3, while his other 2 intents were at level 4. He couldn't unleash the full power of his intents. He roared and fought with all his might, but he was still at a disadvantage. I'll let you have a taste of the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming transformed into the prison-suppressing steel and suppressed Di Shen. The power of the 9 dragons' bloodline was exhausted, but the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline power was still there. Everyone was numb. Many people knew that Lu Ming had 2 types of divine bloodline, so they weren't too shocked. Bam! Di Shen was hit by the prison-suppressing steel. His body shook violently and he kept retreating. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suppress! The prison-suppressing steel shone and continued to suppress Di Shen. Di Shen's face was gloomy. He took a step forward and disappeared, reappearing 100 meters away. The prison-suppressing steel vibrated and continued to suppress the monarch god. Dishan did not dare to take it head-on. He could only continue to use the transient step, constantly changing his body to dodge Lu Ming's attacks. This scene caused the faces of the people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace to turn ugly. In this way, the imperial god was at a disadvantage. If half an hour passed, the ancient city of Providence would automatically determine that the imperial god had failed. Of course, this was still better than admitting defeat. If he admitted defeat, he would lose 90% of his luck points. If he lost, he would only lose half of his luck points. Martial Emperor Di Yi's face darkened. The luck obtained from each battle of luck was extremely important to him. However, it seemed like he was going to fail this time. The first place would most likely fall into the hands of Lu Ming and the Talisman Puppet Sect. Emperor God, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you running away now? Is this the number one on the list of top 1,000 talents? Lu Ming sneered and mocked. The Emperor God gritted his teeth, and the flames of anger in his eyes seemed to burn. Lu Ming, in the future, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Di Yi's cold voice rang out. Ha, Emperor God, let me tell you, if you lose to me today, you will never be a match for me in the future. Lu Ming laughed. The Emperor God clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He was greatly shocked. This was because he had always said this to others in the past. In the past, as the number one on the list of top 1,000 talents, he was superior and peerless. Anyone who was defeated by him would never be a match for him in the future. This was because he improved faster than others, and the gap between him and others would only widen. He had never thought that this sentence would come from someone else and that the target would be him. However, he was helpless now. He had exhausted his bloodline power and could not block Lu Ming's attack. He could only use the instantaneous step to dodge. Time flew by. Buzz! Suddenly, the fighting ring shook and two light pillars shrouded Lu Ming and the Emperor God. When the time was up, the two of them fought for half an hour. When the time was up, the battle ended. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk rapidly and turned into Lu Ming's appearance. Roar! The Providence Dragon above Lu Ming's head roared and gnawed at the Providence Dragon above the Emperor God. In the end, it swallowed half of the Emperor God's providence. The Emperor God's providence grew to more than 130 meters. On the other hand, Lu Ming's Providence Dragon grew to more than 400 meters. The Providence Dragon that was more than 400 meters long floated above Lu Ming's head like a real dragon. Lu Ming won. Ha, Lu Ming is number one. Fatty was the first to shout excitedly. Lu Ming is number one. Then, Bai Qi, Shui, Wan Tingting, and the others also shouted and cheered. Even Huan Zhen, Wen Yuezhang, and the others were excited. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so strong. I'm not as good as him. Huan Zhen sighed, but he was not unhappy. Instead, there was joy in his eyes. We were competing with Lu Ming before. Ji Mai, Meng Jia, and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Vaguely, they felt proud. After all, they were once Lu Ming's opponents. At this moment, even Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and the others were excited. Lu Ming was number one. How shocking was it that his Providence Dragon was more than 400 meters long? There was no doubt that the Talisman Puppet Sect would be number one in this battle of Providence. How many years had it been? Ever since Liao Tsang disappeared, the Talisman Puppet Sect's situation had been deteriorating. They had never been number one, but now, they were number one again. This time, the Talisman Puppet Sect would definitely obtain great providence. Perhaps, there was hope for their revival. How could they not be excited? In the past, they had asked Lu Ming to be number one in the Battle of Providence. However, none of them thought that Lu Ming could do it. They were just pressuring Lu Ming. They never thought that Lu Ming would be able to do it. As for the people of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Sky Demon Valley, they all had different expressions. However, most of them were shocked. Before the start of the Battle of Providence, who would have thought that Lu Ming would be number one? At that time, both the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and Sky Demon Valley wanted to kill Lu Ming. Most people thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. However, Lu Ming had created a miracle and even defeated the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace to take number one. Damn it, how could this be? The patriarch of the Wang clan, the patriarch of the Jiang clan, and the others were filled with murderous intent as they roared in their hearts. Martial Emperor De did not say a word, but a cold light shot out from his eyes. Hee, this little guy is really unexpected. The Demon Emperor of the Sky Demon Valley said in a charming voice, which made many people's hearts beat faster. It is indeed unexpected. The Corpse Emperor said in an unpleasant voice, which was the opposite of the Demon Emperor's. Ao2, Shuejiani, Feng Xian, and the others had shocking battle intent in their eyes. They knew that from now on, they would have a strong opponent on their path to rise. This opponent gave them great pressure. Chapter 979. A token suddenly appeared above the light pillar and flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it subconsciously. Chaos Origin Token, it's the Chaos Origin Token. An exclamation came from the direction of the Sky Monster Valley. It was the Monster Emperor. What was it that could make the Demon Emperor cry out in alarm? Bang! Bang! Then, the Corpse Emperor and Martial Emperor De also stood up from their seats, and a terrifying light shot out of their eyes. Many of the older generation seemed to have thought of something. There was also shock in their eyes. Many of the younger generation looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. What was the Chaos Origin Token? How could it make the three martial emperors lose their composure? Lu Ming was also very curious. He looked at the token in his hand. The token was purple gold in color, and he didn't know what material it was made of. There were two words written on it, Chaos Origin. Congratulations, you've passed the preliminary test. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. This voice sounded directly in Lu Ming's mind, and no one else could hear it. Who is it? Who are you? Lu Ming shouted in his heart. However, no one responded. Lu Ming continued to call, but there was still no reply. Lu Ming was very curious. What did that voice mean? After passing the preliminary test, was there another test? Roar! At this moment, the Luck True Dragon above Lu Ming's head roared, and then it shrank rapidly, turning into a light beam and entering Lu Ming's body. At the same time, the Fate Serpents, Flood Dragons, and True Dragons above the heads of all the young prodigies who had obtained fate turned into beams of light and entered their bodies. At this moment, the ancient city of Luck shook and burst out with bright light. Some of it flew toward the people of the Sky Monster Valley. One of them entered the Monster Emperor's body. The Monster Emperor got the most. Another part flew toward the Heavenly Corpse sect and landed on the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Similarly, the Corpse Emperor got the most. The other portion of light, which was even larger than the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Fiend Valley, flew towards the Heavenly Divine Palace. De obtained the largest portion. However, the largest portion flew towards the Talisman Puppet sect. The disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, the elders, Supreme Nine Yang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others all received great benefits. It was even to the extent that any one of the Talisman Puppet sect's elder Yun had obtained more light than the Corpse Emperor or the Demon Emperor. As for Supremacy Jiuyang, Bai Shijin and Du Songjue, they had obtained even more light than Martial Emperor De. The members of the other three factions looked at the Talisman Puppet sect group with envious expressions. This kind of light was the legendary luck, and its profoundness was boundless. If one were to look from outside the ancient city of fate, they would see that the entire city was glowing. Beams of light were flying towards the eastern wilderness in all directions. Amongst them, the light rays that flew towards the Talisman Puppet sect were the largest and most numerous. The speed of the light was peerlessly swift, and it instantly traversed layer upon layer of space to arrive at the Talisman Puppet sect. At this moment, countless disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect were nourished by the light rays. Some who had encountered bottlenecks in their cultivations and were stuck at the same level for many years were actually able to break through to a new level with the help of the light rays. Lu Ming's parents, Lu Yuntian, Li Ping, and the rest of the Lu clan were also enveloped by the light rays. Anyone who had a close relationship with Lu Ming would receive a lot of glory. Countless people were stunned, not knowing what was going on. In the ancient city of fate, the people of the Talisman Puppet sect were overjoyed. This was the legendary blessing of luck, and its profoundness was boundless. I wonder what benefits there are. I'll go back and experience it properly. Lu Ming mumbled. He felt that he was extremely spirited, and his thoughts were extremely clear. As for the rest, he could not feel it. Lu Ming took a step forward and returned to the area of the Talisman Puppet sect. It's time to leave. The battle of fate has ended. Lu Ming had finally achieved what he wanted to do. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue. Suddenly, an authoritative voice could be heard. The hearts of the crowd shuddered as the voice came from Martial Emperor De. Everyone's gaze shifted toward Martial Emperor De. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue's expressions changed slightly as they looked toward Martial Emperor De. Martial Emperor De's expression was calm, but his eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at Bai Shijin and Du Songjue. He said, "You should know that Lu Ming is the person I want." Now, Lu Ming has helped the Talisman Puppet sect obtain the first place in the Battle of Fate. You have also benefited from it. Now, hand him over to me. His voice was filled with a sense of superiority, and there was no room for doubt. It was as if the moment he said those words, others would have to do it. In fact, in the eastern wilderness, not many people dared to refute Martial Emperor De's words. The hearts of the crowd shuddered. De was going to make things difficult for the Talisman Puppet sect. How would the Talisman Puppet sect react? Would they hand over Lu Ming or not? At this moment, everyone's gaze shifted toward Bai Shijin and Du Songjue. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue's faces darkened slightly. Martial Emperor De, you also said that Lu Ming helped the Talisman Puppet sect obtain the first place in the Battle of Fate and obtain great fate. Do you think that I, Bai Shijin, am an ungrateful person? Bai Shijin stared at De and slowly said. I, Du Songjue, have lived for thousands of years. I still have a bottom line. This matter is not negotiable. Du Songjue said. The leaders of the two factions of the Talisman Puppet sect spoke one after another, rejecting De. Martial Emperor De frowned slightly. Two rays of brilliant light shot out from his eyes as a supreme aura spread out. You have to think carefully. Is it worth it to sacrifice the entire Talisman Puppet sect for Lu Ming? Martial Emperor De slowly said, but his words caused the hearts of the crowd to shudder. Was Martial Emperor De going to attack the Talisman Puppet sect? In the past, De Tian Divine Palace had only slowly encroached on the territory of the Talisman Puppet sect. Martial Emperor De did not personally attack the Talisman Puppet sect. Was he going to personally attack the Talisman Puppet sect today? This was definitely a huge matter that would shake the entire Eastern Barren territory. It would affect the future of the Eastern Barren territory. Perhaps in the future, there would only be 3 overlords in the Eastern Barren territory, not 4. Sure. Du Songjue replied forcefully. De, I don't mind telling you that Lu Ming is the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet sect. Therefore, as long as Lu Ming is alive, the Talisman Puppet sect will die. If Lu Ming dies, the Talisman Puppet sect will die. Bai Shijin said. His words caused the hearts of the crowd to shudder. Lu Ming was the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet sect. What did it mean to be a Zongzi? It meant that he was the future sect leader of the Talisman Puppet sect. But how did Lu Ming become the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet sect? Even if he had won the Battle of Providence. Because Lu Ming had always been cultivating in the territory of De Tian Divine Palace. It had not been long since he went to the Talisman Puppet sect. Lu Ming is the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet sect. Martial Emperor De frowned even more and his gaze turned even colder. That's right. De, listen carefully. Lu Ming is not only the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet sect, he is also the successor of martial ancestor Liansong. Chapter 980. As soon as these words came out, it was as if a bomb had been dropped, causing an uproar. What? Lu Ming is the successor of Emperor Liansong? How is that possible? Emperor Liansong has been missing for 3,000 years. Rumor has it that Emperor Liansong died overseas. 3,000 years have passed. How could Lu Ming be Emperor Liansong's successor? Could it be that Emperor Liansong is still alive? The crowd was in a state of shock, especially when someone suggested that Emperor Liansong was still alive. Emperor Liansong was the best inscriber in Eastern Barren territory. If he was still alive, it would be an earth-shattering news. The situation of Eastern Barren territory would change drastically. Emperor Di's eyes shone like two swords, piercing through the sky. His body was filled with a strong killing intent. Lu Ming, you're Emperor Liansong's disciple. Emperor De said word by word, staring at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming looked at Emperor De without fear. His hand glowed and a scroll appeared in his hand. He said, De, look at this. Emperor De looked at the scroll in Lu Ming's hand and said coldly, the Million Formation image. It seems like you've really inherited Emperor Liansong's legacy. Everyone looked at the Million Formation image and their hearts trembled. The Million Formation image was Emperor Liansong's most powerful treasure. If Lu Ming had the Million Formation image, he must be Emperor Liansong's successor. The elders and disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect were the most shocked. They looked at the Million Formation image in Lu Ming's hand, their eyes were filled with excitement and disbelief. The Million Formation image. Huan Zhen, Wen Yuezhang, Bai Qi, Ji Mai, and the others were all excited. They finally knew why the elders of the Talisman Puppet sect made Lu Ming a Zongzi candidate. It was because he was Emperor Liansong's successor. Moss. Master, is Ancestor Liansong still alive? Bai Qi asked Bai Shijin with a trembling voice. Bai Shijin let out a long sigh and said, Martial Ancestor Liaosong will not come back. After saying this, Bai Shijin once again looked at Martial Emperor De and said, De, Lu Ming is the successor of Ancestor Liaosong, the Zongzi of our Talisman Puppet sect. However, you have secretly harmed Ancestor Liaosong. Now you want us to hand Lu Ming over to you, is that possible? Rumble. These words were even more shocking. Like a thunderclap, they resounded in everyone's minds. Emperor Liaosong had been killed by Emperor De. At this moment, not only were the people from the Talisman Puppet sect greatly shocked, even the disciples, elders, and utmost exalts from the other three powers, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, the Heavenly Demon Valley, and the Heavenly Corpse sect were greatly shocked. In the past, almost everyone thought that Emperor Liansong had gone on an adventure overseas and died overseas. Because in the Divine Wilderness, after reaching the Martial Emperor realm, it was extremely difficult to increase one's cultivation level. For emperors, the Divine Wilderness was too small and the environment was too bad. It was simply not suitable for cultivation. If they wanted to increase their cultivation level, they would have to go overseas and find a bigger continent with better conditions to cultivate. In history, there were many emperors who went overseas to cultivate an adventure, but in the end, they died overseas. Everyone believed that this was the reason why Emperor Liaosong died at sea. They would never have thought that it was Martial Emperor De who had secretly harmed him. In this way, the Talisman Puppet sect and Martial Emperor De were mortal enemies. How could they hand Lu Ming over to De? De, Liansong was really harmed by you? You are so scheming. What do you want to do? The Heavenly Demon Valley's Monster Emperor stood up and stared at De with an unfriendly gaze. The Corpse Emperor's corpse chi was rolling, but he did not speak. Monster Emperor, you are meddling too much. Why do I need to explain my actions to you? Martial Emperor De coldly glanced at the Monster Emperor. He was extremely domineering and did not give the Monster Emperor any face. Then, he turned to Lu Ming and glanced at Bai Shijin and the others. He said, since that is the case, the talisman puppet sect shall be destroyed. After saying this, De turned around and strode away. He stepped into the teleportation vortex and disappeared. Lu Ming, I will let you live for now. Let's see how long you can live. The Wang clan leader looked coldly at Lu Ming and was about to leave. At this moment, a figure flew out from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and flew to the talisman puppet sect's area. It was Wang Haoxian. Bastard, what are you doing? Get back here. The Wang clan leader saw this scene and shouted loudly. If I return to the Wang clan, I will definitely be miserable. Why should I go back with you? Wang Haoxian said with a sullen face. Even if she died, she would not return to the Wang clan. She knew that if she returned to the Wang clan this time, she would definitely be miserable. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and came to Wang Haoxian's side. He said, there is no need to go back. Come with me to the talisman puppet sect. Bastard! You dare to betray the clan? The Wang clan leader shouted. Ha ha ha, Wang Xingtian, this girl will definitely not have a good ending if she goes back. Only a fool would go back with you. Yan Kuangtu burst out laughing and said, my brother is really impressive. He even took away the genius of the Wang clan. Wang Xingtian, are you feeling good now? Ha ha ha. Damn it. The Wang clan leader roared. His face was flushed red and he almost vomited blood. Bastard, how dare you betray the clan? Sooner or later, I will make you beg for death. Let's see who can protect you. The Wang clan leader shouted. He no longer had the face to stay and left in large strides, stepping into the teleportation vortex. Come, let's go back too. Bai Shijin and the others shouted. Immediately, the people of the talisman puppet sect stepped into the teleportation vortex and returned to the talisman puppet sect. The people of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley also left. The Battle of Providence had finally come to an end. Lu Ming stepped into the vortex. With a flash, he returned to the entrance of the talisman puppet sect. As soon as he returned to the talisman puppet sect, Lu Ming soared into the sky and saw a group of people not far away. Lu Ming was overjoyed and immediately flew over. Father, mother! Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming's parents, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping were among the group of people. In addition, the sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Lin Shui, and some elders and disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were also there. There were also Hua Qi, Pang Shi, and Lu Ming's two in-name disciples, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro. Previously, Lu Ming had secretly given the mountain and river diagram to Bai Shijin so that he could go to the Blazing Sun Empire and bring his parents and friends to the talisman puppet sect. He knew that after the Battle of Providence, Martial Emperor De would most likely cause trouble for him and would not let him go. It was too dangerous for his family and friends to be in the territory of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Lu Ming would only be at ease if he brought them to the talisman puppet sect. A supreme being was traveling at full speed. In just 1 or 2 hours, he had brought them to the talisman puppet sect. Now, Lu Ming was finally at ease. Swoosh! Before Lu Ming arrived, a figure rushed toward Lu Ming and landed on his shoulder. It was Dandan. Just now, Providence fell from the sky. Lu Ming, I saw that your parents obtained the most. Lu Ming, what is your ranking? Dandan asked. Lu Ming got the first place. Behind him, Bai Shijing, Yan Kuangtu, and the others stepped on the air and answered for Lu Ming. As expected, kid, not bad. You have some of my style back then. Chapter 981. Ming, At that moment, Lu Yuntian, Li Ping, and the rest saw Lu Ming and gathered around him. Father, mother, thank you for your hard work. Lu Ming said. Then, he greeted Lin Shui, Hua Qi, and the rest. Greetings, master. Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro knelt down and bowed to Lu Ming. Get up. Let me see your cultivation. Lu Ming raised his hand slightly and the siblings were lifted up by a force. You've broken through to Martial King. Not bad. Lu Ming glanced at them and found that they had reached Martial King realm. Many people looked at Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro curiously. They did not expect the two of them to be Lu Ming's disciples. Then, the siblings bowed to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The two elders hurriedly helped them up. They were overjoyed. Since they were Lu Ming's disciples, they naturally treated them like their own children. Father, Mother, let's talk as we walk. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Lu Ming waved his hand and a majestic true origin spread out. A cloud seemed to appear under Lu Yuntian and the rest, lifting them off the ground and flying forward. Thousands of people were lifted up by Lu Ming's true origin and flying in the air. Lin Shui and the rest were shocked. They knew that Lu Ming's cultivation had exceeded their imagination and had reached a terrifying level. They chatted as they flew. They were not very fast. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other grand elders had already gone ahead to arrange a place for Lu Yuntian and the rest. On the way, Lu Yuntian, Lin Shui, Hua Qi, and the rest learned that Lu Ming had won first place in the Battle of Providence. Although they did not know what the Battle of Providence was, they were still shocked when they heard that Lu Ming had defeated the younger generation of Eastern Wilderness and stood at the peak of the younger generation. Compared to the vast Eastern Barren territory, the Burning Sun Empire was too small. It was like a grain of sand thrown into the ocean. They couldn't even imagine how many geniuses there were in the Eastern Barren territory and what level they had reached. But now, Lu Ming was standing at the top of all the geniuses. How could they not be shocked? He was secretly pleased with himself. Lu Ming was from the Burning Sun Empire. They didn't ask why Lu Ming brought them here. They knew that Lu Ming was doing it for their own good. They weren't reluctant to part with their properties. Here, all they could see were magnificent rivers and mountains. In some places, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was unimaginably dense. Compared to this, the Burning Sun Empire was like a garbage dump. It couldn't be compared at all. And those experts, any one of them gave them an unfathomable feeling. Compared to the Burning Sun Empire, this place was much, much better. This was normal. The Liangyi Mountain was a famous paradise in the Eastern Barren territory. It spanned tens of millions of miles and had countless paradises. Some of the talisman puppet sect disciples didn't care about it, but in the eyes of Lin Shui, Hua Qi, and the rest, it was a priceless paradise. Some people's eyes were already shining. How fast would they improve if they cultivated in such an environment? Lu Ming brought the group around. Soon, an elder came and said that their accommodations had been arranged. Lu Ming led the group and followed the elder. The other members of the talisman puppet sect left one by one. Only Bai Qi, Shui, Fatty, Wan Tingting, and a few others followed. First, it was the residence of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. It was a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. There were 7 huge peaks that pierced the sky. It was incomparably magnificent. Spiritual qi was faintly discernible and spiritual herbs were everywhere. It was like a paradise. Compared to the Mystic Essence Sword sect, it was dozens or even hundreds of times better. Lin Shui and the rest were overjoyed. They kept thanking the elder of the talisman puppet sect. The elder knew that these were Lu Ming's friends and relatives, and their relationship was extraordinary. Naturally, he didn't dare to say anything. Then, Lin Shui brought thousands of people from the Mystic Essence Sword sect to stay. Of course, the Mystic Essence Sword sect didn't only have these people. Those who didn't want to come weren't brought along. Those with low cultivation and talent were asked to leave. Those who were brought along were those with high cultivation and talent. Sect Master Lin, there are countless people in the Liangyi Mountain. Not all of them cultivate the inscription Dao. Some of them aren't suitable for the inscription Dao, but are suitable for martial cultivation. In the future, the Mystic Essence Sword sect can choose disciples from these people. Lu Ming said with a smile. The Liangyi Mountain spanned tens of millions of miles. Naturally, not all of them were disciples of the talisman puppet sect. Some of the flat territories had countless mortals living there, and some had even established their own countries. After all, the Liangyi Mountains spanned tens of millions of miles. It was as big as a small region. Then, he bid farewell to Lin Shui and the rest. He flew hundreds of thousands of miles and arranged a place for Hua Qi and the other members of the Burning Sun Empire's royal family. This place was comparable to the Mystic Essence sword sects. Then, it was the Lu family's place. There were fewer people in the Lu family. They were arranged to stay on a huge mountain peak. The spiritual qi on this peak was extremely dense. It was one of the best on the Liangyi Mountain. There were many palaces built on the peak. They could stay there directly. Zhuang Xiaorou and Zhuang Shaoshan stayed with the Lu family for the time being. After everything was arranged, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He was relieved. He chatted with Lu Ming and Yun Tian about their experiences. A few hours later, Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Peak residence and sat cross-legged in his room. He hadn't sensed the benefits of the providence yet. He sat cross-legged and circulated the true dragon fighting art. After a while, Lu Ming stopped. This was because he felt that his body was normal. There were no changes compared to before. The only change was that his mind was more focused and his mind was more flexible. Lu Ming, try comprehending the essence of heaven and earth. Sitting on his shoulder, Dandan nibbled on a stalk of spirit medicine as she spoke, her mouth filled with the fragrance of the medicine. Lu Ming started to comprehend the essence of heaven and earth. When Lu Ming's mind calmed down, he immediately felt that his mind was extremely clear. The essence of heaven and earth around him was also extremely clear. It was as if his mind was one with the heaven and earth. The speed at which I comprehend the essence of heaven and earth is 10 times faster than before. Lu Ming was shocked. At this moment, he didn't use the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. However, the speed at which he comprehended the essence of heaven and earth was so terrifying that it shocked Lu Ming. Do you feel it? The providence will not change your physical body or your cultivation. However, it will greatly increase your comprehension ability and make you more compatible with the heaven and earth. In the future, whether it's comprehending the essence of heaven and earth or something higher, it will be like a fish in water. It will be extremely fast. Of course, comprehending other martial techniques will be just as fast. Dandan explained. It can actually change my comprehension ability. Then my comprehension ability has increased by 10 times. Lu Ming's heart raced and his eyes were filled with joy. Chapter 982. Lu Ming, how much has your comprehension improved? Dandan asked. About 10 times. Lu Ming said. What? 10 times. Dandan jumped up from Lu Ming's shoulder, looking shocked. Nest, I'm so envious. You've improved by 10 times. This means that you can comprehend anything 10 times faster in the future. I'm so envious. Dandan shouted. Is 10 times a lot? Lu Ming said. He had the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, his comprehension speed was more than 10 times faster. Boy, what do you know? This is your own comprehension. It's a basic improvement. How can the Enlightenment Ancient Tree compare to it? Let me tell you something. In the short term, with the Enlightenment Ancient Tree and the 9 dragons devouring innate skill, it doesn't seem to be of much use. But in the future, when your cultivation level is higher, you will know how useful it is. Dandan began to tell the story in a rattling voice. The Enlightenment Ancient Tree has its limits. Its principle is to be in harmony with heaven and earth. It can emit the aura of the Great Way. The effect is good in low realms, but there's a limit. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, the things you need to comprehend will be many times more powerful than the realm of heaven and earth. The Enlightenment Ancient Tree will be less useful. The 9 dragons devouring talent is even more so. You should be able to devour other people's realm runes to improve your realm, right? But the realm of heaven and earth is the limit. The next step is the realm of the Martial Emperor realm. It's not a realm rune. It has no substance. The 9 dragons devouring talent can't devour it. If you want to improve it, you have to rely on yourself. Now, do you know how precious the improvement of comprehension is? Dandan finished and looked at Lu Ming. I see. Lu Ming thought. It seemed that the 9 dragons devouring talent was not omnipotent. After reaching the Martial Emperor realm, the realm of heaven and earth could not be improved by devouring. It had to be comprehended by oneself. Only now did Lu Ming understand how precious it was to increase his comprehension ability. This was a talent that would follow him for a lifetime. Lu Ming, you are now more in tune with the heavens and earth. If you break through to the Martial Emperor realm one day, it will be easier for you to cultivate. This is your advantage. Dandan added. Above the Martial Emperor realm? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation, but then he shook his head. That level was too far away from him. What he had to do now was to take one step at a time and break through into the domain enlightened spirit god realm as soon as possible. Only the domain spirit god realm experts could be considered as the top experts of the divine wilderness continent. Then, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. At this time, the news that Lu Ming had won first place in the Battle of Providence had already spread throughout the Liangyi Mountain. The entire Liangyi Mountain was in shock and ecstasy. After so many years, someone from the Talisman Puppet sect had finally seized the first place in the Battle of Karmic Luck and obtained great karmic luck. Many people recalled the rainbow light that had descended from the sky and scattered on the Liangyi Mountain. That might have been the result of karmic luck. Some people were even inspired by the karmic luck and broke through to the next level. They were extremely grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's name shook the Liangyi Mountain once again. Then, it spread out at a terrifying speed and covered the entire eastern wilderness. Time passed in a flash and 2 days passed. On this day, Fatty and Ruantingting found Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Master came to find us and said that he would take us to cultivate. We have to go. Fatty bade farewell to Lu Ming. Fatty, this is a good thing. Thanks Senior Motion for me. Lu Ming said with a smile. Sigh. Lu Ming, I originally wanted to stay and help you deal with the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. However, my master, that old fart, was very tough this time and insisted that I go with him. Humph, I knew it. That old fart was afraid of De. When he saw De's real body return, he didn't dare to say anything. Fatty said unhappily. Fatty, don't worry. This is the Liangyi Mountain. With the Liangyi Isolation Array, De can't enter. You guys cultivate well. Don't be completely crushed by me next time. Lu Ming said with a smile. Don't worry. The next time we meet, I will definitely catch up to you. Fatty grinned. Fatty, seize the opportunity. Ting is a good girl. Don't let her run away. Lu Ming transmitted a message to Fatty. Fatty's face immediately turned red. He transmitted a message to Lu Ming, don't worry. Who do you think I am? How can a girl I fancy escape from my hands? The next time we meet, I will definitely make you an uncle. Hey, damn Fatty. What are you guys secretly talking about? Ruantingting stared at Fatty with an unfriendly gaze. No, nothing. Fatty's expression changed drastically and he shook his head repeatedly. Lu Ming, we have to go. Take care. Ruantingting said goodbye to Lu Ming. Take care. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Fatty and Ruantingting then turned and left. A day later, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other founding elders of the Talisman Puppet sect sent a message to the Liangyi Mountain of the Talisman Puppet sect to appoint Lu Ming as the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet sect. He was an official Zongzi, no longer a candidate Zongzi. In the future, he would be in charge of the Talisman Puppet sect. This time, no one objected. Even Huan Zhen, Wen Yuezhang, and the other Zongzi candidates stood out to support Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming had won first place in the Battle of Providence and accumulated great providence for the Talisman Puppet sect. Moreover, the news that Lu Ming was the successor of Sovereign Liansong had already spread. Lu Ming was officially promoted to the Zongzi. Other than him, no one was more suitable than him. There were also many people who benefited from the Battle of Providence. They were grateful to Lu Ming and supported him. Lu Ming had become the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet sect. In Jiulong City, where the 9 dragon veins gathered, there was a gigantic palace in the center of Jiulong City. Emperor De was sitting at the head of the table. Below him were a dozen people, including the leaders of the 6 ancient clans. Apart from the 6 great ancient families, the other people all had powerful auras. They were unfathomable and they were all supreme being figures. The Talisman Puppet sect must be destroyed. 6 great ancient families, D Tian Imperial Guards, immediately gather people and attack the Talisman Puppet sect. Martial Emperor De gave the order. Yes. The supreme beings replied in unison. This time, I will personally lead the expedition. Martial Emperor De's voice resounded. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In a courtyard where Hua Qi and the rest were staying, Lu Ming, Hua Qi, and Pang Shi were sitting at a table, drinking and chatting. It was as if they had returned to the days when they were cultivating together in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. The 3 of them had not drunk together for many years. Lu Ming was only 15 years old when they were in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Now, he was 23 years old. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. The 3 of them were no longer young and inexperienced youths. They were now young adults. Now, Pang Shi's body was extremely sturdy and muscular. He was more than 2 meters tall and his aura was wild. His cultivation had reached the half-step king realm. He was only 1 step away from the king realm. This cultivation was already considered the top in the Blazing Sun Empire.